I'm David Haig. I'm the CEO of Brand Finance. I'm sure many of you have met me before. And it's fantastic to be in front of a proper crowd again. This is the first physical event we have run pretty much since the Soft Power Summit of 2 years ago. And I remember that was on the 25th of February, I think, 2 years ago. And the next day, I went down to Cornwall to avoid the pandemic and have been there largely ever since. So it's been a great pleasure to come back to London to see the office again, which is now buzzing, the city, which is buzzing, and fortunately, we've got a full room. Very, very, very pleased. There's one minor apology for today. Unfortunately, Martha Lane Fox, who is in the programme, is not well. She tested positive for COVID, I'm afraid, and so she has had to drop out. But fortunately, Max Cantelia, who is the CEO of Metapolis, which is a blockchain next generation internet, which I'm sure all of you know about, and is launching an IPO for that sometime very soon, it has agreed to join the panel and talk about the role of innovation in the soft power of the UK with that particular panel. So Martha has been replaced by Max. I'm not going to say anything further because we, 2 years ago, had a presentation by Kieran Devane of the British Council, and today we're pleased to have Scott MacDonald, the new CEO of the British Council, who is going to open with some remarks. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, David, and good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today to discuss soft power. And I'm very much looking forward to David taking us through the Brand Finance results and the latest findings to hear how the UK comes out, because being at the helm of the British Council, this is a little bit like seeing your marks after an exam. Unfortunately, it'll be in front of about 300 people, so a little harder. During the last 3 weeks, there's been a focus on hard power, war, tanks, missiles, death. So I wonder if many of you are wondering if today's conference is bad timing. From my perspective, I don't think so. And I think it's essential that we continue to examine what we mean by soft power, how different nations use it, and how it feeds into a nation's reputation and a nation's ability to exercise influence around the world. And perhaps more importantly, we need to devote time and all the time required to ensure that we turn the soft power we're talking about today into understanding and trust. If used properly, soft power can help reduce some of the future needs for hard power, and ultimately it should lead to more peace and prosperity. But given what's happening in Ukraine, I think we need to ask some hard questions throughout the day of all of our presenters. Number one, if soft power worked better on a continuous basis, would we be where we are today? Number two, what role does soft power have after the guns actually come out? And number three, what implications does war, this war in Ukraine in particular, but wars in general, have for the discipline and the application of soft power in general? I don't expect us to answer those questions today. They're hard, but if we keep them in the background, I think it should help center some of the discussions throughout the day. Nations, for the most part, don't succeed by operating in one dimension. A booming economy won't do it alone. Neither will a well-funded military, nor will reputations for great art, education, culture. Successful nations tend to blend all of those elements together. In a phrase more often applied to a person than a state, well-rounded. Soft power rounds out a nation's character, and it does so in a very particular way. In the Western version of the idea, which has been around for as long as kings and queens have exchanged gifts around the world or travelers have exchanged ideas with other fellow travelers, soft power is about trust, about understanding, and about attraction. It's ultimately about attracting others to your side by sharing with them your values, the benefits of your way of life, whether that's expressed through the arts, through your education system, through sport, through scientific achievement. If you're good at soft power, you do that in a way that creates mutual benefit and also exposes you to other people's cultures, so you also learn and evolve. It's in an increasingly complex and complicated world where cooperation is the key to international effectiveness. Being liked, trusted, and respected has never mattered more. Much of a nation's soft power capital is often tied up in things that don't set out to be soft power assets, things like a focus on excellence in the university sector or a free press. The British Council is more of a directed soft power sector, along with organizations like the BBC World Service and others. And we deliberately corral, convene what is best in our values, culture, and way of life, and find ways to share those internationally. We work through culture in its broadest sense because despite the much discussed culture wars, we see culture as a largely neutral territory on which people with very different views and life experiences can meet and in the process learn to understand and respect each other. Often our soft power success is defined by what hasn't happened. It's the young man who hasn't turned to violence because someone offered him a route out of poverty through education. Or it's the communities that didn't start warring because a shared cultural project showed them how much they have in common. Soft power institutions like the British Council are like flood defenses. No one wants to spend money on them until the rain comes, and then it's too late. Well, the bombs are falling now, and that has temporarily brought our British Council operations in both Ukraine and Russia to a halt. Just a few weeks before the war broke out, I was actually in Russia to see some of our work there and continue to build all of the people-to-people connections we've built over many years, hoping that they would have an impact. And despite the difficult operating environment in Russia, we've built trust and understanding with many thousands of Russians over many, many years. And I imagine the vast majority of them at the moment are horrified and bewildered at what's happening. They didn't have the power to prevent this current war, but one day I hope they will. None of us can predict the future, but I hope that sometime we can open again in both Ukraine and Russia, and when that does happen, trust and understanding will be in desperate need of rebuilding, along with many other things. I mentioned national storytelling, but simply telling stories is not enough and not what I'm really talking about. Storytelling needs to be backed up with reality. In other words, your national story, essentially your soft power pitch to the world, needs to reflect your nation's actual values and ambitions. If there's too much dissonance between what you claim and what people can see with their own eyes, the result is propaganda, pure and simple. Propaganda can be effective in the short term, filling minds with disinformation over days or months, but in the long term, most propaganda fails. So if you want to create lasting relationships, rather than just an advertising campaign for a product that doesn't exist, then you need longer term and more honest strategies. You need to engage the person you're speaking to create a genuine conversation, and then rather than simply blaring your opinions through a megaphone. Self-conscious soft power assets like the British Council and unconscious ones like a thriving theater scene, top-flight universities, great sporting tournaments, or some of the world's best film production facilities all make friends for the UK abroad. But to return to my opening point, soft power alone is never enough. It's part of a whole spectrum of sources of power and sources of influence that a nation has at its disposal. And for any nation to reach its optimum operating speed, all of those elements need to work in harmony. So by all means, invest in armies. You never know what is coming around the corner. But please also invest in the long term to maintain these infinitely less expensive networks that seek to build, almost invisibly, defenses against the outbreak of hostilities in the first place. I hope you have a great day. I think there's a whole bunch of very important and timely discussions throughout the day. Thank you.
Brand finance has been measuring nation brand value and strength since 2004. So we've been doing it for a very long time from a variety of different data sources. But 3 years ago, we decided it was time that we actually measured brand strength in terms of brand equity with the general public in the world. And so for the last 3 years, we have been producing the soft power research, which comes out in that report there. You've all got a copy of it on your desk. One of the things, Scott said I was going to give you a report card on British performance. There's a little snapshot of how Britain has done, but there's an awful lot of data in the thing. Much of it is in the report, and our colleagues are running workshops that will take you into any country's individual performance. I'm just going to give you a very brief snapshot of how the UK did in a minute. To explore the results, what we're going to try and do today is have 2 workshops and a keynote speech, and go through and try and have a discussion about how different aspects of soft power are influenced. And you'll see in your program the fantastic speakers. Our convention is not to go through in great detail introducing them all, so I'm not actually going to introduce by name anyone on the program. Please look in the program itself to see their backgrounds and what they're contributing. The one thing I would like to say is that we're extremely grateful to BBC World News for being our partner in this event, as they have been in previous years. It's interesting, Scott's remark then about investment in British Council. There's also the same argument about investment in BBC World News. It's interesting how current events have made it just clear why we should be investing in those institutions, which I think it's very easy to cheese pair and reduce. But as Scott said, they are tremendous to actually create and extend the influence of the UK in a very positive way. So I thought I'd just remind everyone how we actually define soft power. It's a nation's ability to influence the preferences and behaviours of various actors in the international arena, states, corporations, communities, and publics, not just other states, through attraction or persuasion rather than coercion. And just so you understand the nature of the survey we've been doing, it's actually grown over the 3 years. This year, it's the largest we've ever done. We've got 100,000 respondents, just over 100,000 actually, and we've polled them in 101 individual geographic markets, but we've asked them about 120 countries. And the reason for that difference is some countries are very hard to research in, or dangerous to research in, or impossible to research in, but a vast bulk of the world has been covered. We've got opinions and we've got research. It covers 40 metrics, which I'll show you what they are in a moment. And we've now got trend data over 3 years. And once again this year, we actually asked about COVID, how different countries have reacted to the COVID crisis. It's funny how events move on so fast. When we actually put that into the questionnaire, which was done a month or so ago, it seemed as though it would be right at the forefront of everyone's interest still. But COVID seems to have receded right into the background, and other things obviously are now at the front of the agenda. But there are questions about how countries have performed during the COVID crisis. And just so you understand the metrics that we are looking at, you can see the first 3 metrics, which are about familiarity, reputation, and influence, perceived familiarity, reputation, and influence. And then we've asked a series of questions about those 7 pillars. So we ask about business and trade, governance, international relations, so diplomacy, culture and heritage, media and communities, education and science, and people and values. And within each one, there are questions, for example, food the world loves. Inevitably, Italy came first on that one. Everybody likes Italian food. Britain, I think, comes more or less last. And there are a number of questions that give great insight, but also you know what people in 101 countries think of you, and the responses differ. And that's the interesting thing about the research. You can see how different countries are viewing your country and whether you've got a problem and what you should do about it. Now, historically, soft power developed spontaneously, but increasingly, countries are actively trying to develop soft power. There are quite a lot of programs now where they explicitly talk about developing soft power. Somewhere like Britain has got a head start because for 150 years, I suppose, we've been actually creating the institutions that develop it. probably explaining why this year we've risen from 3 to 2. A lot of people might be rather surprised, given the shenanigans with Partygate and some of the things with our politicians, that would be the case, but we have actually risen in people's esteem. You'll note that America has rebounded from last year. It was still suffering, I think, from the Trump effect last year, and it's now back in #1 position. You can see also that China has done well. China, with its Belt and Road policy and its policy of giving PPE and support during the COVID crisis, I think has actually helped the perception worldwide of China. And you can see there, the last one I'll mention is Russia. Russia had actually done quite well in the research, which was done a couple of months before the invasion, and we've graded out because things have changed radically and fairly obviously. And what we have actually done in the last week is an additional short survey in 10 of the 100 countries to show how perceptions have changed. The thing is that the current crisis is an incredible illustration of the 3 types of power. And if I quote from Joseph Nye, Professor Joseph Nye, who is said to be the creator of the soft power notion, he says, power is the ability to influence the behavior of others to get the outcomes you want. So that's power. You can coerce them with military threats, which he calls the first type of hard power. You can induce them with economic inducements, which is the second type of hard power. He calls economics hard power as well. Or you can attract and co-opt them to want what you want, and that is soft power. Russia is obviously trying to use hard power, though if you look at the newsreels, it doesn't seem to be working out exactly how they thought it would, and it's going horribly wrong as far as I can see. The US and EU are relying pretty much on economic hard power to try and make Russia see sense. I think actually it's been surprisingly successful so far. Be interesting to see how quickly that bites. But meanwhile, President Zelensky is using conventional and social media to boost Ukrainian soft power and persuade the world to stop the conflict. Obviously, we all hope he will succeed. So let's just briefly look at the updated research we've just done. As I said, it was 7,000 respondents in 10 countries asking the same questions as we asked in the first survey, so you can compare them if you want to with my colleagues afterwards. The interesting thing here is that what we asked was, how would you rate the conduct and response of each party during this conflict? And you can see here that Ukraine gets a very positive response, 47%, but it also gets some negatives in that quite widespread survey, even though it's only 10 countries. At the other end of the spectrum, Russia still achieved 22% positive response and 56% bad. Number of other institutions are given ratings, and you can see it's not entirely unanimous for one thing or another. Now, what I draw from this is it's largely to do with you were talking about propaganda. It's about media and communications and getting the message to people. There are many people in the world who can't actually get access to decent information or communication, or the information they're given is a particular party line. And that would explain why you don't get unanimity. But it's well worth understanding that. Here in the UK, we assume there is a unanimous feeling about what's going on, but when you actually go and survey it, unfortunately, you don't necessarily find that. And that's one of the reasons why investment in great media organizations like BBC World News is well worth doing. But you can see that the reputation of Russia has plummeted and the Ukraine has gone up. And that applies to all of the 10 countries that we have surveyed, although in India and China, the extent of the decrease in its reputation is lower. In Japan and the UK, it's been much higher, maybe because we have much freer media. And you can see here that whereas before the crisis, 5 countries regarded Russia as having a positive influence in the world, you can see that's dropped to 2, and even they have decreased. So it's been fairly disastrous in terms of many of the measures we're talking about. And you can see here, against the pillars, individual pillars are nosediving as well, particularly good relations with other countries for obvious reasons. Now, if you want to go and look at that in more detail, I urge you to go and look at our database. It's all online, it's in the report. My colleagues can show you through it, and they can show you crosshatches between different countries, should you wish that. I think that's pretty much all I'm going to say in terms of my opening remarks. And what we are now going to have is Darren Tang, who is the Chief Executive, not of the British Council, of the World Intellectual Property Organization in Geneva, who we know from his time in Singapore. He is now running that, and he's going to give some views about how innovation is a useful driver of soft power, and we are then going to follow that with the first panel, which will discuss that with our three speakers. So at the moment, we are bang on time. Over to Darren. Can you put him on, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and delegates, good morning and warm greetings from Geneva. It is a pleasure to join you at the Brand Finance Global Soft Power Summit. I'd like to use my time today to make 3 points. First, intangible assets, including brands, designs, and other types of intellectual property, are now key drivers of growth and development around the world. Indeed, these intangible assets have tangible value. Brand Finance, for example, estimates that the top 5 global companies by total intangible value have intangible assets worth more than US $8 trillion. To put this into context, that is close to the value of the world's 3rd and 4th largest economies combined. It should therefore come as no surprise that global branding investments are being scaled up around the world, accelerated by the digitalization that we see in the course of the pandemic. For companies, brands have long functioned as valuable strategic assets. Image and reputation build loyalty, establish trust, and influence consumer preferences. The importance of this is now widely recognized at the national level as well. This was underlined by a recent WIPO survey that asked member states to identify the policy rationale behind the development of a nation brand. The top responses included increasing a country's visibility, tourism, promoting the country's culture, traditions, and values, and promoting domestic goods and services. In other words, more countries around the world are recognizing that the stronger their nation brand, the greater its soft and economic power. Second, there's a positive correlation between a country's innovation performance, its brand value, and its soft power ranking. Every year, WIPO publishes the Global Innovation Index, or the GII, which tracks and ranks the innovation performance of over 130 member states around the world. When the GII data is cross-referenced with estimates of global brand value and the latest Global Soft Power Index, interesting synergies emerge. For example, the UK ranks 4th in the GII, 8th on brand value, and 2nd in the Soft Power Index. Switzerland, Sweden, the US, the Republic of Korea, Germany, France, and Japan all also feature in the top 15 of all 3 rankings. Equally importantly, emerging economies such as Brazil, China, Turkey, and India are climbing up both the GII and the Soft Power Index. And small states such as Singapore, the UAE, New Zealand, and Israel punch above their weight when it comes to innovation and soft power. This underscores that a country's reputation is an important factor in determining inflows of financial and human capital, as well as global demand for a country's goods and services. Third, in a transforming global economy, countries of all sizes and all stages of development need to ensure that their nation brand is being actively cultivated and well managed. Switzerland, for example, is recognized around the world for the high standard of its products, with the phrase Swiss-made a byword for quality and reliability. None of this is down to chance. Switzerland has, over the years, over the decades, been consistently deliberate in the strategic management of its nation brand across all sectors of its economy. And so encouragingly, we're seeing more and more countries adopt similar practices around the world. Estonia, for example, is capitalizing on its strong reputation around digital infrastructure and services through its Work in Estonia brand. The phrase Vietnam value is helping to drive the country's apparel and food processing industries forward. And the Republic of Korea's Hallyu wave, characterized by K-pop, Squid Game, and the Oscar-winning Parasite, demonstrates that the creative and cultural industries can generate revenue and soft power. At WIPO, we are committed to supporting our member states to protect their nation brand and to develop their unique sources of competitive advantage into key drivers of growth. For example, at WIPO's committee meetings, we continue to look at work on a number of nation brand issues. And beyond the committee meetings, we also help to shine a light on how effective IP management can help member states boost soft power and in turn drive local economies. Take tourism, for example. In an increasingly competitive environment, brands, trademarks, collective marks, geographical indications, and other forms of IP can help create a distinct and compelling identity that helps a country or region stand out from the pack. Moreover, effective IP strategies, including the use of franchising, licensing, and merchandising, can help create new opportunities across the tourism value chain, particularly as routes around the world target a return to growth. And this is why WIPO has embarked on helping a number of member states such as Egypt, Ecuador, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Morocco to use IP to improve their marketability as a tourism destination and thereby their soft power. Ladies and gentlemen, it is deeply encouraging that policymakers around the world are paying increasing attention to the intimate connections between a well-managed nation brand and strong economic performance. WIPO believes that strategic and effective nation brand management can not only help economies and societies to innovate, to create, and to prosper, but also help the country to be visible and be influential. Thank you very much, and let me wish you all the best for a successful summit.
So let me tell you who I've got for this first discussion, the role of innovation in developing soft power. I have Sarah bint Yusuf Al-Amiri, who's the Minister of State for Advanced Technology in the United Arab Emirates, Alexander Stubb, who's a former Prime Minister of Finland, but is now at the School of Transnational Governance. He's the director there. That's a hardship post, isn't it, in Florence. And Max Cantiglia is a serial entrepreneur, and he's going to be talking about his startups and the role of technology when it comes to talking about soft power. So three very interesting interventions this morning. And David, you mentioned Italy and the fact that everybody loves Italian food. It's always puzzled me as to why there isn't a massive global pizza chain that's Italian. They don't capitalise on that, really, do they? So it just shows you that sometimes you have the soft power, but you don't necessarily use it economically, because I think Pizza Hut and Pizza Express and all the rest of them, they're not Italian. So Sarah bint Yusuf Al-Amiri, let me start with you. You studied computer engineering, but you have worked as a software engineer, and you are also the chair of the UAE's Space Centre. So, you know, it's always puzzled me. We've had 12 people on the moon, all men. I know you're doing a lot with your Mars mission, but I was just wondering, UAE, perhaps you could put the first woman on the moon. Now, that would be a great way of displaying your soft power, wouldn't it? Are you possibly thinking about that?
We do have a woman selected for as part of our astronaut corps for the UAE, and underlying women in STEM overall within the Emirates has been an imperative, I think, from day one, with access to education to both women and men. And we see in terms of graduates in the STEM, we've reached gender parity across several of the areas within STEM, and we also see women bypassing men, especially in the uptake of graduate studies. That in itself fuels the innovation economy as a whole, because innovation flourishes on diversity. And the Emirates is a nation with 195 different nationalities coexisting and living together with a small nation of 10 million. Within that, diversity is key to progress and development. We've seen it of the benefits of the acceleration of the development of our space program over the course of the last decade and a half, expediting the adoption of technology within the nation, and then pushing forward with utilizing technology as a means for further economic diversification. And all of it is underlying a strong force and a strong push towards, one, being open to changing regulations and being open to experimenting with regulations and making sure which is the right one. So that's an ideal environment for innovation. Innovation for us is not a choice. It is actually an imperative mechanism of development, just by the fact that 5 decades ago, we didn't have access to basic education, basic infrastructure, or any of the ways of modern life that we have today.
I mean, it was very accelerated, wasn't it, your development? As you say, you kind of went from zero to hero in a matter of a few decades.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
and that's where innovation played a large part.
Yeah. So what is the kind of thinking in the UAE? You say you don't necessarily want to be the leader in the region, but economically, you're very totemic when it comes to the desire to diversify your economies, you know, moving away from the kind of, you know, producers of oil and gas that the Gulf region is traditionally associated with. But you know, what do you want to do with that power? Is it, you know, something you want to assert yourselves on the global stage or to be regional leaders? I mean, what's the purpose? What's the thinking?
We completely understand that we come from a very tough neighborhood.
Yeah.
But that being said, we believe that the potential of creating opportunities stabilizes a region. The potential of having a strong economy drives forward an entire region. And we understand the imperative and the role that the UAE plays not only in the regional field, but also in the global field. And that's being active global citizens and positive global citizens to transformations, to changes, to support of individuals around the world, but more importantly for creation of opportunities in the region to further stabilize the Middle East.
But you know, I say this to you, you know, woman to woman, and I come like you from a Muslim background, but you know, here you are, female, young, and the Minister of Advanced Technology, and you've been formerly a Minister of Science in the UAE. You know, a part of the world, or the Islamic world, where women often get a bad rap because they're seen as, you know, not being allowed to assert themselves on the political and social and domestic agenda of the countries in which they live. So how far do you feel that is also part of your own personal role to project this image to the world that actually, look, we're not all downtrodden wretches?
So pre-perception is very important, and understanding that we all have intrinsic biases. At the end of the day, what you just described is a stereotype that's imposed on women, particularly women of our region, as women who are not underrepresented. But in the Emirates, we are fortunate to live in a governance structure that allows for people to prosper based on their competitive advantage and how they work and how they create impact and development. And it's that I take it back to your previous question. The importance of leading not by dictating what is right and wrong and what form of governance is right and wrong, but leading by demonstrating how you create opportunities, leading by demonstrating how you create change, leading by demonstrating how you build growth within your own nation. And that's what soft power is all about. It's not about going and dictating what is the right way to treat women within society, what is the right way to govern, what is the right way to develop, but rather this is a mechanism of doing it. These are the stories that are behind that.
Very interesting, thank you. And by the way, audience, there will be an opportunity for you to put your questions or comments to the panel. So please do think about what you might want to raise. Alexander Stubb, let me come to you. So you've held just about every high office in your native Finland. You've been Minister of Finance, Foreign, and of course Prime Minister between 2008 and 2016 when you were active in politics. And then you became Vice President of the European Investment Bank, and now, as I said, you're Director of the School of Transnational Governance in Florence. So Finland, you know, a member of the Nordic countries, and traditionally, historically, and still today, you all enjoy a fairly good reputation, don't you, the Nordic countries, when it comes to the question of soft power. Particularly, you score very well in your people and values section. So do you see that as perhaps still the case? And maybe just anchor your comments within, you know, what's going on in your neighborhood.
Sure. No, thanks a lot. I can't resist, though, taking issue with food, right? So I live in Italy now.
Oh, yeah.
And this is also linked to, you know, Russia, and it's linked to London as well. So around 2006, I was a member of the European Parliament at the time. There was a microphone, and Chirac was overheard speaking to Putin in Moscow that, listen, you can't give the Olympics to London because there's only one place with worse food than England, and that's Finland. Right? So I'm married to a Brit, Suzanne, and you know, we thought we need to do something about this. So I got in touch with Jamie Oliver, of Finland, and he set up this wonderful British-Finnish menu with fish and chips, Finnish style, and the rest of it. And then we sent an invitation to Chirac to come over for dinner and send out a press release. My God, never been on the first page of all global newspapers in the world. It's a great achievement. Ever since, of course, Finnish and British food has become extremely good on the way. No, okay, so I come from a country with 1,340 kilometers of border with Russia. Visualize southern England, northern Scotland. It's a little bit more than that. You can't do much about your geography. We've been a part of Russia from 1809 to 1917. We fought them in World War II, and we were able to integrate into Western institutions really and fully only after the Cold War. Now, what we decided to do from the beginning was a combination of what I would call soft power and hard power. So soft power in the sense that when we're an autonomous part of Russia, it was all about our language, our civilization, our education. We were the first country in the world to give women the right to vote in 1906 and also stand in elections. So there was very much this sort of national ethos of civilization and soft power. And subsequently that then led us to at some stage be number one in all the rankings on PISA, on education, et cetera, et cetera. And by the way, I must say that this is one of the first rankings where you don't see Nordic countries in the top 10. So I don't know what the measures of brand finance are, but you know, I'm just checking around because, you know, when it comes to press freedom, when it comes to education, environment, non-corruption, equality, et cetera, they always, Finland, funnily enough, the happiest country in the world. Go figure, if you've seen Finns, you can't tell it when they're when they look at you. But the bottom line is that, yeah, we're pretty good on the rankings. One final point, I think, and linked to what we're seeing right now is you have to understand that the border between Russia and Finland is actually, and I would argue, unfortunately, one of the biggest economic discrepancies in the world. So GDP per capita in Finland is top 10 in the world. GDP per capita in Russia, you know, after 100. And that does have a certain, you know, impact on this. And if you want to really simplify, Russia has focused on hard power and military power. The size of its economy is 2% of world GDP. That's about the size of the Netherlands. And remember, Russia is the biggest country in the world with the greatest natural resources in the world. If you put the Nordic countries together, they're bigger than the Russian economy. We focused much more on soft power and getting that side of things. I think with hindsight, obviously, we've done the right thing. Fortunately, we also have over 60 F-18s and just bought another 64 F-35s.
You say you focused on soft power, but I mean, you've always invested a lot in your defence. I mean, your army is actually very big for the size of your population. What is it, about 280,000 strong? And now, it has to be said, in the light of what's gone on in Russia, you are shifting from your kind of traditional neutral position, member of the European Union, but not a member of NATO, alongside Sweden. Norway is, of course, a member of NATO. And you're seeing a shift now with the Prime Minister in Finland, Sanna Marin, saying, look, we're having a proper political debate now about joining Finland. It's always been assumed that Sweden and Finland would join together. So you are seeing a shift now in Finland political discourse and also the public mood away from that kind of soft power conversation because of what's gone on, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a historic shift. We would call it a massive shift, just basically overnight or in the past 3 weeks. So just to put things into perspective, Finland was neutral during the Cold War, not because of choice or ideology, but because of reality. We had to be next to the Soviet Union, otherwise we would have been annexed just like the Baltic states or say Poland, Czechoslovakia and Hungary. When the Cold War ended, we were able to join some of the key European and Western institutions. The European Union for us was a choice of security. We forged a very close relationship with NATO but didn't go in. Had it been up to me, I was a young student at the time, we would have gone in at that time. I was always an avid transatlanticist. I believed that NATO was a defense alliance which won the Cold War without firing a shot. But there wasn't public support for it. Now, if you look at historically, we were 50% against NATO, public opinion, 20% in favor. 3 weeks ago, it reversed. And yesterday we had an opinion poll, 62% in favor of NATO membership, and less than 16% against, and I think 21 undecided. So you can imagine, I mean, it's like, I'm going to talk about here, it's like overnight changing, okay, I'll take the example. Can you imagine a opinion poll in the UK right now on EU membership that would suddenly shoot up to 70% in favor? That's the historic shift that we've had in Finland. Will this lead to NATO membership? My assessment, and I say this as an academic, is yes. It's not a question of if, but it's a question of when. And the conversation that we have in Finland at the moment is more to the effect that it's not a matter of days or weeks when we file an application, but it is a matter of months, not years. The good thing that we have, because we don't want to escalate the crisis right now as it's going to Ukraine. Final point, Zainab, on this. Yeah, we have a very strong independent defense. I think our reserve is 300,000. I'm also in the reserve, corporal, lance corporal, so basically gun fodder. If it would happen, it's okay. I stay fit, so I'm happy to do it, no problem. But we also have a military which is one-on-one compatible with NATO. Our president, Sauli Niinistö, is today here in London discussing with Boris Johnson, his Baltic colleagues, and the Prime Minister of Sweden about JEF cooperation inside NATO. So, you know, the good thing is that we're very NATO compatible, and we do have a very strong army and navy and also Air Force. Final point on this, it's quite evident we haven't built up this military to stave off a defense from Sweden.
Yeah, and just very quickly, do you think that in the light of what's gone on in Ukraine, that we're going to see a recession of soft power and a greater emphasis on hard power, you know, the old politics of iron and blood?
Yeah, it's a really good question. The way in which I would phrase it is that, you know, in the past 30 years, we've lived in a time of relative peace. But at the same time, I think the line between war and peace was blurred. So you didn't exactly know what was an act of war and what was not. And I would argue that we're moving towards a world where everything can and will be weaponized. That means that you use sanctions, you use energy, you use technology, you use information. Actually, you use culture as well, you know, identity as a form of a weapon. And in that sense, soft power takes a new kind of a meaning. It's not strictly hard power, but it's not exactly soft again. The thing that we're shocked about at the moment is that Russia is using conventional warfare, in other words, hard power. It did it, of course, in Georgia in 2008, with Crimea 2014, and now in 2022. So hard power is not going to go away, but soft power will take a new role. So that's why I'll be interested to see the report next time around.
Yeah, thanks. We'll come back and discuss some of those issues you've raised, but let me bring you in now, Max Cantiglia. You are chairman and co-founder at Metopolis, and you describe yourself as a serial entrepreneur for the past 25 years, investing in startups and rev-ups, mostly based in New York, Singapore, and here in the UK. So when it comes to this discussion we're having about soft power, you know, what is the role of innovation, business, fintech, and all the rest of it?
Sure. Thank you, Zainab. So I think that my perspective on soft power comes from the lenses of innovation and technology, because I've been an entrepreneur and an investor in the tech space for a very long time, probably for longer than most of you have been alive now. Mm. But I think that if we look at places like Silicon Valley, for example, you know, and there's plenty of material that tells us that the valley became what it is today because it had this soft power. I know we're not talking about a nation, but we're talking about a very important part of a nation. It had universities. It had an attitude and behavior that really breeds entrepreneurship. There was access to capital, and there was freedom to operate. And I think that today, when I look at the nations that are in this list that Brand Finance has created, it's interesting to see that a number of those countries or nations are technical innovators. And you introduced me as chairman of Metapolis. If you Google Metapolis, you actually won't find anything on this, because I have to say that we're launching Metapolis on the 2nd of April in Miami. And actually what it is it's what we call the next internet. It's a metaverse. And already I can see how nations that are technologically advanced are beginning to make moves into this thing we call the metaverse already. So for example, if you look at what Korea is doing, it's absolutely fascinating. They're creating a metaverse that creates a virtual Korea, so that you can go and listen to K-pop, or you can walk around Seoul, or visit various places of historic interest. And so for me, the things I'm doing today in technology and innovation are magnified through the countries that I respect for technological innovation. I was actually saying to Her Excellency earlier that 2 of my ventures, we have actually now moved to be based in Dubai for a variety of reasons, including the fact that I think it's one of the most innovative places on the planet today in terms of cutting-edge innovation and technology. And so those are the lenses through which I view soft power.
So I know you were born in Kenya, and just, you're talking about Silicon Valley, and people talk about Savannah Valley in Kenya, because it is one of the most technologically advanced countries in Africa. And in fact, when it comes to mobile money, it leads the world, because more than 90% of Kenyan households use some form of mobile finance. So, and Kenya is using this status very much as a way of projecting its power, not only regionally, but right across the continent. So my question to you is this then: if countries want to do what Kenya is doing, what you're talking about South Korea and so on, they have to invest in the talent pool, the pipeline, to make sure they've got the people with the right skills to drive all this innovation. And how far do you think countries are doing that?
So I think Kenya is a very good example of a nation that has actually been technologically at the front line. It's just that they haven't been very good at marketing that point. You may have heard of a mobile app called M-Pesa, which is a mobile payments app. It was one of the first on the planet, and now has a huge user base. And when you drive through Kenya, you see people flicking their mobile phones at each other to transfer value, and it's quite extraordinary, actually. So what I would say is that I think that some of the things that really are my focus points today, so, taking blockchain-based technologies into mainstream, for example, creating this thing that we call the metaverse, I think facilitate this, because, for example, through the pandemic, I saw how Western nations were progressing their own, businesses and industries through the use of resources in perhaps, more sort of less fortunate nations. And so we've seen that this thing that in tech we call the gig economy, people that provide remote services and labor, are actually now beginning to be able to do that without having to leave their countries. I certainly I have huge respect for the Kenyans who are incredibly entrepreneurial and very tech savvy, and so I think that places like Kenya have to encourage that without losing that resource, and we can do that now through these technologies that I'm very much involved with.
So we heard from Darren Tang earlier on from WIPO, and when it comes to projecting soft power, countries that, when it comes to intellectual property, obviously you've got to protect that, but countries that do take part in technology transfer from more advanced economies to the less advanced ones, that's a very, very important aspect of this conversation. And you mentioned the vaccine situation. And actually, I've never known African leaders to be so angry as during the vaccine when, you know, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, talked about vaccine apartheid when they saw, you know, what was described as vaccine nationalism. But, you know, saying, look, don't just give us the vaccines, give us the know-how and the, you know, the technology so that we can actually make our own vaccines. And that is now happening. There are 6 African countries, you know, including Kenya, which are going to become vaccine manufacturing hubs for the continent. So just talk about that really in terms of not only countries like Kenya, you know, wanting to, as we say, you know, utilize their comparative advantage, but the more advanced countries and their willingness to actually transfer their technology, know-how, and innovation.
I think that certainly as we watch Web 3.0, the metaverse, call it what you will, which is the next version of the internet, if you like, as this develops, I believe we're going to start to see a breakdown of barriers. And I can give you some examples here because I've launched a number of companies out of Singapore, where I lived for 9 years actually. And Singapore has an incredible ecosystem, which I think has been copied from various other parts of the world. But for me, when I lived in Singapore, the importance of innovating and then executing and scaling was all about building bridges between, let's say, Singapore and London or New York or even San Francisco. And so I actually do believe that as this new parallel world where digital and physical comes together, that we call the metaverse, I actually think we're going to start seeing a breakdown of these barriers, and we're going to see the growth of what I would call communities. I would almost say to David that he might add an 8th pillar to his 7 pillars, and call it community, because I think communities are going to become very, very much more powerful in this new world that we're heading into. But we shall see.
Just very quickly, because I know you want to come in, Alexander. When we talk about these, you know, innovation being used and technology transfer to break down barriers between nations, we tend to think of it as global north to global south. But actually, there's a great deal that's going on within the global south, as it were. And we, you know, this really brings us to the point that actually we're looking more at a multipolar world than before.
We are, and as a tech entrepreneur, I was actually talking to my dear daughter about this just yesterday. She wanted to buy a piece of art from a US website, and she couldn't because they wouldn't be able to deliver what she wanted to the UK.
You could get her an NFT, because I know you're into those.
Absolutely, thank you for the opening gambit. And I said to her that she no longer needed to just buy physical art, that she should think about collecting NFTs, and then that problem goes away. But one more point I'll make before dear Alex comes in is that, look, let me give you some very simple examples that you should think about, everybody should think about, which is that how silly would it be if I had a Yahoo email address, you had a Gmail address.
I do.
And we couldn't communicate. We couldn't communicate. Oh. How silly would that be? And so, I mean, we can talk about many different examples of that, you know, O2 and Vodafone and what have you. But my point is that when we look at soft power and we look at how nations and communities begin to interoperate, I think that this interoperability, which, okay, at the base layer we're talking about payments, for example, and perhaps spoken languages, but I think we're going to start to see those things begin to disappear. Else we won't see the mainstream adoption of these wonderful new technologies.
Alex, you wanted to come in?
Sure. I mean, I'll try to do one of these sort of idealism meets realism, right? And don't get me wrong, I belong to the idealist category, but let me try to test you with this. The things that were supposed to bring us together, connect us, like the internet, like social media, trade, information, they're actually tearing us apart at the moment. And let me test another one. I think we're actually moving not towards a World Wide Web or a meta-universe, but actually towards splinternet, where you start seeing separate internet networks being built. In China, in the beginning, people were complaining, why don't they let in Facebook? Why did they throw out Google? Well, because they wanted to create their own. What did Russia do the first thing when the war began? Everyone out of Instagram, everyone out of Facebook, and the rest of it. And I think that the problem that we're seeing now is that the things really that we felt that technology is bringing us together is driving us apart. It's a little bit like, are we creating digital democracies or digital dictatorships? A final point on that. The worry that I have, without fully understanding the metaverse, except having seen Mark Zuckerberg's short pitch on it, I'm a little bit worried that we are creating, communities, but basically virtual realities and virtual truths. And while we call it bringing the community together, actually we're creating identities which are A, not real, B, potentially very belligerent. So what I'm trying to say is that I think we need to try to govern this move towards some kind of a metaverse. And this is actually before we start doing biotech and connecting biology and technology. So I'm more worried than hopeful about the metaverse, but am I wrong on this?
I think your points are completely valid, Alex. And I won't get into the politics between nations or big tech companies, but in my vision for this thing we call the metaverse, I think that we have to try and regulate the power that these walled gardens possess, because the walled gardens, and again, I'm not going to name specific companies, have created some of the problems that we talk about today in terms of privacy, for example, the use of our data so that walled gardens can continue to make billions and billions of dollars in profit. Our aim with the Metapolis is to provide some standards. And I don't see anybody talking about standards today in this space, because the decentralized communities will tell you that everything should be open and you should be able to do anything you want. Of course we can't. And so we're actually looking very carefully at regulation and standards. And so if I can give you just a little bit of an insight before we launch. For example, if we create an avatar of Alex.
Scary, you know.
Well, I don't know.
Can't have too much of a good thing, Alex.
All right.
If we create an avatar of Alex, well, what exactly came before that? Well, Web 1.0 was about alex@yahoo.com. Web 2.0 was about Alex's Twitter handle, his Facebook handle, his social media identity. The avatar goes one step beyond all of that, because it creates an identity layer for Alex that has clever things like perhaps a token wallet that allows Alex to do various things in the metaverse. Now, my point here is that in terms of what we're trying to do, we believe that there will be people who have to be KYC'd in order to possess that avatar and do things in Metapolis. And by the way, if you're not prepared to do that, we won't eliminate you from being a participant. You just won't be able to do a lot.
This scares me a little bit.
He's still not assured, Sarah, I want to bring you in because Alex spoke about the, digital democracies and digital authoritarianism. But another aspect of this, when we're talking about the role of innovation in developing soft power, is nations have got to get it right within their own countries first. And you don't want a digital divide between those who are included in this whole conversation and those who are not.
Absolutely. Connectivity, I think, is the foundation of it.
Yeah.
We're talking about Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. The basic connectivity of the infrastructure to reach everyone is one of the most important elements because it's the most important tool for innovation. And that should go above and beyond. And I'll loop in your previous question with regards to know-how transfer and technology transfer and its importance based on the remarks from WIPO. You need access to the digital platform that we all have. That levels the playing field for everyone in terms of what we can do for innovation. The second, in terms of know-how transfer, and I can speak to my own experience, I was part of a know-how transfer program with South Korea. It has brought our two nations even closer together. It has put bonds in terms between our space sector in the Emirates and the space sector in South Korea. And it's enabled both nations to innovate in the mechanism by which they design for their respective sectors. So perception usually in terms of know-how transfer and technology transfer always stems from the creation of your competitor. And that's never been the case. It's the creation of a complementary partnership that pushes innovation and development forward. And that has also happened again with the United States and the development of working with the University of Colorado, and we continue to work on these different elements. That needs to be now gone above and beyond the realm of connectivity within nations and needs to go within the realm of connectivity between nations. You bridge relationship between nations utilizing science and technology, utilizing research and development, and an earlier comment you made with regards to the vaccination. We wouldn't be where we are today if countries did not work together to expedite the mechanism by which vaccines are developed, vaccines are produced, vaccines are tested, vaccines are deployed, and then sharing the data and the knowledge and the know-how of the deployment mechanisms across different nations. And we wouldn't be where we are today if it weren't for the fact that those bridges were not built very early on in the pandemic. That model of what we all did, and there were pitfalls, you mentioned Africa and not having access around for other regions around the world. But if we take it from a macro perspective and a lessons learned perspective of what was positive out there, we need to take that model of connectivity, model of utilizing science and technology to bridge gaps between nations. But with the perspective of what you said, ensuring that the foundational element does not create that disparity between nations of those that have access and those that don't have access. And I think I echo what you said, Alex, which is if the metaverse is not treated this way, it's going to create an inherent divide very early on in its creation. And it's those necessary governance mechanisms that needs to be adapted and taken into consideration while developing that, because since it is a different form of connectivity, that needs to be within the foundational elements of how it's delivered. And it's no longer a national imperative because it's not based on hard infrastructure. The internet is based on hard infrastructure and connecting people using hard infrastructure. The metaverse isn't.
Yeah, do. And can I see hands for questions for the last 15 minutes? Hands up, great. Mike, one here, one there, and one there, and one, ooh, 4, lovely. I'll take all 4 in one go, and then I'll put them to our audience, but to our panel. But Alex, you wanted to step in. And by the way, those of you who are asking a question, keep it quite short. Identify yourself and your organization if relevant, please. Alex, what do you want to say?
Two very brief points. One of the things that I would do if I was the boss of brand finance, I'd start looking at things beyond the nation state. And I don't say this only because I'm the director of the School of Transnational Governance, so beyond and below borders. But I would make an argument that if you look at a brand or if you look at power, especially if you look at soft power as Joe Nye has well defined it, you know, things like the Metapolis or Facebook, they are in and of themselves bigger than states. You know, who has more soft power in this world, Finland or Facebook? Well, it's Facebook. Second point I wanted to make on the data issue, that's where we have to be very careful. There are three ways of dealing with data, your data. One is the Chinese way, where the state owns your data, basically, and you have, you know, social applications which rank your insurance and the rest of it. Second one is the American way, and I'm simplifying. That's the private sector, like Facebook, owning your data. The third way is us in Europe. For us, data is with the individual.
Yeah.
And very private. And here is my final point on this. The problem I have with metaverse and the rest of it, we're actually limiting our autonomy and sovereignty to take decisions because of the data mining that happens through Aura type of rings when we're sleeping, or Suunto type of watches. Sorry, Finnish brand placement here. But you know, the data which is gathered. So we have to be careful on that, I think.
All right, okay. Yeah, who's got the mic? And young lady with the microphone here, have you given it to somebody who wants to ask a question? Yeah, good. So let's just take them rapid fire. Yeah, fire away.
Hello, my name is Mehmet, and I am from the University of York as a PhD researcher. And my question is going to be to Her Excellency Sarah bint Yusuf Al Emiri. And I would like to kind of ask about her opinions about soft power. She said that soft power is not telling is not dictating what's wrong and what's right. And upon this, actually, I would like to kindly ask that we all know that most of the Western countries just promoting the democracy as a Western value, and it's a kind of soft power actually, and as a Western countries. And do you think that it is a kind of dictation, and you are just a minister of an authoritarian regime, as we all know that? And do you think that it's a kind of dictation, and do you think that it's a kind of soft power? Thank you.
Not sure what the question was. So what was your question?
Let me just repeat it again. Actually, just Her Excellency is just a minister in an authoritarian regime, and then the Western countries, most of the Western countries are promoting democracy as a Western value, as we all just support that. And that's all. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to collect a few. Yeah, next one.
Hello, my name is Jean-Christian Lemay. I'm with the Quebec Government Office in London. I'd be very keen for all of you to expand on comments from Her Excellency Al Emiri on the importance of taking risks in general. And in particular, the cost and hindrance from leaders to actually recognize their mistakes and learn from them, both for a domestic and a foreign audience. Thank you.
Thank you. And who else? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Candice Tisserand. I'm working in a communication and consultancy company based in London, Berlin, and Paris called Jean. My question is for Professor Alexander Stubb. We were talking about the soft power of Finland and talking about right away about Nordic countries. And today's, with the current Ukrainian situation, we're not talking about France's positions or Germany's positions, but we're talking about the European Union voice. My question is, when it comes to soft power, is it better to hunt in packs, as we can say, and maybe put different countries together from the same region? Or is it better to take your path alone and maybe reinforcing the competition between neighboring countries and not going through the soft power mission that is understanding and reinforcing trust between people? Thank you.
Thank you. And then there was one more. Yep.
Hi, my name is Tariq Ali Ahmed. I'm from Arab News. My question is to Her Excellency Sarah bint Yusuf Al Emiri. My question is that the UAE has done a lot of policy changes with regards to allowing civil marriage and such. So I wanted to ask these blurred lines between policy and soft power, because as we know, these kinds of policy changes are very well accepted within the Western world. So I wanted to ask, what kind of soft power plays do policy changes have with both the Western world and across the Middle East? Thank you.
Okay. Gosh, you're a popular lady today, aren't you, Minister? Yeah, so just the first question about Western democracies and whether they're one way of them trying to project their power is in trying to export their model of Western democracy. Just deal with that very quickly, if you don't mind. Thanks.
I go back to governance models need to be looked at the mechanism and the output that it brings about. There's no right or wrong way of governance. There was a comment that I forgot his name, but he made with reference to the mechanism by which the UAE governs. I would encourage people to be better informed with regards to the different mechanisms of governance and the output and the impact that comes from them and the mechanisms that works within different societies.
Yep.
It's not about what's right and wrong. You cannot take a form of governance from one country and expect it to work in another region, in another country, because there's so many different factors that goes into the mechanism of governance of any nation, any region. Looking at values, looking at outcomes, looking at impact, looking at coexistence, looking at outward perceptions, these are what are important with regards to the way that nations work internally and the way that nations are actors within this global world.
Yeah.
And that's...
Thank you for that. And then Tariq from Arab News is asking about, advances you've made on sort of social policies such as civil marriages and so on. And I think his question is how far that gives a certain image of the UAE.
I spoke earlier about innovation is not a choice that we have as a nation. Innovation is a mechanism for us to continue to grow. So that's the first. The second is we have no problem at looking retrospectively with regards to culture, with regards to values, understanding what works, understanding what needs to continue to evolve and develop moving forward. And third, we're a nation of 195 different nationalities, people from different backgrounds. And we are about understanding and appreciating the differences in people. And legislations are there and never set in stone. That's where I spoke about also earlier with regards to agility. There is a value with regards to agility in terms of developing your systems, your policies, and the mechanisms of doing business generally, and creating those policies to reflect that. And that, if I take it back to technology, you need to be agile when it comes to technology. Same thing for innovation, same thing for your governance. We live in a world that things are rapidly developing at a faster rate than ever. And we appreciate internally that you make a decision today with the inputs that you have for today. So it's a right decision or a right policy for the moment that that policy is enacted. And we understand completely that a day, a month, a year, 2 years, 5 years from then, there are portions of those policies and regulations that are going to become obsolete by virtue of the growth across the board, across so many different factors. So we're not shy of revisiting them, not shy of changing them, not shy of experimenting what are the right regulation metrics. And I think it is what brings companies such as yours to come there, because we're not shy about questioning whether or not these legislations work and what do we need to do to transform them.
Thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Alex, maybe pick up the point from the young lady about hunting in packs and, the role of blocks. I mean, we are seeing in the world increasingly, countries coalescing in regional blocks or sometimes continental blocks to achieve their common goals and their ambitions more. I know you're a professor of international relations, LSE, right? And so this is right up your street. So what's your answer?
Sure. I'll take out my sort of EU nerdy side, if you will. Hunting in packs, the answer is yes. And if I can use the EU example in this particular crisis, you take the last 3 big crises that the EU has been involved in. The first one was the financial crisis and the euro crisis. It took 4 years to establish the European Stability Mechanism, moving on to a banking union. Huge division, north-south, no pact there. It was animosity. Second crisis was COVID, where within 4 months, the European Union was able to set up the biggest rescue package in its history, and on top of that, to procure vaccines. A step forward, hunting in packs. And now, in the Ukraine crisis, it took 4 days for the European Union to put together the biggest 3-wave sanction package in its history, do a full turnaround on armament exports and financing. So would I argue, coming from a small state, that it's better to hunt in packs? Yes, it certainly is. You have to understand that a small state inside a bigger entity like the European Union always punches above its weight. It's a different story for the likes of France and Germany, who go there to basically pool their sovereignty. If I may, I'd also like to
Yeah, about risk, you want to give that? I was saving something for Max, but go ahead.
Yeah, I could go on the risk. If I can give you a book recommendation, my favorite psychologist is Adam Grant. Adam Grant is a professor at Wharton. He's written a few books. Give and Take is one of them. But his latest book, basically, which now the name of course escapes me, has a basic argument that when you are wrong, you learn something new. So basically admitting and taking the risk in terms of trial and error is a step forward in whatever you do. Unfortunately, we live in a culture where it seems to be always so important to be right. And we can of course see that on social media when people put themselves into position. The book is called Think Again. So my warm recommendation is to have a look at that and allow people to be wrong and allow people to take risk. I love it now in academia because I can be wrong. It's scientific method. In politics, I could never be wrong. Then I was a loser. So yeah, take risk.
I thought academics knew everything and got all
No. We tested,
Max, do you want to pick up one of the points about the question about risk?
Sure.
Why people don't take more risks than maybe apply it to your
We could
area?
speak for the next 24 hours about risk-taking, given that
Try a
I've been
couple
an
of minutes,
entrepreneur most of my life. So I think that bravery and risk appetite massively important if you're going to first of all, be allowed to innovate, and secondly, be allowed to fail, and thirdly, learn from those mistakes, stand up and execute. And again, I have to say that culturally, some of the things I learned about Southeast Asia were that everything is there apart from that risk appetite and the fear of failure. So, if you don't score 100% in your exam, you've failed. And that is contra the things that, as an entrepreneur, I believe in. And actually, I've been amazed to see here, in the UK, mainland Europe, and the Middle East, it's okay to fail, learn from your mistakes, and get up and try again. So that's
very good. Rapid answer, just to wrap this up from all of you. Start with you very quickly, Max. So, we know you've all read your book about the 7 pillars of Soft Power Summit that brand finance gives you, trade and business, governance and all the rest of it, culture and heritage. Where would you rank the role of innovation in developing soft power amongst those 7 pillars? Where would you put it?
Oh, through my lens, I would say other than the development of the right culture and education systems, it's number 2 or number 3. How you look at it, yeah.
Sarah?
My biased view, it's a thread that connects everything together.
Oh, really? You would say that, wouldn't you, as an engineer and as a scientist and so on, so you put it sort of at the top within a kind of framework.
Absolutely.
Right, okay. And Alex?
I would say it's on the podium. I'll give you an example. Climate change. You need 3 things. 1, regulation. 2, finance. And 3, innovation. Otherwise, we can't solve the climate crisis.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it's time for coffee now. Sara bint Yusuf El Almeri, thank you so much indeed. Alex Stubb, thank you, and also Max Cantilian. They were terrific, weren't they? And thank you for your questions and your attention for this first session. Give them a round of applause and see you after coffee.
Our next panel is looking at the media and communications pillar of soft power, which could not be more relevant at the moment. And our 3 panelists are going to have a very lively debate, I'm sure. So I will hand to Zainab to introduce the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Beautiful. Hella Schmidt, Sir Martin, Alistair. Excellent, good. Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all again. Thank you. So the role of promotion, media and communications in developing soft power is a subject that we're going to be discussing for the next 50 minutes. And again, please, if you've got any comments or questions, save them up, and I'll do my best to incorporate them. So, Alistair Campbell, of course, you know, Helle Thorning-Schmidt, you know, and Sir Martin Sorrell. Helle Thorning-Schmidt, so you were Prime Minister of Denmark between 2011 and 2015, Social Democrat Party leader before that, and you then became CEO of Save the Children, and you stepped down from that a couple of years ago in 2019, and you're using your vast experience working on you know, various boards, and you're also greatly sought after as an advisor for various think tanks and so on, like the International Crisis Group and so on. So Danish, so Denmark, a country, again, part of the Nordic Scandinavian family, used to punching above its weight, isn't it, really? A slender person such as yourself, you suddenly become, you know, huge. So just tell us what's behind all that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me today. This is a fascinating conversation. Thanks to all of you for being here. And I'm looking forward to having a conversation with these guys. And Alistair's right, I did do my knee in on a ski. It was a ski accident, so don't go skiing. That's the first thing I want to say. Soft power. When I started thinking about this, I was thinking about an evening in Blair House, which is next to the White House, where you sometimes get invited to stay before you meet the American president. And when I was due to go and meet President Obama, we stayed there. And the evening before, being a very silly Danish team, we took bets on when President Obama would tell me as Prime Minister that Denmark was punching above its weight. I mean, would he say it, first of all, but also would he say it quite early in the conversation? And we were like having a sweepstake on that, very childish indeed. That was a nightcap. But it does say a couple of things. First of all, it tells you that even though you become Prime Minister and have a team, you don't stop having a laugh and having a joke with your staff. But more importantly, it tells you how extremely important it is for small countries to punch above their weight. And that we know as small countries that to be something in the world, we can't rely on our might. We don't have might. We might be engaged in NATO, but we will never be known for what we're doing in the big organizations. So we have to put an array of things in our arsenal to have soft power. So what do you do as a small country to have soft power? First of all, and I've found at least 4 things that you have to do. First of all, you have to do good things, and you have to do them first. One of the things that we are known for and that has put us up on the soft power index is, of course, that we are a climate nation. We started talking about climate 30, 20 years ago, and that has brought us to the forefront of that and has brought us to a leadership role in an area that we would not otherwise have a voice, and it actually meant that we have a voice in that field right now. So that's one thing. Do good and do it first if you can. And that's not only something that's valuable for a nation state, it's also valuable for a company. Second of all, be accountable. Do what you tell the world that you're going to do and be generous. Denmark, along with the UK, for example, is member of the 0.7 group, the group of nations that pays more than 0.7 of their GDP to overseas development aid. And if you do that, you have a voice in the big organizations. So that's important. And thirdly, secure that you have a model in your country that people look to and are curious about. For example, being a very wealthy nation combined with equality. So that's very important as well. And the last thing, I could speak more about these things, but I'll be brief so Alice and Martin can say something as well. They're dying to talk.
Just carry on. Keep going.
And the fourth thing I think is so important. We must never forget that soft power is basically a power of attraction. You have to be attractive. People have to be interested in what you have to say. People have to be interested in your country. And what I've found also as Prime Minister was that the power of culture, the power of being a country that people were curious about, was extremely helpful. For example, many of you will have looked at soap operas from Denmark, trying to struggle with the subtitles of a series like Borgen and other things. And I actually found that one of the conversation starters that I had as Prime Minister was a TV series. Borgen, for example, where there suddenly was a female Prime Minister before we even had one in Denmark. That actually came before me, and I realized that the power of soft power is also the power of culture. So you should never forget that fourth part of soft power. So just a few ingredients, very powerful indeed.
Thank you so much indeed, Hella. And we'll come back to some of those key ingredients that you raised there in our discussion. But let me come to you, Alistair Campbell, a writer, strategist, former head of communications for Tony Blair, best known for that perhaps. But you're a very prolific writer. You've written, what, 17 books in 14 years? Mm-hmm. God,
all very good, by the way.
That's like more than one a year. You clearly have got a talent for knocking them out, but there we go.
So, diaries.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. It's still very impressive. So Hella talked there about a country such as Denmark, small populations, on punching above its weight. So when you put your UK hat on, arguably, critics say that Britain's gone in reverse. It was a country that's now punching below its weight as a result of leaving the European Union. It doesn't have a seat at that particular top table and so on. Do you think that Britain has lost its way in terms of developing and promoting its own soft power in a post-Brexit world?
Yes is the short answer, but if I give you a longer answer, I mean, the first thing I think, if you look at these flags behind us, which are the top 10 in the soft power index, it's really interesting. I see a kind of bigger picture there. So America's gone back to the top, and that's largely a story of Trump's gone, Biden's in. And I think that's, if you want a shorthand version. Britain has actually gone ahead of Germany. And I think, given that sometimes in countries' history, they choose their own decline, I think that is a strange thing to have happened, because I believe that a combination of Brexit and now having this clown as Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and this useless cabinet.
I'm sure he doesn't describe himself in such a way.
I'm sure he doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't. But
these people who voted for him.
They may have voted for him. They may have voted for him. But I honestly believe, you asked me the question about whether Britain's going in the wrong direction. The reason we're still there is because of enduring strengths. We still have an incredible amount going for us as a country. You look at, when we in the metric, for example, about respected leaders. I think for most people around the world, they're probably principally talking there about the Queen. Now, I'm not a monarchist, but I recognise that the Queen is an incredible kind of soft power asset. The BBC, which this government spends a lot of time undermining. Interestingly, Hella talked about 0.7. We've cut it, and we've got rid of the Department of International Development. That damages our soft power. The constant undermining of the independence of the judiciary damages our soft power. The fact that we have a government that said in relation to Brexit and the Northern Ireland Protocol, there may be circumstances in which it's okay to break international law, that damages our soft power. So I think we're doing incredible damage. I'll tell you something else about this guy.
Can I just ask you, though, do you think that people in Africa and Asia and the Middle East are aware of all that?
No.
No.
I think that most people around the world who follow, Britain has very, very high visibility. It's one of the reasons why it's still there. But most people know around the world now, they certainly do, the countries I've been to, that there's this whole thing going on about parties in COVID. That kind of was one of those things that cut through. But if I go through, one of the things that I think our parliamentary democracy and our commitment to principles of the rule of law have given us an enduring strength as a nation. And I think the principles of standards of public life that John Major brought in, honesty, openness, objectivity, selflessness, integrity, accountability, and leadership, I think they gave us enduring strength as well. This guy smashes through them on a daily basis. And we underestimate how much damage that is doing to this country. because this stuff, it has an impact that goes on. So no, the 100,000 people who are interviewed for this survey probably don't know that he's been passing through laws to stop people protesting, that he's been passing through laws to get rid of the powers of the Electoral Commission so he can carry on taking money from Russian oligarchs that today he's pretending he's going to take seriously and take action against them. So I honestly think we're incredibly complacent to the point of arrogance about just how we are now seen. Martin's just been in America. I've just been overseas. You talk to people abroad at the moment, and I've got to say, I don't think they'd recognize this picture of where we are as the second country with soft power. And insofar as we are, it's because of these enduring strengths. Shakespeare, the Beatles, the BBC, etc., etc., etc. Our culture, incredibly powerful. But when you look at our standing as a politics and our body politic, I think we've done ourselves incredible damage. And my final point about the 10 flags, I think there's a bigger thing going on here. And Alex Stubb made the point about the internet and whether the divide becomes digital democracies against digital dictatorship. I think that is the big dividing line that's coming beyond the digital. Are we going, the dividing line strategically in the world is going to be between democracies and dictatorships. And when you have a democracy like ours, that frankly is not nearly as democratic as it should be in so many ways, I think that plays into that. And I worry as well, in this room, I suspect most of the people here, we think what Russia's doing is terrible and we're all standing up with Ukraine. But there are too many countries around the world, including some very big, powerful countries, and I don't just mean China, who actually are sitting there thinking, do you know what? Anything that gives the Americans and the West a bit of a bloody nose, we're up for that. There is a bigger battle going on, and I think we should be far more alive to it, far more alert to it, and wake up to what's going on.
You're not serious that Britain might slide into a dictatorship, are you?
I'm serious that we are doing things that a well-functioning, well-led, well-governed democracy would not be doing. We are undermining the judges. We are undermining the rule of law. We've got a situation coming up now. It may sound trivial to people, but this thing about the parties in number 10, he broke the law. He broke the law.
It's still being investigated.
Well, hold on a minute.
Okay,
no,
right.
I'm sorry about the facts.
No, sorry,
And that, for me, lying in the House of Commons used to be a resigning offence. He does it on a daily basis.
So, right, all that Boris bashing. Great, thank you.
You asked the question. Thank
all right.
you. Thank you.
So, there's always another side that I'm sure.
Oh, stop. You're not working for the BBC now.
I'm just saying, but anyway, well, I'm just being fair here, but Sir Martin Sorrell, as founder and executive chairman of S4 Capital.
The left-wing diatribe.
Well, I don't know. I was going to. You've got your chance now to say it.
I thought actually the subject was the role of promotion.
Well, I'm going to ask you this. So the role of promotion.
I only answered the question.
But can I just ask you then, bringing it back to our debate, the role of promotion?
My weakness is I try and answer the question.
Sure. Okay, I'll ask you. And we incorporate what Alistair said, but in the role of promotion in developing soft power, to what extent can it be undermined and can standards be eroded? Because governance is one of the key pillars by actions such
as I thought about being on this panel with such a distinguished couple, Alistair and Hella. I thought and last sort of 20 or 30 years we've done various government programs, and not a lot, but a few. So I sort of pick out 3 or 4 countries that we work with. Two big ones, the UK and China, and then 2 smaller ones, Singapore and Israel. And those, I tried to put together a framework that I thought would be useful for everybody to think about. What are the things that we've seen that have been pivotal? And actually, the stuff that Hella has done in a Danish context, and she talked about just now, and Alistair has done with the Blair government and the Brown government, I think are instructive. And there are 3 areas that really strike me as being really important. The first is leadership. That is the personality of the Prime Minister or President and the degree of their authority, not in an autocratic way, but in a directive way. And I just give you one example in a UK context, a campaign that we were involved in quite heavily, the Great Campaign, which I still think from a global sort of soft power campaign point of view is probably the best campaign that there's been. And why was that? Well, it's sort of strange reasons, because Cameron, you know, whatever you thought of David Cameron, at heart he was, like Alistair, a PR guy. You know, he actually did work for Michael Green, for 6 years, as his public relations.
At Carlton Television.
Yes,
yeah.
People used to joke that he used to light Michael's cigar after lunch. I don't know whether that was true or not, but that's what they used to say. But the point of the background is that Cameron did understand fundamentally the importance of image, media in informing soft power. So I think, and what was really stark was the contrast between when he ran the Great Campaign, which he anchored in number 10. And the moment that Theresa May took over, she gave it to Liam Fox, I think. And it was moved out of number 10. And so the pivotal point was really not. So the personality of the leader or the thinking of the leader is actually critically important. In an Israeli context, because of its coalition nature, whether you had a strong person there or not, Netanyahu or whoever, the fact that it was a coalition made it virtually impossible to get leadership in that area. Modi is interesting in my point of view, controversial in many respects, but Brand India has been enhanced and I think developed under Modi's leadership with some caveats. I mean, what's going on now in relation to India's attitude to the war in the Ukraine, obviously throws that into sharp relief. But again, personality is important, and then Xi in the context of China and the ability of any Chinese leader to coordinate from a public relations and advertising point of view is very, very strong. So the first thing is leadership. The second thing is a clear strategy. And when I talk about a clear strategy, it's the ability of the leader to coordinate all departments. Now, I mentioned Singapore. Singapore, to my mind, just like the Great Campaign, probably those are the two best examples I've seen of fully integrated campaigns with strong leadership. And when I talk about the strategy really is around coordinating government departments in an integrated way. Because too often you see, and with all due respect to any politicians in the room or outside the room, you see ministers or people with political influence who, because they have allegiance to various agencies or various people, the communications effort gets highly splintered. And you see tourism going off in one direction, FDI going off in another direction, and so and so. So strategically, strong leader, integrating the efforts in an extremely sophisticated and integrated way. And then the third area is structure. Ensuring that every member of the cabinet or every member of the government integrates in an extremely effective way. So I go back to the Great Campaign, good line across all the areas. A leader, as in the case of Cameron. I would go back to the Blair government and Alistair and Peter Mandelson. I mean, you had three, maybe not so much Gordon Brown, but Alistair can comment on that, where you had three people who pulled it together. So I would say leadership, strategy, and structure are absolutely critical. And just one little story. I was involved in launching the Great Campaign in America. And we had it was at the New York Stock Exchange, it was Cameron, Bloomberg, and myself were speaking about it. And I always remember, before we went out to actually launch the Great Campaign in America, there was a debate going on amongst the civil servants as to what the budget would be. And the budget at that time was about £20 million, which there was being argued whether it should be 20 million or 40 million pounds. And I always remember, just before Cameron went out to make his speech, he was sort of being advised, or maybe, dare I say, arguing with his civil servant or advisor as to what the figure should be. And the civil servant said it should be 20 million. And Cameron went out into the audience and said, we're announcing today the budget for the Great Campaign, it will be £40 million. And I think David will say it's been increased now to £60 million. That may sound a significant amount of money. It isn't. In the context of a worldwide media campaign, it's peanuts, and it has to be greater. But it shows you the tensions that go on inside administrations as to what the resources should be devoted to the campaign.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, Hella Thorning-Schmidt, let me ask you this then, because we're talking about the role of promotion developing soft power, and obviously the global media is going to be very important there. So, to what extent do you think the English language is actually a huge tool, and that's probably why the UK does do so well? And I'm thinking particularly, do you remember in 2011 when you had the uprising in Libya against Colonel Gaddafi? And both Sarkozy, President of France, and David Cameron, Prime Minister of the UK, said, look, we're going to try and police, have a no-fly zone, something that's been discussed now in the context of Ukraine. And in the end, NATO actually went along with it, and they did have the no-fly zone. And when they went afterwards, after Gaddafi fell, do you remember Sarkozy started speaking in French, and the Libyans were all just listening but didn't understand. And then Cameron came on and said, oh, you fought like lions and so on. They were all clapping and rousing, So what did the news cover all over the world? Cameron coming in saying that. And Sarkozy was rather eclipsed. So to what extent do you think that, the English language is a very powerful tool when it comes to the global media for leaders to project their power? Because Angela Merkel never used English and punched below her weight, really, in terms of media perception.
She did privately.
Yeah, privately, but I'm just saying,
There's so many things. I'm
globally.
going to unpack it. First, I have to react to something that Martin was saying. Because obviously, as a government, you can do promotion and have campaigns for your policy. But I do think we have to remember two things which are so important in this day and age. First of all, the public has become so much more educated now. And the public will actually, and excuse my French, will call bullshit really easily. They will look at the Levelling Up campaign or whatever it is, and they'll say, hang on, is this happening? Is this happening in my neighborhood, in my community, for my family, for my mother, for my children? Is this actually happening? So I think there is a limit to these days because people are so much more educated about spin and about all these things. So they will actually call and say, this is not actually happening. So that's one thing. The other thing I do think, and that's why I'm promoting soft power as a this is like the long game. You can't do a campaign unless you are not a democracy. Something that will always come in the way of doing a campaign and actually having a government walking in the same direction and saying the right things is that democracy comes in the way. I was leading a coalition government with two other parties, and we didn't even have a majority in parliament. Tried to make that group of people walk in a straight line for more than 2 minutes. You can't. So the only way you can do that is not to expect them to do that, but just have the long game where you're promoting policies that people will actually like, both home and also away. So I do think that you can't campaign yourself out of you can't campaign in politics. I'm not
suggesting you campaign yourself out. You're quite right. You can only sell a bad product once.
Yeah,
okay? That's true. But you have to have a consistent approach. The assumption is that the policies you're pursuing are, quotes, unquote, the right policies. They aren't BS. They aren't, greenwashing or whatever it is. The assumption is, if I take the Great Campaign as an example, I think Alistair referred to cultural values and the strength of cultural values in a British context. I think that did propagate that. So that's taken as read. Okay. The problems that government, you just described it yourself. The governments tend to be too splintered. Everybody pursues their own agendas, and what you need is strong coordination. And I think, the Cameron example was really interesting. And I think actually the Blair government, which Alistair can talk a little bit more about, because they did manage to pull it together in a much more effective way than many times you use.
For sure, but in where you have democracies, where you don't have a majority government, for example, which you have in many countries, it is very, very difficult to have that togetherness in how you do things, and that means you have to actually change things to receive the benefits of your soft power. Back to your question, does English play a role? Of course it does, and I think the UK belongs in the position it has in this year power index. I think I live in the UK. I think it's a great country, but I think the point of this conversation is that it could be much greater, and there is a lot of lost opportunity in the UK right now. I have a huge respect for this country. I don't want to sit here criticizing the country that I live in, but I also want to say that it has astonished me over the last few years. I moved over in 2016, how the UK has gradually, but very surely, made itself smaller. Despite all the culture, despite all the things that the UK has to offer to the world, the UK has made itself smaller, and that's a big shame. Right. I had a moment of proud. You all remember the Olympics in London, and I was so fortunate. I was Prime Minister at the time, saw the opening of the Olympics, and I've never been proud of my second nation, because you were just showing the world this is what it should be like. This is friendship, this is the culture, and basically bossing the world in a cultural way and taking that leadership. And when I think of British greatness, I think of that evening and how much that has been lost over the last 5 years, and how much there is to gain in the soft power index if the UK leveraged everything it has to offer to the world.
Alistair.
I mean, I was going to make exactly the same point about the Olympics, and I'm an absolute sports fanatic, and I think sport has an incredible role to play in the projection of a country. It's why the Russians fought so hard to get the World Cup. It's why China wanted the Winter Olympics. It's why Qatar are doing the next World Cup and so forth. And the Olympics, to me, was the greatest time to be British and to be alive. And it's gone. We now have the polar opposite of the Olympic spirit in this country. And what you're seeing, for example, in relation to the debate now about Ukrainian refugees, where you had Michael Gove yesterday in the House of Commons having a complete temper tantrum because he was being criticised for the government's record in the past on the hostile environment and the attitude towards refugees. When you haven't got that strategic underpinning of deeply rooted in values about who and what you are as a country, and then suddenly you realise, actually, do you know what? The British people do want to take in Ukrainian refugees, but we thought they didn't want refugees because that's why we did Brexit and we took back control and blah, 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 blah. And you've lost your moral compass. You've lost your strategic guide. And that's, I think, where we are. And the point about language, to me, I talked earlier about our arrogance and our complacency. I mean, I'm quite a rare Brit. I speak 3 languages, and I love speaking foreign languages. And I think look at another reason why people have fallen in love with Ukraine in recent weeks is because you see these kids coming on and talking in flawless English. And you think, wow, these people are really impressive. Right, well, they're not actually. They're just doing what you need to do.
Which goes back to what David Haig said at the beginning, that the Ukrainians are very good at using the power of the media.
Well, listen, they're 51st in the league on this one. They are going to go
right up,
because of the values they're showing.
You mentioned the refugee situation, and the UK now, some people are saying belatedly, is trying to correct the fact that it was, computer says no if a Ukrainian wants to come in, and they've not followed the European Union with the visa waiver program.
Have you tried the new website?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
I tried it last night.
It's
really hard.
So it's still very, very slow. But then, just putting that to you, Helle Thorning-Schmidt, because you mentioned, 0.7% of GDP and how Denmark is very committed to that for its overseas development assistance. Britain has eroded that commitment that was made. But to what extent do you think humanitarianism and a humanitarian policy does help a country promote its soft power, and how easily can it be damaged? Because I have to be honest, in Denmark, you've had certain criticisms now made of the Syrian refugee policy that the government has adopted now, your successor, one of your successors, Prime Minister, and how Syrian refugees are being told you can go back now because your country's safe. And that is actually affecting the status of Denmark globally, certainly in the Middle East.
Yeah, absolutely. You can ruin your soft power, of course. I think if you talk about the UK has always been a power, a country that took responsibility for the rest of the world. And I think the greatness of that was it was not only militarily hard power in NATO, in the different areas that the UK worked, it was also in the soft power with culture, language, British Council, and also helping people most in need. I worked for the Save the Children, and most of the money that we could do good for was actually American and British taxpayers' money. And for me, that's a huge compliment to a nation that they choose like that. So I'm sad to see that the Brits are moving back on that and not taking that power globally that they could. So I will never sit here criticizing the UK, but I will still be astonished that the obvious things that could be happening is not happening, and that it is odd for me to see a country making itself smaller in terms of soft power when there's so much that they could be.
Life has changed. Okay, so a lot of the conversation has gone around on the UK. So let's center in on that. Post Brexit, and I regret that, but you accept the result. You have to get on with it, and the UK should be positioned, in my view. I mean, I like the Singapore on Thames or Singapore on steroids analogy. The UK has to be, as a result of the changes that have been made politically, and maybe further changes. Alistair and I were talking about the issues facing the UK in Ireland, the issues facing the UK in Scotland, maybe even in the context of Wales. All these forces are forcing the UK, and as somebody who's trying to build a global business, to look at it in a very different way. I mean, as a result of the Brexit decision, our export markets are no longer going to be continental European driven. They're going to be North and South American driven, Asia Pacific driven, and Middle East and Africa driven. And it's a very different approach. And we still haven't really come to grips with that we are not the power that we were before. I mean, I'm a great believer in long-term cycles. Ray Dalio has done, the hedge fund manager, Bridgewater, has done some really interesting analysis of how empires ebb and flow, whether it be going back to the sort of the early 1800s, China, or the Dutch, or the British, or whatever, or the Americans, ebb and flow, and Britain has to approach the world in a different way. And I come back to the leadership issue, the strategy issue, and the structure. We have to put in place different approaches strategically and structurally to dealing with different political situations. I mean, face up to the fact we're a very different nation today than we were a few years ago.
But do you think that facing up, so is that facing up there now? Because last week I did question time, and I had a minister saying that the Russians are so worried about the UK because the UK is leading the effort again against Russia.
Just gaslighting. It's all they're good at. All they do is gaslight. It was. I watched it. I thought you were brilliant, by the way, Ella. You absolutely took the guy down.
Oh, there you are. Good review there. Okay, we've got some questions in the audience for our panel. Yeah, one there, and 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well,
okay, just give the microphone to one of them. Yeah, let's take 2 or 3. It's okay, I'll remember them.
Well,
yeah, there you go. Please introduce yourself. Introduce yourself and your organisation if relevant. Thanks.
I'm greeting everyone. My name is Nurana Mamadova. I'm from Azerbaijan. I'm representing here University of Oxford Diplomatic Studies Program. And my question is about soft power, of course. And we have viewed soft power as a great tool that can prevent crises. But how in the process of clashes of hard powers like sanctions and military forces can we incorporate soft power tools, and which kind of tools this would be?
Thank you. Let's take another one.
Hi, so I'm Matt and I work for an MP. The last time I saw Alistair speak, John Nicholson.
Okay.
You concluded a debate on Scottish independence with your final minute best summing up your European, British and Scottish identity by playing Ode to Joy on the bagpipes.
I did.
So as a fellow Scot and a fellow bagpiper, I was wondering if you thought there was a role for the constituent nations in the United Kingdom to punch above their weight on the global soft power stage?
Thank you. Let's take another one. We'll take 3. Where's the mic? Unless you want to ask a question, young lady, I would relinquish it. Give it to anybody. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
My name's Michael Mashinsky. I'm CEO of London Advertising. I'd like to ask Tony's former spin doctor about his analysis that the place in the brand finance soft power rankings is based on Shakespeare, when the UK's position grew faster than any of the European Union nations in that survey.
Oh, he's thrown down the gauntlet for you there. Yeah.
No, I don't. You're going to have to tell me what the question means. If you're saying that, I say we have enduring cultural strengths. I could list loads of them. The Premier League gives us soft power. The BBC that I've mentioned. I think actually until this lot came in, I think our judicial system has given us enormous soft power. But Shakespeare, the Beatles, Adele, J.K. Rowling, the fact that we have so many cultural icons is one of the things that gives us enduring strength. That's the point I was making to that.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, quickly, yeah.
I'm not, one shouldn't criticize our sponsor, but I'm not sure that this survey, I mean, one of the puzzles about this survey is it favors the big rather than the small, or seems to. And coming into it before David sent the analysis through to me over the weekend, I thought smaller countries, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, whatever, Israel maybe and others, would do better in the survey than they've done. And I don't understand it. Alistair said, well, Ukraine, as a result of recent events, will zoom up the rankings. We'll see what happens. But there is, however the sample is done or the questioning is done, it seems to me to favor the big rather than the small.
Okay. Hella Thorny-Schmidt, why don't you answer the question from the young lady from Azerbaijan about the role of diplomacy? You know, does it still have a role even when you're seeing a hot conflict like this?
I think it's a super important question also in this time of war. Because I do think that war in Europe, very close to us, pushes what soft power means. And it shows us that you cannot, as a country, any country, small or big, you cannot sustain your soft power if you don't fall the right place on the hard power questions. And that's why many states right now, like Turkey and other Azerbaijan, they're pushed now, Hungary as well, pushed now where they fall on war and peace. And for example, Hungary, I'm not comparing Azerbaijan with Hungary, but I think there are some similarities that need to be picked up because all your soft power will fall if you don't react to a war situation, a crisis situation in the right way. Look at Poland. Poland has been looked at as an odd country, European country over the last few years. People are saying, what are Poland? Are they really European? Do they want to be in the European Union? Are they friends with the wrong people? Are they very right-wing? They did their abortion law. I mean, so many things that happen in Poland. One thing happens, and they react to the Ukrainian refugees in a very positive way, and their rating goes up. I think next year Poland will go up because Poland has showed what they're also made of in a time of crisis. So soft power is very much pushed by war and your reaction to a hard power crisis like we have now. And Azerbaijan has something that they will need to prove and show over the next years.
Well, I'm told that apparently they're going to be offering humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainians. But the question was about the role of diplomacy, and I just think it's interesting that despite the hot war, you are still having negotiations between the Ukrainians and the Russians, brokered by the Turks in Antalya, and even President Zelensky himself has said, look, I think that there is potential for negotiations. NATO has made quite clear it doesn't want us in. You know, they're not waiting for us to go in. So, and the sanctions on the Russians do not include a travel ban, which means Sergei Lavrov, if he wants to, the foreign minister of Russia can still travel, and so there is still scope.
He's got a few nice places to live in London as
Still
well.
scope for diplomacy within a hot conflict. Alistair, the question about your bagpipes, but not that, but the role for the constituent nations of the UK.
I did wonder
in
whether he was going to
projecting
ask me to
soft power.
get my bagpipe. I don't have them with me. I do normally travel with them.
You don't have it with you?
I do normally, as Helen knows, I do quite often get my bagpipes out when uninvited.
Do the constituent nations of the United Kingdom have individual roles to play in terms of...
Yeah, one of the reasons why the gentleman and I probably disagree on the fundamental question about independence is I do think, to use the phrase applied to Denmark about punching above our weight, I think the United Kingdom punches above our weight in part because of these four countries. The fact that we've got these four united, for the main part, but actually very different countries that make the UK. One of the reasons I worry about independence, particularly with the way that the global order is changing, I do worry that it becomes ever harder to justify the United Kingdom as being at the top table of global diplomacy at the United Nations Security Council if, for example, we suddenly lost the whole of Scotland. So I actually do think, and I know I'm biased, I think Scotland has an extraordinary strength in the soft power status. I wonder if that's another thing you could take away, to do the four constituent parts of the United Kingdom without promoting the independence agenda, but to do that in a different way. I think Northern Ireland struggles a little bit with its, in terms of, obviously because of the history, but actually the Good Friday Agreement and all that's flowed from that, I think has established an extra addition to the UK's soft power, now being put at risk by these charlatans, by the way. And then for Wales, they're the little one down the corner that, I think they will worry a lot.
Hella Thorning-Schmidt's married into a Welsh family.
Yes, I know, and he's here somewhere. He's here somewhere.
It's here somewhere.
They've all got incredible strengths, and a lot of them, again, are cultural. A lot of them are cultural and historic, and we should. That's why I want to bind them together for greater strength.
Thank you. Let's take some more questions. Yeah, fire away.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Federico. I'm a student at the University of Oxford, and I come from the tiny Bitcoin Republic of El Salvador. Our country didn't make it to this list, but it's getting incredible reputation on Twitter and in social media. We have one of the most popular heads of states around the world being received in Beijing by Xi Jinping, or in Turkey with Erdogan. And to Sir Martin's points, this comes at a very high cost because their way of leading is quite autocratic. So 2 days ago, we were with Ban Ki-moon at Oxford, and he was asking us to raise our voice to world leaders. But I want to challenge that and ask you, Hella and Sir Martin, what do you ask of us students who are aspiring to lead and govern in our countries in a way that is virtuous? Because we know that populism is powerful and sexy. It is winning elections around the world. But what is your best recommendation for those of us that want to enter the political realm and lead in a place of virtue from the heart, but we want to make it, and our strategies of the people that are coming from this side of truth are not making it? Thank you.
Think about your pearls of wisdom you're going to give him in a moment. Let's take another one. Yeah.
Hi, Tariq Ali Ahmed from Arab News again.
If you've asked one already, do you mind if I go elsewhere? Sorry, the light was in my eyes. Let's just take... And no women have asked to speak. Are there any women who are willing... Oh, could we give the microphone to this young lady here, please, in the beige scarf? Where?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the overall discussion. And I'm Rupoma. I'm from Oxford University, representing Diplomatic Studies program. And actually, I'm from Bangladesh, but I would like to talk from academic perspective. For example, you are talking about the refugee crisis, and after the Ukrainian and Russian invasion, and we are actually shaken by the refugee crisis. But Bangladesh hosted 1.1 million Rohingya in 2007. And opened the door of humanitarian diplomacy, and they showed how to do the humanitarian diplomacy and humanitarian assistance, and is still working with other international organizations and humanitarian organizations in hosting them and settling them. Okay. But in the brand finance ranking, Bangladesh came 105 rank. Very the last part. I don't know why it came. But my question is how the countries like Bangladesh, who are still developing and small nation, showing such kind of generous, courteous attitude, improve their image as a software country or as a good, so that they come in the good in the rank. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The whole audience is made up of Oxford University, as far as I can. It's my alma mater, so I don't mind. That's all right for me. Yes, okay. You've been very keen to get hold of the mic, so go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I was very happy to hear our friend from El Salvador. I come from Ecuador, which is a little bit bigger than El Salvador. It's in South America. And I wanted to raise the point as well about these autocratic regimes that can use all the tools that you're speaking about, and you really don't understand what's behind it, and people get to vote for these people. The other thing that I was concerned about, Sir Martin, because we've known each other from before I'm the ambassador of Ecuador, and I used to work I have a national TV network in Ecuador. You mentioned that the United Kingdom is looking at North and South America. Yeah. Well, from my experience, and I'm going to try to be...
I didn't say the United Kingdom. I said we should be.
Well, you're not.
Yeah, I said we should be, but I expand on it because I think...
Let him ask the question,
sure.
I'll come straight to you.
I just wanted to understand where that comes from, because I've been here for 6 months, and all my Latin American colleagues are trying to get the government's attention in many issues. And I'm talking about countries like Mexico or even Brazil, which are huge countries. Ecuador is a very small one. Right, and it's been very difficult to get the United Kingdom to look at us.
I agree. Well,
all right, pick that one up then briefly, if you would.
That's a defect of the UK government.
Yeah. Okay, but I mean, South America...
No, because I think it's a really important point. Take the Ecuador and El Salvador point. So I think as a result of what's been happening in the last few weeks, you're going to see serious repercussions from an investment point of view. Obviously, European position as a result of the war in Ukraine will cause practical issues in relation, apart from the humanitarian crisis, will cause practical issues in terms of supply chain and investment. So I think, if you were looking at areas of risk, if you're trying to run a global business, which we are, we have 8,500 people. I'll come back to South America in a minute. If you look at that, what are the areas of risk? Well, the highest level of risk now is Eastern Europe. I was at a conference in San Francisco last week where one of the companies, because they are operating in Poland and Moldova and Romania, tried to differentiate the risk to Russia, Belarus, etc. So you've got big areas of risk. Second area of risk, Asia Pacific, we don't know what's going to happen around Taiwan and China, but it is possible that we'll see a similar sort of situation for the West in relation to Taiwan. Raises levels of risk there. And going back to the Bangladesh question, other areas of Asia, India, Vietnam, Cambodia, and elsewhere, Indonesia, the Philippines, will become relatively more important as a result.
Okay.
And then, the lowest level of risk is South America. My view would be North and South America become dramatically more important. If you take us as an example, of the 8,500 people we have, 3,000 are based in Mexico, in Colombia, in Brazil, and Argentina.
Right.
And so I think what you'll see, irrespective of what you're getting or not getting from the UK government, is a shift in terms... Worldwide GDP is going to be slower.
Bilateral about this. It's only because we've got a few minutes. So, panel, I have to ask you to be extremely brief because there are hands that are up, and I would like to get through them. So, really rapid-fire answers. A bit of advice to the young aspirant who wants to become a leader of El Salvador.
Absolutely.
Wherever it was,
First to the woman from Bangladesh.
Okay, humanitarianism she talked about.
Okay. And I've been to Cox's Bazar. I met some of the Rohingya refugees there, and the effort that Bangladesh is doing, a very poor country, is amazing. And you deserve the world to see it, and you deserve that the world appreciate that. The problem with soft power is that it is not enough. If you want to go into the index, you have to be better in all these aspects. And that's why I think the index is so important, because it actually speaks to all these aspects of a country's life. And to the young man from El Salvador, I don't think there's any quick fix in getting soft power. There's only, and I think Alistair mentioned it before, there's only to stick to the values, the deep values, that why you want to be in government, what values you want to go into government, and how you want to govern. That is how you get soft power.
Guys, can you see my invisible whip?
I didn't see you. I didn't see you at all. Were you doing stuff?
Yeah, I'm
got bad knee.
stuff.
She's got bad knee.
I was looking
gentle. Right, short points. We've only got a few minutes. Rapid answers. Alistair, I'll come to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Zainab. I'm the Namibian High Commissioner, and it's really disappointing to see that Namibia, which I think has got quite a strong soft power, is actually not even in this beautiful book.
South Africa ranks first for all of the African countries.
Well,
I believe,
they say in here they say, well, you know, they took countries that was easy to access. You can't tell me it's easier to access Mozambique than Namibia.
All right, okay.
That one I don't buy. But now the point that I want to make is, you talk about the role of promotion. So everybody's been very critical. It's very easy to criticize any government, whether it's the UK government or the Namibian government for that matter, on how they are not using their soft power. So what tips would the panel like to give us on how to improve the promotion of soft power?
Free consultations here, yeah. Could you give the microphone to this young man, please, and we'll take the question. Tariq, I'm not going to have time to come back to you a second time. I'm sorry, because you've already asked a question. Yep. While you're waiting, yep, carry on.
Hi, I'm Dan Bending. I'm from BBC Global News. My question is, in the development of soft power, what's more important, promotion or action?
Okay, thank you. Good one. Yeah.
Hi, just a very quick question. Student from the University of Oxford. Question to others. Yes. Question to others. Just very quick. Do you think that some of the trends that you've highlighted do they date back to Brexit, or are they just specific to this current government? Thank you very much.
Answer on that one, and then I'll give you the others. Yeah.
Okay. I think on look. I think that there was it's interesting in the Russian context. There was a brilliant book written about Russia by a guy called Peter Pomerantsev, called "Nothing is True and Everything is Possible: How Putin Remade Modern Russia." And I think Trump did the same. I think Johnson's doing the same. I think Erdogan does the same. I think Modi's doing the same. It's become a strategic tool to debase truth as an objective reality. And that, I think, I still don't think, it's interesting, Martin said, and you know, I hate to agree, but we kind of have to accept that Brexit happened. But Brexit did happen on the back of a lot of lying and a lot of illegality, which we've just let go.
All right.
Okay, that is a trend, and it's a dangerous trend, and that's why I say we've got to wake up to it.
Tips for Namibia, for the High Commissioner.
Well, I think when we look at these flags, Martin's right about this, and this speaks to Bangladesh as well. The big countries of the world are more visible. So you have to maximise the strengths that you have to become more visible. Now, that is not easy, the smaller the country, but I think it is. Look at the way I saw Estonia being singled out earlier. Estonia is a very small country. They've done certain things very, very well, and then they've made sure that the world knows about it.
There's one word answer: digital.
Yeah, they're digital.
Low budget, not expensive. So in a Namibian context, can be extremely effective.
Okay, and then there was a question: what's more important, promotion or action? From the Oxford chapter.
Well, they've got to go together.
Got to go hand in hand. But sometimes people do the action, don't necessarily promote it as
well, or you're Boris Johnson, you have lots of promotion but no action.
Okay. Final round of points. Yes, and short, please. The whip.
Thank you. Whipping, interesting. The role of promotion, focusing on the tool of media, and some of the comments, sorry, Daushan Hamza here. Proud Londoner, let me add, like to see our soft power as a city. But focusing on the word promotion and the tool of media, Helly, Alistair, Martin, you spoke about media, you spoke about spend, you spoke about messaging. The quote of the media may not tell us what to think, but they do tell us what to think about. That word about is critical. Framing in terms of soft power and some of the countries we see, and some of the issues we take to heart. That word about is absolutely critical. So I'd be keen to understand your views about the media and about in the promotion of soft power. Thank you.
Okay, I might have to paraphrase that question. Yeah. If you're very quick, yeah. Just give it to the young lady. Yeah. Quick. Don't tell me you're from Oxford.
No, Queen Mary.
Okay.
My question is really about where you see the future of higher education in bridging soft power and diplomacy and policy really globally. I've completed degrees in the US and the UK and in the EU, and I've noticed most of my programs were majority international students who were either coming not just to further their paths education-wise, but hoping to gain visas and stay and maybe contribute to what their countries see as brain drain. And I'm going into a field where that's kind of a competitive, like a very competitive area.
The role of higher education.
Sorry, yeah, how you see countries, whether they implement different immigration policies for students who complete degrees there, or whether it will encourage other countries to maybe tempt their students to stay.
Okay. Right, we've got, 1, 2, 3 left. Very quick, very, very quickly. Just give them to this bunch here, yeah? You go behind, yeah, another lady, yes. And then
good morning, thank you everyone. My name is Kira, and my question is slightly personal. You've all been very accomplished leaders, and we know that sometimes egos are playing big roles in how we deliver the message. So in your experience, what's the best way to check in on our ego when we're actually advocating for some solution, because sometimes they can be damaging for the purpose which we have in mind, and how do you deal with that? And thank you.
Okay, so that's all I've got time for on the questions in this little bit. Why don't you take that last one there, Hella, and just
Hella, you take the ego question.
Yeah, sorry, and just incorporate your closing remarks on that, then I'll come to you too.
Sure. I just wrote a book not long ago, just before Christmas, and one of the issue was about the whole Me Too movement and how women get treated differently in politics. And I came to think of it now because I think it is very, very difficult for a female leader to develop an ego that will actually be in her way. And when I look at female leaders like Angela Merkel, who I worked very, very close with as Prime Minister, because she was put down so much. As a woman, you get put down so much going up the ladder. So it is very difficult to develop an ego that actually gets in your way. So I would promote female leadership, because if more female leadership, the less ego you have in politics.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with
that. Why don't you take the question? I think what he meant was to what extent does the global media reflect it tells you what to think about, reflects the interests of perhaps the Western world? Is that what the question
It's related to the previous question.
Yeah, the global media. Just briefly and just incorporate your closing remarks.
Look, all the criticism, the evils, any evil that we have is always put now at the heart of social media. Social media, Facebook or Google or whoever are responsible for it. I mean, that is, from my point of view, it's complete nonsense. It has opened up tremendous transparency. It has opened up tremendous access. And everybody in this room who's wrestling with the issue, particularly in small countries, of developing soft power, has immense resources available to them for disseminating messages around the world. So there's tremendous opportunity to use it. So when you talk about the media and about, I think what you're saying is you should be using these media in an extremely effective way.
All right, thank you. And your final comments incorporated into the higher education question. I mean, Britain traditionally has been a big, recipient of students abroad, but I know as president of SOAS, it's very difficult to get visas for particularly students from Africa and so on. And the Indians have made it part of the trade talks, haven't they? Visas.
No, I think one of the things I was surprised about in the index is when you look at the medal table where you've got the gold, silver, bronze. I'm not sure how the metrics are worked out, but the only one where Britain has a gold medal is in relation to education. And I think, again, I'm afraid, I think that speaks to our past reputation as opposed to what's happening now. I think education is one of the biggest soft power assets. Do people want to go to the colleges, schools and universities in that country? That is a big question. And if you can answer that with a massive yes, then you're getting up the rankings. And it's actually one of the metrics that they use in the, one of the pillars that's used there. So I think we play around with our reputations on education at our massive peril. Right. And I regret to say, I think that yet again, this combination of the Oxford-educated cabinet and the wretchedness of Brexit, we're damaging ourselves on that one too.
Yeah, but just one thing. It's not just university education. It's those that don't go to university.
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Tapping,
sure, education,
absolutely. That reservoir.
Yeah, but she asked about higher education. Yeah. Well, thank you very much indeed, panel. I say this in a very positive way, but you've all been very effective in promoting your own soft power to, you know, get your message over.
I'd like a bit of hard power.
Well, yeah, well, yes. Sadly, there is a lot of that going on in Ukraine at the moment. But thank you so much indeed, Helle Thorning-Schmidt, Sir Martin Sorrell, and of course, Alistair Campbell. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, very much. Martin, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So thank you very much, and I want first of all to thank Finance and Mr. Hay for inviting me for a keynote speech this morning. And when we prepared the keynote speech, you were also there. I said, yeah, there is something missing in your Global Soft Power Summit overview. I don't see the European Union in the whole ranking. I see all nation states and nation states and nation states, more than 100 now. So I think that the European Union is mentioned once in the whole survey, and so my task it is today to talk with you about branding and soft power of Europe. Because I think that in the world of tomorrow, it will not only about branding and soft power of nation states. It will be more and more about branding and soft power of big continental blocks and powerhouses in the world. This is not longer a world already since 9/11 of 190, how many it are, 99 or 98 nation states coming together in the UN from time to time and deciding nothing. This is about a world that will be dominated, is already dominated, by big continental organizations or countries who are in fact not nations. If we talk about China, that's not a nation. China is a civilization. It's Han. And there are thousands of different ethnies inside this Han civilization. And India is another example. Who is talking about India as a nation? It's not a nation. There are hundreds and hundreds of different ethnies inside India. There are more than 20 languages spoken inside India. And there are 4 big religions inside India. So that's a civilization that's more than a nation. And the same is true for the US, because in the soft power index, you could make, in fact, not only the US, but you could give all 50 states of the US, because all of them have a separate constitution. All of them have a separate army. All of them have a separate fiscal and tax system beyond the federal system that is in place. So I think, so if I can do a suggestion for next year, then there needs to be an additional chapter in the index saying, okay, let's now also compare soft power and branding of these big powerhouses in the world, who will make the difference in the future. Because also when, and then I will start with my slides. I have a few slides for you that I want to show. Also the conflict that we are looking to, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Russia, it did a cruel aggression against a sovereign state. That is what it is. In a certain way, what happened and what started on the 24th of February with the war in Ukraine is also a conflict, I think, between soft power who clashes with hard power. Why I'm saying that? Because the conflict started, in fact, not on the 24th of February 2022. The conflict started many years before, in 2014, on the 21st of February 2014. I was there at that moment on Maidan. So that's the first picture. That's the picture of Maidan in 2014. On the 20th of February, there were 49 people killed there by snipers, by the puppet of Putin, Yanukovych, who was president, and who killed in the morning, only in a half hour of time, 1 hour of time, 49 people with snipers on Maidan. Why? Because the people on Maidan who were there with tens of thousands and protesting there, they were asking for the implementation, the approval of the EU association agreement between them and Ukraine. There it started. The Ukraine had made it the choice, the majority of the population, not Yanukovych, but the majority of the population made it the choice to, in fact, start to join the soft power of the European Union, to belong to the European democracy, to apply European values, freedom of press, real parliamentary democracy, freedom of journalism, and so on and so on. And Yanukovych, who was the puppet of, let's say, of Putin, didn't want to sign this association agreement. And that was the start of this enormous protest on Maidan in the center of Kiev. The killings also in the center of Kiev on the 20th. And what happened was that a few hours after the start of the killing, for the first time, Europe announced a number of sanctions against the regime of Yanukovych. And on the 21st of February, 5, 6, 7, I don't remember me anymore, of the people, of the parliamentarians of the Yanukovych party, the party of the regions, went to the opposition. And Yanukovych had no longer a majority in the Rada in the Ukrainian parliament. And the next step was that more or less at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning, Yanukovych left the country for Russia, and that was the beginning of, in fact, a more liberal, democratic Ukraine that started to look to the European Union, European values, European democracy. It's not by accident, by the way, that Putin recognized these two separate how to call it, regions, in the Donbass, Luhansk and Donetsk. He recognized it at what date? On the 21st of February. The date 8 years after Yanukovych left the country and went to Russia. So to tell you, there is some symbolism in the acts of even a war criminal, because I think it's a war criminal, in Russia. I can say that I'm blacklisted in Russia, so cannot enter anymore since I was on Maidan on that first picture. Well, I think what is happening, what happens since now, this war between Ukraine and Russia is in fact a choice for soft power that clashes with brutal hard power. And the choice for soft power is Ukraine, made in 2014, and also, inspired, I should say, represented today, with what you see from the two presidents. Zelensky sitting there in his presidential office, going to hospitals, trying to fight against this brutal aggression of Putin. And at the other hand, so next to these two pictures, it would have maybe been better to show you a picture of Zelensky at the one hand and of Putin at the other hand, sitting at his long hard-power table, I should say, in the Kremlin. So the question that I want to answer with you today is, what the European Union in this new area and this post-2022 area, because I think that 24th of February 2022 is as important for Europe as 9/11 2001, when we got these dramatic events in the US. The question that I want to answer with you is, in this post-2022 European Union, what do we need? What is the way forward, the future of Europe as a continental organization, and in terms of hard power and in terms of soft power? So that is one I want to discuss with you, these three questions now, and these three answers. I think we need to be more sovereign in hard power. We are not for the moment. I think we need to be more consistent in soft power in this post-2022 area that started. And I think we need to be more united politically, internal, in Europe and in the European Union. So that are my three things that I want to go through with you, so that next year in the soft power index, there will be maybe a chapter with the blue flag and the 12 stars of the Union. First of all, more sovereign on hard power. What does it mean? Well, here I show you something that people, in fact, don't realize, that are the military expenditures worldwide as more or less the average of the last years. So if you look to these balloons, it's quite amazing, because the biggest balloon, we know that the biggest balloon is the US, more or less $800 billion of military expenditures, the world leader in military expenditures. But interesting are the other balloons. That is the European balloon, Russian balloon, you see it. The UK is now out, but you could also put it in, because we are still allies. I think that didn't change with Brexit. Hopefully, it didn't change with Brexit. And what you see is that the European Union today is in fact spending more or less $240 billion. And with the UK, it would have been even more than $300 billion. So the second biggest spender of military is Europe. We spend as much in the European Union, and with Britain even more than China. China has more or less roughly the same amount of expenditures, military expenditures, as Europe. And then you see the balloon of Russia, more or less 60 billion, what is a huge amount for a country that has an economy of the size of Spain, an economy that is smaller than the Benelux today, than the Low Countries today in Europe. But what it tells us that is that, we see this war now in Ukraine. We see the aggression of Russia, the involvement of Russia not only in Ukraine, or in Georgia, in Moldavia, in Belarus, in the devastating implication of Russia in Syria, what we have seen on our television screens. And that is, it's not the biggest military power in the world, no? It is a balloon of $60 billion that they are spending on military. And Europe, that's a big balloon, 240. So all these discussions that I hear today about, we need to spend 2%. It's absolutely needed. It's absolutely crucial to spend 2%. How you can explain me that? Because the story behind these balloons is that we spend more or less in the European Union, and even with our friends in the UK, more or less 40% of the expenditures of the American military system. But we can do only 10%, max 15%, say the optimists, of the operations of the American army. So we spend 40%, 35% of the Americans, but we can only do 10 to 15% of the operations of the American army. I am not a mathematician. I am a lawyer by profession. Nevertheless, I was once a Minister of Budget in my life. But I'm always saying, to be Minister of Budget, it's not necessary to know anything about mathematics. The only thing what you need to know is the word no. That's the only thing what is important to be a minister of budget. But even I, as a lawyer, knowing nothing about mathematics, I know that when you spend 35–40% of the Americans, you can only do 10% of the American army operations, you are 4 times, 3 times at least, less effective. Why? Duplication. The biggest waste of money in the European Union is military. That is that we duplicate everything, that we have more than 130 different military systems and equipments inside the armies of the European Union. While, for example, in the US, that is between 20 and 30. The same for the Chinese army. The same for the Russian army. So it's not a question that we don't have it, but we use it in the baddest way possible, with an enormous waste as we have never seen. And that makes that today we feel, in the circumstances of today, that we are not capable to defend ourselves against the aggression of Russia. And that we struggle also to help Ukraine. Nevertheless, for the first time, Europe is doing that. We have a European peace facility. We have bought together 1 billion euro of military equipment, send it to Ukraine. But nevertheless, it's clear such a situation cannot continue. And instead of saying that we need to raise our military budget, what needs to be done is a reform where you create a European Defence Union as a European pillar of NATO, of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Because it's not a question of do you need to be in NATO or outside NATO? No, it's a question of that NATO is still, in fact, an alliance of more or less 20 individual countries, where what is needed in the world of tomorrow, what is not longer based on nations, but based on continental organizations, is a real defense union, a defense union that could be the hard power, the sovereign hard power of the European continent. And that's a story and a lesson that also starts to be resonate in the US. So more and more democratic think tanks in the US are saying, look, it's time that the Europeans do their homework. It's time that the Europeans take more responsibility for their military. Yeah, and if you look to the figures, it's obvious that therefore we need to go to a totally other structure of the defense than purely what we are doing now. The second thing, naturally, and also critical, important, is how to become more consistent in soft power. Because it's not by accident that there is no chapter on the European Union in the survey. It's because it's not felt like that today. What is the soft power of the European Union? Nevertheless, the soft power of the European Union is a number of things. It's the single currency, the euro, for example. It's the whole question of, let me take the fight against climate change, for example, the Fit for 55. It's the common migration policy, the fact that we now, when the Ukraine war started, we immediately launched this European temporary protection directive. So there are no visas needed to come to Europe. And there is a solidarity division of labor between the 27 member states that has been put in place to bring all the more than 2 million, and tomorrow it will be 3, maybe 4 million refugees inside the 27 countries of the European Union. So there is a lot of soft power. But the soft power is, in my humble opinion, underused in the European Union. In fact, it's present, but it is in fact not used in an appropriate way. And there are 7 pillars, as we know, in soft power. Well, Mr. Hay, I have also 7 pillars for EU soft power. So I translate your pillars into what is needed on the European level to find its way, I should say, into the survey in the coming years. The first thing of soft power, like I said, is naturally the euro potential. With the euro, we have the second biggest reserve currency in the world, only beaten naturally by the dollar. And it's a currency that is in fact not fully used because there is no, for example, European capital market. There are no real massive investment tools in euro. Yeah, you have German bonds, for example, in euro. You have French bonds in euro. You have Dutch bonds in euro. But until recently, there were no euro bonds that are covering the whole European Union and are, in fact, supported by the single market of the European Union. That changed dramatically with COVID, another crisis, because Europe, that's like that. We are progressing from crisis to crisis. From time to time, I'm saying maybe we can progress once without crisis, but it is more difficult, apparently. But the first is the euro potential. What happened with the COVID crisis? That is, for the first time, we reacted not like during the financial crisis, because during the financial crisis there was, in fact, no real reaction by the European Union. There was only the Stability and Growth Pact and austerity and so on. But with COVID, for the first time, the Eurogroup, the European Union and European Central Bank launched a massive program of nearly 3 trillion of money to support the European economy. And the main part of that, in the middle, the recovery fund, what we call the Next Generation Fund, is for the first time financed with what we call Eurobonds. So bonds that you can buy in and outside the European Union and that are financing the recovery. By the way, these Eurobonds was such a success that the first time that they were put on the market, they were subscribed between 10 and 13 times the initial offer. So every time that Eurobonds come on the market, and we have now launched more or less a half of that amount of 750 billion in Eurobonds on the market, every time when a tranche was launched, this was subscribed massively and 10 to 13 times oversubscribed even in practice. And what we hopefully are going to see, and what the first part of soft power strengthening of the European Union can be, is to repeat that on regular basis. So to create what we call a Hamilton moment inside the European Union, when every 4 or 5 years we, with a launch of new bonds, we start an investment flow inside the European Union, and bonds that in fact double the, so this macroeconomic crisis response of 750 billion financed with Eurobonds, that is roughly doubling, has roughly doubled the financial capacity of the European Union. The financial capacity of the European Union is very small. It was only 1% of the European GDP. What the recovery fund is doing, the 750 billion, is it doubles, in fact, that financial capacity from 1 to 2% of the European GDP. That's still small, compared to the 23, 24, 25% of the United States, or for example, the Swiss Confederation, who has, for the federal state, for the confederal state, a budget, a fiscal capacity of roughly 15% of the Swiss GDP. But that is the first thing of soft power. That is to use, in fact, the euro, the second biggest reserve currency, in a more offensive way, using it in new investments instruments, collecting money for the transformation of the European economy after COVID. And that brings me to my second, and I go once back, my second point that I want to raise, that is the second pillar is to, in fact, launch a European digital model the fastest as possible in the coming and upcoming years. And therefore, I have this slide. This slide gives you the internet, the stock market value of the social media platforms and the internet giants worldwide. So I hope that you have your glasses. If you have bad eyes, it will be difficult to find Europe. But if you have a good glasses, you will find them. So we all know them. America, biggest, all the platforms, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, yeah, representing roughly 60% of the stock market value in the world. And then the upcoming Asian Pacific with companies like Alibaba, Tencent, and so on, Samsung, roughly representing. And then you have, yeah, that small egg there in the top, Europe, with the company SAP. There's a German company, you know that SAP, that's an accountancy firm in Germany. And then also, maybe if you have very good eyes, you will find Spotify inside that. And many people in the room will say, yeah, Spotify is not an American firm. No, it's a Swedish firm. A Swedish firm that started streaming music and that went to America to roll out its model, and then come back later on to the European continent. And in this one slide, you see, in fact, the absolutely weakness of Europe, including the UK, in the internet world, and they absolutely need to develop our own internet model. An internet model that is not the American model. The American model is easy. The American model is we give for free our data, and we receive for free the services of these big tech companies. And they are using our data to make, in fact, profit. So we make the content, they make the profit. That's the more or less American model. And what you have at the other hand is the Chinese model, the control by internet, by the social platforms of the behavior of citizens, of collectivities. This is what the other model is. Well, I think it's absolutely key for the soft power of Europe, including the UK, when there is no difference in the internet world between the UK and Europe, to develop its own internet model. And a possible model could be blockchain, in which people can keep the property in their own hands and can monetize their own data, what is not foreseen in the American model, and what is not foreseen, certainly not in the Chinese model. And so that's my second big soft power revolution that needs to come and to be undertaken in Europe. And my third, and I go back to my first slide, is naturally the climate change. There I can be very short. Europe has taken the lead in the fight against climate change. For that, we created that Fit for 55 package, so to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions with 55% until 2030, as early as in 2030, leading, in fact, the global world into a climate change revolution the fastest as possible. Fourth is the health union. COVID-19 has showed that only when we work together, that was the case with the vaccines, we are capable to produce them in a sufficient way within a health union. The fifth is pillar of soft power that we need to emerge is a real energy union in Europe, completely independent from Russian gas, Russian oil, Russian coal, what is absolutely still not the case today, even when I think that as a sanction against Putin, it would be wise to introduce a temporary embargo immediately on oil, gas, and coal coming from Russia. But such an energy union is absolutely the next point in the soft power we need to not be dependent anymore from whatever Russian fossil fuels in the future. The sixth is the common migration policy, where we have now used the temporary protection directive for the Ukrainian refugees. But besides that, there is in fact no migration policy in the Union. It are still the 27 member states who do that individually. And now, with this temporary protection directive, applying this to all 27 member states without asking visas to the Ukrainian refugees is possibly a good start for emerging, for starting together a real, enhanced, and unique migration policy that is not only talking about illegal migration, but that is also, in fact, organizing and managing legal migration to the European Union, because legal migration will absolutely be key, be necessary in the European Union to create sustainable growth in the future. And finally, as is the case in every soft power index, Mr. Hay, there is an absolutely need for European education and culture to use Europe as a model of civilization and to show it not only in its national forms as we are doing now, but in its European form as the European civilization is in reality. Because when we are going from the Atlantic until the Volga, so I'm already in Russia now, when I go until the Volga, what we see is the same, in fact, European civilization, the same expression of culture, of literature, even when we use different languages. And a way to show you why today the Union is absolutely not using that. The EU and education, that is a very difficult story, because the treaties don't foresee it. Education is a national item. It's not the competence of the Union. And we even have not the guts to use it. And the best example of that is a photo that I want to show to you, and it's this one. That are the euro notes. We are in Britain here, so here it's pound sterling, but we are using euros, as you know. And there you have all the banknotes that are used today. And what you see on the banknotes are beautiful pictures, the pictures of our European education and European culture, the artifacts of European civilization. Well, no. The bridges that you see on the backside, for example, of all these banknotes are theoretical bridges, are a sort of non-existing bridges, because there was too much difficulties inside the board of the European Central Bank when they decide on the first series of banknotes in 2002 and then on the second series of banknotes in 2013. What bridge we can take? The Ponte Vecchio in Firenze, but that's an Italian one, and the French will not be in agreement. And could we maybe take then the Pont de Gare in France? But no, the Germans will not be in agreement. So finally, at the end, on our banknotes in 2002 and later on in 2013 in the second series, we have put theoretical bridges, possible bridges that could be found in every, I should say, document in a school of architecture, and at the other side the same. There it are more the periods that we have expressed. Also with fictional parts of buildings inside Europe. So instead of using the Ponte Vecchio, using the Tour d'Eiffel, using the Brandenburger Tor, using whatever, that's Europe. No, Ponte Vecchio for me, that's Europe. The Colosseum, that's Europe. The Parthenon, that's Europe. But instead of using that, we are afraid to use our European identity, our European civilization, our European culture, and we put, I would say, these stupid bridges at the back of our banknotes. Maybe there is a chance to change it, because Mrs. Lagarde from the European Central Bank has announced in December last year that there will be a third series of banknotes coming out for the euro, and that there is an open competition to participate in this. So if somebody feels some interest in doing so, go for it, I should say. And then that brings me next. So for me, I'm only talking about banknotes, but I could talk about sport, for example. I could talk about culture in general, education, where besides Erasmus, we have in fact no other initiative on education inside the European Union. The third thing what we need is to be sovereign on hard power, to be more consistent, as I said, on soft power, and I have given you the 7 pillars that we need. And his third, and that's the next, more united on the political level. And to illustrate that, what the endeavor is, what the difficulty is, I show you this picture. Maybe you have seen that picture in the press. That is what we call Sofagate in the European Union. That is Mr. Erdogan receiving the President of the European Council, Mr. Michel, and the President of the Commission. And there was only one seat foreseen. And the consequence was this, that the President of the Commission, who is in fact leading the European government, because the European Commission, that's in fact the European government, but we are still using this old word of the Soviet Union, commissioner. I don't know why we are doing that. But in any way, she got not a seat. And that is what we call Sofagate. Sofagate is the consequence of the fact that there is no unity in the Union, that there are still more chairs, more presidents than is absolutely needed. That refers, in fact, to that famous phrase of Kissinger, who was saying, when I want to phone to the Europeans, I never know what phone number to dial, because there are so many leaders there in the European Union. Well, Sofagate was a pure example, tragic example of that. So what needs to be done on that level, on the institutional level, to create real soft power from the European Union. And that's my next and last slide, that is to end unanimity rule. The most difficult hurdle and obstacle in the European Union today to create the European Union as a real soft power entity that counts in the world is the fact that nearly everything has to be decided with unanimity. So it's sufficient that one party in Finland says no, and there can be no, I should say, recovery program for Greece during the financial crisis. It's enough that one country, like Hungary, has difficulties with putting sanctions against Lukashenko in Belarus, and it takes then 3-4 months before some sanctions can be launched. And the list of such difficulties in the European Union is endless. So the first thing to do in the European Union in the coming years will be a change in treaties to end unanimity. In the world of tomorrow, a political system based on a unanimity decision-making has as consequence that you always act too little, too late, and that you are in fact have no influence on the world stage. Second is to create a European democracy. European elections, I'm an elected MEP, so I can give you some background about it. It's still, in fact, an addition of national elections. So what we want to do, and there is an agreement for the first time between the political groups on the European level to do that, conservatives, socialists, liberals, and so on, is to create an EU-wide constituency. From 2024 on, Europeans will have 2 voting ballots. One to vote for their representative of their country in the European Parliament, and a second to vote for what we call transnational lists. That is a number of candidates from a political party coming from the 27 countries of the European Union, and by doing that also deciding on who will be elected as the leader of the European government and the European Commission. The third is transparent and coherent leadership. That's to, and I go back to my previous slide, that is to make that there is only one person there. For me, it can be a woman, so no problem about that from the European side. We have to merge all these chairs of council, of commission, into one single personality. And finally, but also very important, a one-seat policy of the European Union. In the UN, in the Security Council, we need to have, in fact, a European seat there. In the International Monetary Fund, we need one constituency for the euro. Today, that's not the case. So the Americans have one constituency for the dollar. We have, I don't know, many, 6, 7, 8 constituencies representing the euro. And every time we split ourselves in these constituencies that are taking the decisions on the monetary level in the world. So also there, one euro constituency in the EMF. So whatever tragedy that is happening now at the border between Ukraine and Russia, this is in fact more than a wake-up call for Europe. I can tell you that Putin has done more for European unity in the last weeks than ever has been done by European leaders the last years. It is his aggression in Ukraine that made it possible that we pick up 2 million and a half refugees without visas, helping them, dividing the power and the labor between the 27 member states of the Union. What was a casus belli in the Union for more than 10 years. It is in fact also Putin who makes that today we are starting to talk about European defense and joint armed forces of the European Union. And that we use for the first time in European history a European peace facility, so that is a budgetary line, to finance with the 27 buying arms for the Ukrainian army so that they can defend themselves, and that beyond the national participations and the national deliveries by so many countries in the European Union. And it's also because of Putin that we will see in the coming years a European Union that has been created. We are founded based in the war, in the Second World War. In fact, the European Union is a peace project. But we forgot that it was a peace project. Now, Putin and his aggression remember us that we have to come back to that initial dream, that of a European Union that can keep war outside of our continent. Thank you very much for your attention taken.
Thank you so much indeed, Guy Verhofstadt. A real tour de force there, absolutely fascinating. We only have 5 minutes before I have to wrap, so no time to take any questions from the floor. But just to pick up on a couple of things that you've said very quickly, because we only have 5 minutes. You talked just now about the EU should utilize its hard sovereign power a lot more, and you showed those figures at the beginning. But I just want to ask you, how reliable are the Chinese figures of 252 billion? Because, you know, there are European leaders like President Macron who says you don't actually know what the Chinese are spending on defense. A very quick answer on that. And also you showed Russia at 62 billion, but surely the question there is, Russia is a nuclear power. Also, Putin has shown himself to be very reckless, and he will use chemical weapons, for instance, quite possibly against civilians. And that's the kind of enemy you're against. So the figures only take you so far, because if you have somebody like him who's willing to play dirty.
Yeah. But European Union is also a nuclear power. Because France has more than 200 nuclear bombs. So,
and Britain in NATO.
And Britain also. So it's not true that we are only depending from...
So do you think there could be a nuclear collision between Russia and
but I think there is certainly, at a certain moment, there was maybe a risk that he would use. We never know with Putin. There are people who are saying, yeah, Putin will stop in Ukraine. I don't know. He could even start a war against the Baltic states. Putin will never use nuclear. I don't know. He says that tactical nuclear weapons are conventional weapons in his spirit. In my opinion, the tactical nuclear...
So France could, within the EU, because Britain's not in the EU, France could...
No, France has already said that they are protecting Europe with their nuclear capacity. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to do our homework in defense. You see that today. This is not a nuclear war. Let's hope that it is not becoming a nuclear war. It are the conventional weapons that makes the difference.
Okay.
It's the weapons that are now delivered by the US, by Europe, by Britain, that can hopefully stop Putin, or that will stop Putin.
Yeah.
Let's hope it,
Okay.
because that's the only positive outcome that I see in this conflict, that Ukraine will win the war.
Okay. Oh, Ukraine will win the war. Good. Okay. All right. Thank you. Never mind about the thing about the figures, because you never know what's going on with Chinese defence spending.
Yeah.
You also mentioned the fact that in terms of refugees, the European Union has shown great solidarity, perhaps unprecedented, with the Ukrainians. But when it comes to the matter of the European Union accelerating Ukraine's membership of the European Union, there's no question of that happening. It only has an association agreement, a cooperation, partnership, and so on. Your own Prime Minister in Belgium, Alexander De Croo, has been one of the European leaders who's been very vocal, saying partnership agreements with Ukraine, yeah, absolutely, let's embrace them closer, but membership, that's a different matter. Charles Michel, also former Belgian politician, President of the European Council, saying similar things. So actually, the embrace only goes so far.
No. In my opinion, there has been a very bad communication and made by the European Council on that issue. What we needed to do is to recognize Ukraine as a candidate member of the European Union and immediately open the negotiations.
But that's not happening. The leaders are saying, this is all very
What they are
hasty.
doing now is pushing
we'll see.
And waiting for the opinion of the Commission. Well, I know the opinion for the Commission, and they need also to have the opinion of the Parliament.
Yeah.
The Parliament has to approve it. Well, I can tell you that we have already approved a resolution to say we want immediately the start of the negotiation, and we want that Ukraine is recognized as candidate member of the European Union.
So it will be fast-tracked. It will be fast-tracked.
It has to be fast-tracked.
Okay,
I think that there is the typical anxiety of a number of European leaders, but in this crisis, anxiety is a bad advisor.
Okay, and a final point to you, because I've only got a minute, is you talked about European Union, what it can do within its own leadership. You talked about how it put a very strong floor in its economies when it came to recovering from COVID, the 750 billion euro recovery fund and so on. But, you know, the world is a big place, and other countries in the world, Africa, Asia, whatever, said, look, you know, when it came to the vaccines, when it came to the stimulus packages and so on, the Europeans looked after themselves, but they didn't actually do a great deal for the rest of the world. People triple vaccinated here, as I said, you know, the money for their economies, but it wasn't a great moment for European soft power globally.
The European Union is the part of the world who has exported the most vaccines in the world, so far more than the US. So I'm from Belgium. In Belgium, you have a big factory. There are only two big factories of Pfizer. There is one in Michigan, and there is one in Puurs. Puurs is also known for a good beer, but it's not the same that they put in the vaccine. I can say the Duvel is the name. So if you hear about Puurs. So in Puurs, from day one, there was export of these Pfizer vaccines made in Belgium to the rest of the world. From Michigan, nothing at all. Have been exported until months and months later, a first batch to Canada and later to other parts of the world. But it's true, I'm personally in favor to lift the patent on the vaccines. Because
and the Americans are too. Joe Biden actually said lift the patents.
I think
Europeans
because
said no.
it's absolutely crazy that in such a pandemic we continue to protect them.
All right, and the final quick point, you said the euro should use itself much more, but you're dealing with yen diplomacy. We know that the Chinese spend a great deal. They went in for their vaccine diplomacy as well, distributing lots of PPE and vaccines and so on, you know, Sinopharm. So when you talk about the euro as a global currency, you have to again see the world. It's a big place. The Chinese spending a lot with their Belt, you know, Roads Initiative and so on. You're up against that too, not just the dollar.
No, that has been countered with a huge initiative also from the European side in Africa. That is absolutely key, with an amount that even goes beyond what the Chinese are doing for the moment. But it's clear that the euro, to be really a currency that can 100% compete with the dollar, you need more investments products for institutional investors worldwide using the euro, expressed in euro. And that we still not have. We have this euro bonds now that has been launched on the market, were a huge success, but there are trillions of possibilities, I think, for euro-denominated assets to be launched in the future of the world.
As we expected, Guy Verhofstadt, you've given a very clear blueprint there for how the European Union could better project its soft power, both within the bloc itself and also globally. Thank you so much indeed. Very extensive, very enjoyable. Thank you.
Well, I hope you all agree that was an extremely stimulating morning. I thoroughly enjoyed all the different sessions. I'd like to thank Zainab for keeping it all under control, ending us pretty much bang on time with a very, very good discussion. I've got a small number of points, which I will keep as short as possible, flowing from what we talked about this morning. The first one was there were various suggestions about what we should do to improve the soft power research. First of all, we only did 120 countries this year, but that is a lot more than last year. We did 60 last year. Ideally, we would like to do every country in the UN, which is 193, but obviously that costs money. We would also like to do the EU. So, Guy, you can introduce us to Ursula von der Leyen and she can pay for it. And we can extend it to the EU and to the rest of the world. I think it would be extremely interesting if we did that. There were a couple of other points that were made about the research. One was that it tends to favour large countries. I'm not sure that's strictly true, actually, because Ireland, New Zealand, Israel, UAE, Singapore all do pretty well in the study. And the thing is, it's a multi-dimensional study. There's an absolute score, but against each one of the individual things, there are a lot of interesting insights, which I ask you all to go and have a look at and analyse for your countries or for any other countries you're looking at. So I don't actually think it's unfairly in favour of larger countries. There are some small countries that are well represented. One question that was asked was, is it better to do promotion or action? Well, obviously, action is the necessary prerequisite. But I think, as with a lot of brands, commercial brands as well, they may be doing a lot of useful, good actions, but if they don't promote themselves well, the public don't realise. And what we are talking about here is perceptions. People have perceptions of countries. So you can be as philanthropic and helpful and wonderful as you like, but if you never really get that across to people, they won't know, and your perceptions are not going to be fulfilled. And that's one of the reasons why Martin's comments about the budget for GREAT was very apposite. If you look at corporations, hundreds of millions, if not billions, are spent on explaining what they do and advertising what they do to the public. And countries are not corporations, but they certainly owe it to themselves to spend more, I won't say exactly how much more, but more on getting their message across. I think that covers the general things, apart from Bangladesh. Bangladesh needs to be included, I agree with you. And there are a couple of other, El Salvador, you need to be included too. But we have to get the practical means to be able to do that. So that's the first point. The second point is, I'm conscious that we're just about to go for lunch. There's a very nice buffet lunch. I hope you'll all stay for it. But I do want to point out to you the rest of the programme. I'd like as many of you as possible to stay for the programme because we've got some very exciting workshops starting from lunchtime onwards. So over lunch, we are actually focusing in a workshop at the lunch space, just inside the lunch space. There's a little workshop room there where we're going to be looking at some of our data specifically in relation to South Africa and we've got Pumela Salela, who's the country head in the UK for Brand South Africa, who will be talking with Parul Soni and Jeremy Sampson from our South African division about the way South Africa can be measured from our study. So I suggest you go and have a look at that if you're interested in seeing a specific case study. Straight after lunch at 2:15 in here, we are going to have a workshop about understanding the value of sport to soft power. The Olympics, the World Cup, any number of different sporting things, it is clear sport does contribute and has a huge impact. The fact that Russia is now being closed off from sporting events will hurt them. And so I strongly suggest that you come back after lunch to hear what's being said by the panel. We've got Professor John Davis, who's a noted academic from Seattle, who's written several books about the Olympic movement. We've got Nick Bittell, who's the chief executive of the London Marathon, and Professor Simon Chadwick, the global professor of sport, Centre for Eurasian Sport. So do come back and listen to that one. And then straight after that, at 3:15, we have got one which is about understanding the value of sustainability. Sustainability is becoming a really defining factor in nation perceptions. Countries which are doing well with climate change or reduction of carbon or looking after the environment, like New Zealand, for example, are getting particularly strong on their soft power. And again, we have a panel including Florian Kiefer, who is the founder and editor of the Place Brand Observatory and wrote a PhD on the way that New Zealand is using purity and the environment to promote itself. We have Jeff Turner, who is Vice President of Sustainability from DSM. You may not have heard of it, but it's a very large chemical company and life sciences company in the Netherlands, who has been working with the UN Sustainability Goals for about 12 years, knows everything there is to know about the UN Sustainability Development Goals. And they will be having a discussion with Robert Haig about how sustainability can be used for developing soft power. And then finally, we are going to have a workshop at 4:15, which is being led by a chap called Marcel Nobile. Many of you may know him. He is the original founder of Superbrands, and he has created a thing called Brand Solidarity to show support, for brands to show support to Ukraine in its time of need. And what I wanted to finish with before I hand to our final speaker is it's notable that all global brands are now being expected to take a stand about what's going on in the Ukraine. Several hundred brands have already suspended, frozen, or closed their operations in Russia. Many more are under pressure to do so. Brand soft power, sounds a bit pretentious, but brand soft power is already having an effect in Russia. People don't like the fact they can't buy a McDonald's, a Coke, and any number of other products. And they begin to ask, well, why are they shutting all this stuff off? What they can't get from the Russian media, they are getting indirectly from all these brands. So there is definitely power behind individual brands. And I would draw an interesting distinction that in other wars going back over history, whether it was the Opium War, colonial wars, or even the Second World War, many brands did things that they shouldn't have done, in my opinion, and have very often not actually apologized for them since. One of the great things about brands, commercial brands these days, is they do have a conscience. And that is coming out loud and clear in what's going on in the Ukraine and Russia at the moment. And so at 4:15, Marcel has a panel. I won't go through all the names, but there's 5 notables from the corporate branding world who are going to discuss the complexities and difficulties of what we can and can't do for brands to try and aid with brand soft power to get a resolution to the current problems. So I hope some of you will stay on and join all 3 of those panels. Now, there we go. I've finished what I had to say. What I now want to do is to pass to Stephen Kinnock, who is a Labour MP, and he's Shadow Immigration Minister. And take the stage, Stephen. He is going to have the last word, and then we will go for lunch.
Well, thank you so much for that, David, that kind introduction. And it's a real honor and privilege to be with you here today. I'm very conscious that I'm the last person standing between you and lunch, so I promise to be brief. Soft power can sometimes be something of an abstract concept to grasp. So I thought it might be useful if I were to base my contribution today on my time in Russia, where I spent 3 years from 2005 to 2008, working directly in the soft power space as the director of the British Council in St. Petersburg. The first thing I'd say is that the demand for what we were offering was huge, because the people of St. Petersburg were hungry for contact with the rest of the world, and they saw our English language teaching and cultural relations work as pathways to a better future for themselves, for their families, and indeed for their country. This was soft power in action. It was the magnetic attraction of the English language and British music, literature, science, and the arts, combining to draw the rising stars of Russia into the gravitational pull of the best of what Britain has to offer to the world. But it's very important to note that our work wasn't based on an export-led promotional model. All of our projects were generated through partnership with Russian schools, universities, and cultural organizations placed firmly at the heart of program design and delivery. We opened our heart and minds to the people of St. Petersburg, and they reciprocated. This was soft power in the form of cultural exchange, with all parties truly listening and learning from each other. And as such, I would argue that it was far more effective than the more in-your-face, one-way street approach that governments sometimes take when it comes to soft power. Tragically, the Russian authorities forced us to close the British Council in St. Petersburg in 2008. We had become a football in the political and diplomatic meltdown in bilateral relations that followed the assassination of Alexander Litvinenko, and following a relentless campaign of bullying and intimidation by the Russian security services, we were left with no choice but to shut our doors. The sadness that I felt when I left Russia in 2008 was mixed with a strong feeling of trepidation about the future, as my first-hand experience of dealing with the Putin regime had left me in no doubt about its ruthless determination to dominate and crush anyone or anything that stood in its way. But what my time in Russia also taught me is that Putin's supposed show of strength was in reality a manifestation of his fundamental weakness. Because there's a direct connection between the Kremlin's attack on the British Council in 2008 and its assault on Ukraine in 2022. And that connection is fear. Just as Vladimir Putin was frightened of the soft power of the British Council, as we went about our daily business of engaging with young Russians and opening their hearts and minds to the world, so he is also terrified by the prospect of a democratic, prosperous, and vibrant Ukraine on his doorstep. And because people like Vladimir Putin are fundamentally paranoid, weak, and insecure, they are only capable of one response when they come up against the subtle and yet overwhelming forces of hope, ambition, and openness, which are at the heart of soft power. They lash out, and they seek to dominate and to destroy. At first glance, the standoff between the British Council in St. Petersburg and the might of the Kremlin, or the war between the Ukrainian resistance and the seemingly overwhelming firepower of the Russian army, may look like battles where there can only be one winner. But whilst hard power may win the battle, soft power will always win the war. For more than 30 years, the Russian people have been able to travel freely and have had access to culture and information from around the world. And by and large, they like what they see. They are attracted to freedom and democracy because human beings are hardwired to strive for empowerment and self-determination for themselves, for their families, for their communities, and for their country. My time in Russia left me in no doubt whatsoever that the overwhelming majority of Russians are normal people who want Russia to be a normal country that is open and connected to the world. And my Russian friends tell me that President Zelensky's dignity, courage, and defiance have given him a reach far beyond anything that President Putin can ever hope to achieve. And in the end, it is the power of persuasion, the power of attraction, and the power of constructive engagement that will always win the day. Before closing, I also wanted to say a few words about what the British government needs to do if it is to bolster and strengthen its soft power. And like every politician worth his salt, I have a 5-point plan. First, show, don't tell. Conservative ministers have developed the profoundly irritating habit of banging on about how Britain is world-beating at this or that. But somebody needs to tell them that every time they do so, they are in fact diminishing, not enhancing, our soft power. Humility and modesty are far more attractive than bragging and boosterism. The trick is to project a sense of quiet confidence and understated pride in our national story, as opposed to ramming our achievements down the throats of others. Second, innovate. Yes, television series such as The Crown, Victoria, Downton Abbey, Call the Midwife are huge commercial hits, but they're all about the past. I worry that our soft power and national brand appear to be increasingly based on our history as opposed to our present or our future. Britain is not a museum. It's a dynamic, creative place with all sorts of cutting-edge things going on across our creative industries. But we appear to be increasingly drawn to playing it safe in the identity and image that we're showing to the rest of the world. Third, educate. Our higher education sector is the beating heart of our soft power, attracting as it does millions of the brightest and best from across the world. This is truly a win-win for Britain, as many students choose to stay in the UK after they've finished their studies, thus contributing to our economy and enhancing our cultural diversity, whilst others return to their home countries where they often rise to prominent and influential roles. Fourth, invest. Soft power is fundamentally based on trust, so it takes generations to build and it can only take seconds to destroy. Institutions such as the BBC and the British Council have made huge and invaluable contributions to shaping and projecting our country's soft power, but the current government appears to be intent on withdrawing its support for them. This is the very definition of a false economy, and a policy rethink is urgently needed. And fifth, avoid the hard sell. Soft power is at its most effective and durable when it's based on mutuality. Nobody wants to be told incessantly how great or world-beating we are. Far better to build trust and mutual respect by listening rather than lecturing. The message has to be, engage with our culture, learn our language, and come to our country not because we think we're the greatest, but because we are just as fascinated by you as you are by us. Ladies and gentlemen, my experience in Russia is what convinced me to stand for office, because my time there taught me that freedom and democracy are precious and fragile things. It helped me to see that for far too long we've been profoundly naive and complacent about the dangerous forces and motives that are driving the behavior of authoritarian rulers around the world. And it made me realize that for far too long we have taken our democracy and our liberty for granted, and we have allowed the autocrats, the populists, and the nationalists to undermine our values and to chip away at the foundations of the international rules-based order, to the point where it is at serious risk of crumbling to dust. Putin's invasion of Ukraine on the 24th February was a Rubicon moment, and there can be no turning back. The world's democracies must now unite, and we must pull every single lever that we have at our disposal to defeat those who despise our values and who seek to do us harm. And there can be no doubt that soft power is just as important as the economic coercion, military deterrence, and political pressure that are now rightly being deployed against the Kremlin. Because in the long term, attraction and persuasion will always triumph over coercion and destruction. It was soft power that won the Cold War, and it is soft power that will bring about the downfall of Vladimir Putin and his barbaric regime. Ladies and gentlemen, I will never forget the hunger for engagement, learning, and opportunity that I saw in the eyes of the young Russians with whom I worked in St. Petersburg. And in these dark days, it is that hunger for change that gives me hope. Thank you.
Okay. I have one final surprise for you all, which is that we're going to have an address over the line from Vladimir Sheyko, who is Director General of the Ukrainian Institute, and I believe he's coming straight from Kyiv to give you this message. Can we put it on the line, please?
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of the summit, I realize now that I'm the last thing that stands between you and lunch, so apologies for that. I'll be quick. I would like to thank the organizers and Brent Finance for giving me this platform to speak, to share my concluding remarks, and also to the whole team who contributed to creation of this year's report. I think it's a tremendous piece of research that gives us a lot of insights and food for thought on the dynamics and interrelationships of state and non-state actors across the world. And my remarks will inevitably be related to the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the fact that I myself am now an internally displaced person. I'm not in Kyiv anymore. I had to leave my hometown. But I actually would like to employ a broader perspective on what we think soft power is and today and will be in the aftermath of the 24th of February. The report, this year's report, rightly suggests that soft power is and has been a fluid concept that we just keep rethinking every single year in response to the world around us. So with each publication of this report, we must tweak, question, and improve the term of soft power to reflect the very nature of global affairs and as well as nuances of how different individual countries and actors exercise soft power to achieve their very specific objectives. To do so, I believe it's fundamental that we increasingly look at the interrelationship between soft and hard power. And I think this was suggested a number of times earlier today. Because the extra research commissioned in the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine shows how vulnerable and even helpless soft power can be in times when hard power takes over. Soft power cannot undermine hard power by virtue of its nature, but we can see how hard power can very much crush any country's soft power achievements. And this is something that Verhofstadt suggested in his keynote speech. And I also want to raise a question with all of us of how soft power today is actually related to the things that we painfully lack in many parts of the world, but that are essential to our collective survival and sustainability. And I mean things like good governance, like freedom of expression, like international solidarity, like cooperation, peace building, international aid, transparency, participation in international coalitions to promote sustainable development goals, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, does soft power today reflect the best intentions and deeds in our public policies and behavior of the non-state actors? And I'll give you just a couple of examples, drawing these from the pillars of soft power index. For example, business and trade, an indicator of stable and reliable economy. What drives this economy? How fair are economic and trade policies that undermine these? When it comes to international relations and an indicator of influence in diplomatic circles, what is the nature of this influence? How does the country behave, for example, in multilateral diplomacy? And the whole thing about culture and heritage. Does a country instrumentalize culture today to achieve its questionable foreign policy goals? Does it exploit international sentiment for its culture and heritage to divert world's attention from its misdoings in domestic and international affairs? Does a country contribute to international cultural cooperation and is committed to preservation of international cultural heritage? So all those ethical questions that inform the breadth of indicators that are being captured in this report, I think is really crucial to dig a bit deeper into each of those to find out about the true intents of the actors that are being researched. Otherwise, if we don't do that, we risk soft power becoming just a nicer and sexier version of hard power, a disguise for hard power, a pretty superstructure that is installed on a good old foundation that keeps exercising force and coercion with disregard to what I call the greater good. And should that happen, we would ultimately miss the very fundamental point of soft power. And I think in today's world, and particularly with everything that is going between Russia and Ukraine today, I think we just can't afford to do that anymore. And I would like to leave you with that thought. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, my name's Hugo Hensley. I'm the Head of Sports Services at Brand Finance. Thanks for staying on after lunch and coming to our workshop on the importance of sport to soft power. Day to day, I focus on valuation and strategy of sponsorships, but the relationship between sports and the use of sponsorship and association with sports to steer a national image and improve soft power is constantly in view. So that's our relevance here, and I think we've been pushing for the last couple of years to have something on sport and soft power, and this year it's, especially in the last 3 weeks, become more relevant than ever. If sponsorship of teams, athletes, events is seen to have a positive image on corporate brands, companies, I think it's easy to see that that can easily have the same effect on national brands and regional brands and those closely associated with it, so team owners and things like that. However, key difference is for a business or a corporate sponsorship, I can ask our market research team, and I can have my accountant's hat on, and I can try and derive how many soft drinks or insurance policies or telecoms contracts are sold and see what effect that's having on the bottom line. But for a nation where they're trying to improve their soft power, it's much harder because those outcomes are expected to have the impact of soft power, so trade deals, international relations, diplomatic impact, tourism, talent attraction. So there's a bit more to dig into here. So we've got three great speakers. We've got Nick Bettel, the Chief Executive of London Marathon, Professor Simon Chadwick, who is the Global Professor of Sport and the Director of the Centre for Eurasian Sport, and Professor John Davis, who's the Chair of Brand New View, academic, and Professor of Marketing, or former Professor of Marketing at SP Jain School of Global Management. I hope I've got that right, John. So to start, we've got a short introduction from Professor John Davis, and then we'll be following with a panel discussion with our three panelists.
Good afternoon, how are you? Okay. Did you have lunch? I hope you had lunch. I tend to wander the stage. I hope that doesn't distract you or make you dizzy, but it's the only way I can breathe. I want to spend a few minutes opening up this discussion today about sport, and from the morning conversation, if you were there, you obviously saw a lot of references to sport already, which was fun to see. I'm going to talk about in the context, I actually have a book coming out in April. You'll all get a copy of the first chapter, which will be downloaded up there, and it's a reason why I mention it is not to make this an overt commercial. It is instead to say that it deals a lot with the structure of what I'm going to talk about today in the context of sport, because it's based on research I've done in over 40 countries. And in that context, it's interesting to look at what businesses and the world of sports is doing in order to create value for society. In other words, to influence. And if we're talking about the role of sport in soft power, that influence is really critical. We know that. And the question becomes, how does that happen? And in the research, it's been interesting. There are three dimensions to what successful organizations are doing to create what I call radical business or a radical sports perspective. They have three dimensions of value. One is value meaning, and I'll break this down for you further. Value meaning is aspiration. Why are we here? What's our purpose? What's our guiding star? Value measure deals with how do we determine that we're making progress towards our objectives, And then value mobilization is what are the actions and the activation tactics we're undertaking in order to bring our aspiration to life. And we'll look at each of these, but the key point behind it is that any organization that's going to have influence has to do all three of these things well, and that's what comes out in the research. If you are one-dimensional, the likelihood of you succeeding is non-existent. So now, let's break this down a bit more. Value meaning, that notion of aspiration that I referenced, this guiding star. What is value meaning? Let's go back to the 1930s, this country, and as Britain was making a transition from its empire into a different world, part of what was taking place at the government level was a question of what do we do as a country to raise our elevation or elevate our status in the world stage. Sport came up. And the idea was simple, was to portray Britain as a nation of justice and fair play and to support diplomatic objectives. This is back in the 1930s, and that's an interesting foray into this idea of what is meaning, what is our aspiration. It doesn't say, you know, we need to have X number of Premier League teams or we need to have this level of revenues. It simply is an aspiration launched out there to say this will help us on the world stage as we as a country transform. Let me give you another story. I'm going to take you back in time. Some of the earlier work, David had mentioned, I've written some books, and the other books have been about sports and the Olympics and whatnot. And in that, there's a number of fascinating stories that have allowed those sports to actually rise to the surface of our international mindset. And this story is a true story. It's a story of a competitor. And this competitor, like many competitors, had a fairly sizable ego. And there's nothing wrong with that. To be competitive in sport or anything else, there's got to be a healthy degree of self-regard, right? And in this case, this competitor not only had that sort of self-regard, but also had a fair amount of influence, and in fact was able to get their favorite disciplines that they believed they excelled in included in their sport. So what sport am I talking about? I'm talking about the Olympics, but I'm not talking about the recent era. I'm looking back in 67 AD. And the person up here is Nero, Emperor Nero. And when he was Emperor of Rome and the Olympics were occurring, he did not like the idea that the Olympics were all about sport, even though they're nearly 300 years of only sport. It was a religious rite in the ancient Greek era. Instead, he wanted artistic competitions because he fancied himself a bit of a sophisticated intellectual. And so he wanted dancing, he wanted theater, he wanted acting, he wanted poetry competitions included in the Olympics. And yes, he did compete in a sports event, the chariot race, but that was the only real event that he took place in. That was part of sort of the original Olympics. Now, he did well in all of those, but he was emperor. So that has something to do with the fact that maybe he was leader of the Roman Empire at the time that influenced that. But the interesting part about the chariot competition, and maybe you know the history, he finished first, but he didn't finish the race. He actually fell off his chariot. But the judges sensed some level of catastrophic personal harm if they didn't declare him the victor. So he won at that time. Now, the real question here is this is not a morality tale, right? This is an immorality tale. But the issue is why did he assume that it was so important to win? And part of it goes back to the founding of the original Olympics and this notion that athletes stand for something greater than just the average things we go through day to day. If you do well, there's a certain amount of status that you gain if you do well in competition. And in fact, in the Olympics, in the ancient era, there were no prizes for second or third place. Only first place mattered. And so he had a perverse sort of incentive to try to make sure he won. Plus, as emperor, it would look really bad if he didn't win. Be less convincing to his fellow Romans. Now, that notion of first place has transcended and lifted a lot of sport over history. We've seen how FIFA World Cup and other sports events around the world have really celebrated this idea of status and stature for our favorite and famous athletes. But that meaning is also something that benefits all of us. When you think about what we celebrate in sport as fans, as athletes ourselves, we get an uplift from it. We celebrate the highs, we lament the lows, but we're part of that whole vernacular, that whole gestalt, that whole emotion around sport. And so sport has a real benefit for society. It's also had benefits over the last 50 years. Worldwide, we've seen youth sports leagues really blossom. Around the world, almost to a country, every country having sophisticated sports systems that give meaning to young athletes. More recently, COVID times have seen some interesting challenges. I'll only cite a couple of pieces of data. But in Europe, interestingly, if you were between the ages of 8 and 14, your participation in sport increased the last couple of years. If you were over the age of 14, it decreased. The flip occurred in the US, over the age of 14, and participation grew dramatically. But under that, 3 in 10 people dropped out of sport that were in sport before. Now, that's obviously an anomaly due to the COVID circumstances, because the larger trend over the last 50 years has been this rapid increase because of the meaning it gives to the youth of the world. It's really had a big impact. So a question we could ask is, given the growth of sport, not just at the youth level, but the sophisticated professional sports leagues we all enjoy, has that ubiquity actually reduced the meaning and impact of sport in the world? Has it reduced its power to have influence? Don't know. We can talk about that today. The next measure, the second of the three, value measure. Are we making progress toward our goals? This is the easier stuff to talk about. It's the tangibles. Can we look at the size of something and measure its financial impact or its market share or anything else? Global sport as a percentage of global GDP, depending on what your definition of GDP is roughly 1%. That works out to about $600 to $800 billion worldwide. And what are the factors that go into that figure? Well, we know it's athletes, right? And what do athletes do? Well, they attract fans. What do fans do? Well, they attract media. And what does media do? They attract sponsors and the companies that provide the hard goods and soft goods that all athletes get to enjoy. Now, this is the commercial aspect of sport. We recognize that it does have wherewithal to actually drive conversation, economically speaking. That's why you see the massive growth of the commercial side of sport. How about at a country level? I was delighted earlier this morning that Singapore came up so often. My background, I moved back to the United States in 2019, just ahead of the pandemic. Timing was terrible. But I lived for the preceding 16 years in Singapore and spent a good chunk of my professional life there. Really enjoyed it. And I got to see what happened when Singapore took on the F1 back in 2008, which they just renewed for another 7 years in the last month or so. And F1 was an effort by the country to raise its stature, because if you know anything about Singapore, you know that it doesn't have a rich tradition of sports at the youth level up until the last couple of decades where they really started to bring it into the school systems. So they always had sort of an arm's length relationship to that, and consequently, it didn't have that same sort of cultural magnetism that a lot of places have. They brought in F1, and just the numbers itself have been great for Singapore. It's only a country of 5.2 million people, but F1 by itself has generated $2.5 billion in revenue. It's brought in 1.5 million F1 tourists, plus another 500,000 plus of adjacent tourists, which has helped the economy further. So the value measure for Singapore, just in the context of F1, has been solid. It's been very important for the country. Plus, you may know this about Singapore too, they're driven to be #1 in everything. They don't always achieve it, but they're pretty good at it. It was the first nighttime F1 race, which gave it some additional notoriety, and that helped the country further elevate its status and stature in the world. Question for you, and we could talk about this in the conversations today too. Are there better ways to measure the impact in sport other than just the revenues, the currency, the dollars, the euros, whatever it might be? Final stage, value mobilization. The actions and the activation tactics we undertake to bring sport to life. Back to Singapore for a moment. F1 we've talked about. What else has Singapore done? Again, this little city-state, island off of the coast of Malaysia, brought in the first Youth Olympic Games in 2010. I was there for that. It was interesting to watch. They did it because they like being first in a lot of things, and they wanted to make sure that the Olympics had the Youth Olympics had a rousing send-off to the rest of the world. They did a remarkable job. It was a very successful opening Youth Olympic Games, and it gave them some bragging rights that to this day still works. And it also has led to investment in some really substantial new facilities that they've built over the past decade. This is their sports hub. It's a multi-billion-dollar complex, and it is as good as anything you'll find anywhere in the world. and it could host an Olympics if they wanted to. They have some other limitations, but it's a really phenomenal set of attributes that sport has given to the country. And again, using sport to kind of leverage the reputation of a country. So now, let me flip it to a different place. This is the United States. You may have heard of the Title IX legislation. If you hadn't, I'll explain it to you very briefly. Back in 1972, under the Nixon administration, the U.S. wanted to remove discrimination from sports participation for school-aged women. So anybody up to the age of 22, basically through the end of university. So they launched Title IX. It reduces discrimination and bias. What it ended up doing is taking what was once a population where 20% of the sports participation in schools were women to nearly 50% nationwide over the last 50 years. It's helped lead to increase in the number of women actually participating overall. You can see from 300,000 to 3 million. It's led to a really interesting seismic shift in the number of participants in the U.S. Olympic team. What was once less than 20% of the participants back in 1972 were women. It's now about 56%, so it's actually larger than the men's team. So it's been sizable in that regard. Where it hasn't been as successful has been in equalizing things like scholarships for students and growing the number of sports. It's grown it a little bit, but as I was talking before the start of the session with someone else, we have universities, for example, that have 45 to 50 different sports in men's sports, and it might be 20 to 25 in women's sports. It's still uneven, but it's definitely better than it was. And the point behind this is that the mobilization of the regulatory environment to create an even playing field that would encourage greater participation has worked, and it still has things to work out, but it's definitely made a difference in increasing that conversation around sport. Now, more recently, and of course it's been the topic of the morning sessions, has been what's happened in Ukraine. And we've seen over the past 3 weeks an amazing movement of the world's sports bodies to ban Russian athletes and Russian teams from international competitions. And the question you could look at in there is this ultimately going to lead to a cessation of the invasion? One only hopes. We don't know the answer to that yet, but it's interesting as a statement about the emotion attached to sport that it would have such a potential to impact. And what's interesting is you read this quote up here about Putin's objectives with sport. Sport was viewed very cynically as a means to kind of elevate the stature of Russia through any means possible. And those means aren't always reputable means. The sports bodies came together and said, enough. Now, final question, and we'll bring the panel up here. How do national actions affect sport and reputation? So I just want to set the stage with different thoughts with you there. We're going to bring the panel up. Panel, come on up here onto the stage. We've got some great people with Nick and Simon and Hugo. And what we want to do is make this a conversation. So unlike me just blasting at you for the last few minutes, we actually want you to ask questions, get involved, have a discussion with us. Are you up for that? That was so underwhelming. Let's try that again. Do you want to do this? Yes. That's a little bit better. All right. Please have a seat. So we've got Hugo and Nick, and we've got Simon here, and my guess is we've got a good turnout here for this session, and folks interested in sport. What I would love to do before we kind of get into the questions is maybe get a couple of minutes from each of you, just your thoughts, your perspective on sport and soft power. Hugo, let's go with you.
Yeah, so my reason I'm here is I work in sports, but mostly in sponsorship and the branding around it. More on the corporate side, but what I've got that I don't know if everyone else has is a load of research that we do into how sports impacting perceptions of all attributes of brands. So not just, are you going to buy another Coca-Cola if they sponsor the Olympics, but what is it that a certain sponsorship or sport is going to impart on that? Is it innovation, community feeling? Is it more familiarity, where we spoke earlier, for a country get out there, it needs to be in front of people. And when we see the interaction of sports and soft power, you can see New Zealand rocketing up our ranking. I think it was in the top 20 at least. Yeah. And what's that, 6 million people, and what's their exposure? It's sport. they actually rated themselves 10 out of 10 on leaders in sport. The only other country to do that was the United States.
And the U.S. has a very inflated view of itself, so.
So my view is from that sort of data and accountant's point of view, where I have I think quite a clear view on how those attributes that we assume and understand are doing good work for brands are also imparted by nations by hosting events, but also by ownership or interaction with sports by representatives of those nations. So I think the impact isn't to be understated. And as I said, you can sell a few more drinks or a few more subscribers, add a bit of loyalty, but the impact for soft power can be so much larger. It can be enormous trade deals. If you think Gazprom being on UEFA, how much influence does that have over the agreements on Nord Stream if they're getting in early?
Well, and it's a bit like came up this morning, that the reference to sport came up a lot, right? It was the idea of sport or any nation punching above its weight. And in many ways, what you're describing is very much that metaphor, right? The notion that sport actually has a much higher leverage opportunity. Nick, how about you?
I suppose I'm here as the skeptic, really.
All right.
So I was a director of UK Sport for 14 years, which has responsibility for sport soft power in the United Kingdom. But I'm one of those who maybe doubts whether or not sport, in terms of mega events, which is where we tend to concentrate, does have the effect which people think it does. I mean, the fact that people can't necessarily agree with what the definition of sport power is, whether it's Joseph Nye or Niall Ferguson arguing about that, makes me wonder, well, can you actually measure it? But I would say that if there is an impact, it's much more likely to be in the annual events. It's going to be in the likes of Wimbledon or the Premier League. 5 million people watch the Premier League week in, week out. There are 10, according to Man United anyway, there are 10% of the world's population count themselves as Man United fans. I think it's slightly less in Manchester.
By the way, that's me too, and I'm sorry if I've offended anybody, but
that image of the Premier League being beamed around the world, Wimbledon and the traditions of Wimbledon, I think those are going to have a far greater impact than the somewhat transient effect of hosting some what would otherwise be termed as mega events. And you can point to a number of examples where maybe it's even had the opposite effect.
Sure.
You look at India and the hosting of the Commonwealth Games at Delhi. I don't think that had a particularly positive effect, but yes, the IPL, massive effect on how India may be perceived. And you can go on, Montreal and the debt there, and Commonwealth Games having been hosted in Jamaica and Malaysia. Was there really any lasting soft power effect? Economic effect, I'm not doubting. But it's that idea of soft power streaming from the hosting of mega events.
So in effect, the episodic nature of the quadrennial events, it makes us lose interest, in effect. To a certain extent.
Yeah, and that's why Russia, I'm no doubt, went for a series of events, the World Cup, World Athletics Championships, and the Winter Olympics, etc. But I'm not too sure that really altered the brand perception of that.
Okay.
I think there are interesting examples, and I think very often it has more effect upon a city than it does on a nation. And the prime example would be Barcelona Olympics.
Okay. Thank you very much. Simon, I know you're shy in retiring, so do your best just to kind of speak up.
Okay, I'll Hi, I'm Simon. I guess a simple thing to say is I work in a business school, so I therefore tend to see sport and soft power in terms of money and jobs, in economic terms. But a lot of people keep coming to me nowadays and saying, tell us about the geopolitics of sport. I'm not a geopolitician, I work in a business school. So I started out as a marketer, and one of the things that I noticed about sponsorships, my doctoral study was on sponsorships, is sponsorships started to change. So from burgers and fries sponsorships, I started to notice, for example, and I think you probably know, Hugo, I've written quite a lot on Gazprom and its sponsorship motives. And so I've gradually drifted into this area, I guess. I started out as a sport fan with an interest in countries. I would actually describe myself now as a countries fan with an interest in sport. I could become technical and try to use lots of long words, but I may fail in doing that. But if I give you an example, because I think soft power is perhaps more important than we realize. Certainly as a British guy, it's more important than many people realize. And I always say to my students, I always use the taxi test when I go somewhere. So when I go to Beijing, or I go to Doha, or I go to Los Angeles, or some place where the taxi driver doesn't speak English, I'll sit in the front of the taxi, number one, because you find out a lot about a country when you talk to taxi drivers. And to start that conversation, what I always do is I'll say to them, what's your Premier League team? And 75% of them will have a Premier League team. 25% won't, and they will tell you exactly why they don't have a Premier League team, because they prefer Juventus, they prefer Bayern Munich, because they're not interested in football, they're more interested in tennis or marathons. But then once you discover that the taxi driver in Beijing is actually a Manchester United fan, the conversation starts. And for me, that's what soft power is at a very kind of simple level. It's not just about trying to persuade people that you are something that you may or may not be. I think it's a conversation starter. It's a way of establishing a point of attraction, and you mentioned Nye there, and soft power being attractive power. So that's part of it. And if I think then how that translates into my academic work, in 2008, I worked with the British Council and several Premier League clubs. And what we did is we used Premier League football as the basis for going to countries like Thailand and China, also to the United States for a short time. We actually ran a competition, which, if you know The Apprentice in England, or if you're from the United States, Shark Tank, we ran a version, or we created a version of that was based around running a Premier League football club. And if I think about the last iteration of this in China, we had 2,000 contestants participate in that competition. And the focus of that, or the main reason for that, was to improve the opportunities for British universities to recruit overseas students from China in particular in that case. And so this kind of sport and culture and language and soft power and education, just hopefully in those couple of examples, that's my thinking about soft power, that's my understanding, but that's also my experience too.
You know, it's interesting when you mentioned the taxi drivers, and if you've been to Singapore, you know that a conversation with a taxi driver there is always a joy for a number of reasons. Number one, they speak about 3 languages. But the other piece to it is that they often have affinity for an EPL club, right? And so you'll often get into a conversation, who do you like? I like Chelsea or Arsenal or whoever it might be. And it immediately opens up the doors to understanding, right? And so there's that international appeal. And that kind of leads me to another question, and it came from this morning's comments, the first panel with Alex, the former Prime Minister of Finland, and he talked about this notion of transnational soft power. And we've got some different perspectives here on that. So Nick, I know that you see sort of the mega events as almost less effective, because even though it brings people across nations together, it's within nations where the power is probably more valuable. Do you see sport as being more effective in that regard? Is it declining? What do you think?
There's certain sports properties, and Simon has spoke eloquently about the power of the Premier League, which undoubtedly works across boundaries around the world. But that is because I'm not saying it's because it's a British product, but you are able to link it to Britain because it is based here, the clubs are British, so you can envelop the flag around it and all the rest of the attributes. I don't think you can necessarily do that in the same way as you can when you're talking about a transient event. You know, the Olympics are here now, they're Brazil, wherever they may be. Is there a transference of brand values, which is what I think we're trying to talk about, to Britain by having the Olympics here, or vice versa? Is there to the Olympics by being hosted in Britain? I think the evidence is quite weak there when you look at it. And there was a lot of research done after the 2012 games, which said 35% of people who'd watched the games said they were more likely to visit Britain. But there was no discernible effect actually afterwards on tourism. There was absolutely in terms of that intention, but it didn't translate necessarily into action. Not in the same way as if you go to Manchester on a weekend when they're at home, and you will see thousands of fans coming in from Norway and Finland and everywhere else to watch those games. So it's that difference that I think we've just got to highlight.
Okay. Simon, I'm going to kind of change tactics here for a little bit, and I'm going to throw a political question at you related to sport.
I work in a business school.
No, it's okay. It's a transnational business school. Okay. When you think about the role of athletes, you think about events, you think about clubs. What is your perspective, or what do you think is most important in the context of their voice relative to the political situation? Should they have a role in that, or should they not? I mean, the reason why I ask is we know a lot of athletes and teams tend to do that. Do you think that is good for soft power sport, or?
I think what's really interesting for me is I pick out two countries in particular, and that is Norway and the Netherlands. If I deal with the Netherlands first, so one of the things that really interests me is Qatari soft power. So the fact that I'm going to talk about Netherlands in the context of Qatar, Qatar is trying to do certain things in terms of soft power, in terms of its nation brand, in terms of its position in the world. But it has to get engaged with countries like the Netherlands. So the Netherlands, Netherlands has qualified for the World Cup. They will be there in November, December to compete in the tournament. We already know about Qatar. There are several controversies, one of which is around the treatment of migrant laborers. Human rights groups are involved in that, and it draws intense scrutiny from the international media. In some ways, the Netherlands potentially could be somewhat compromised by its participation in that event. So the way in which the Dutch FA and the Dutch government have worked with the Qataris is they've now established some benchmarks for their participation in the event. And so, in essence, what they will be doing is making a contribution to, one would imagine a tangible contribution to, improvements in the lives of immigrant construction workers. So therefore, in terms of Dutch soft power, not just in Qatar, but I think worldwide, it enables the Dutch brand, or that brand Netherlands, to uphold a particular set of values, but at the same time, not just making noises and adopting a position, also tangibly making a contribution. I guess that's bilateral, because then what happens for the Qataris is they also can tangibly demonstrate that some of the messages they're trying to get out into the global environment are also made good. They're also upholding those values they tell us are important. The other one, Norway, I mean, essentially brand Norway and the soft power of Norway is embodies in these liberal Northwestern values that people like me are supposed to have. And you see now, for instance, in terms of Norwegian national team players, again in relation to the Qatar World Cup and some of the political statements that they are openly making. So I guess my point here is that what we're seeing is, rather than feeling compromised or challenged or contradicted, you're getting the likes of Norway and the Netherlands engaging with soft power and engaging with nation branding and trying to create an opportunity from it rather than running scared of it.
Okay, so in many ways it provides a bit of cover as a lubricant to get engaged in the conversation, right?
But don't you think athletes are going to be far more effective in their voice, and are far more effective on the domestic front? Because actually, how many players and athletes do translate onto a global stage? So we see obviously Marcus Rashford in a British example, or we see the US women's soccer team having quite a lot of effect nationally. But I think the examples of athletes having a global effect are very few.
I mean, I find athletes as advocates or influencers or activists, if we can call it that, really interesting, because we're all compromised. And I can think about the German international, Toni Kroos, who plays for Real Madrid, who's been strident in his opinions about Qatar, and yet he plays for a club that has very strong relations with United Arab Emirates and has increasingly close relations with Saudi Arabia. So rather than just kind of a 30-second answer now, I would prefer to say this is a really, really interesting area, hugely complex. What interests me is, where do we draw our red lines?
Right.
And this is something over the last 3 weeks that's particularly occupied my mind. Where do we draw our red lines?
It's definitely elevated in stature, for sure. Hugo, I want to get you involved in this, and then what I'm going to do is I want to turn it over to find out what questions are on in the audience. And before I get Hugo to address this as well, how many hands out there are there that we can begin to call on? Okay, a bunch already. There's a couple there. Anybody over here? How about over there? Don't be shy. It's okay. Maybe? How about if I call on you like you're one of my students? All right, we'll come back to you. So just this idea of politics involved with athletes, or athletes involved with politics or clubs and whatnot. Given the work that you do and as you're assessing evaluations, do you see that coming into play?
I'm not a former Prime Minister. My comments on politics are mostly limited to what we do, but we do market research and we say, you know, do you approve of the owners of football clubs? This would be among fans. And we had Chelsea a couple of years ago as 6th in the Premier League as most approved. So while everything's going well and it's not in the spotlight, I don't think anyone has a problem. But the influence of politics, I think, is only seen when there's a very positive or negative aspect. And obviously what will probably change now, and as you say, the Netherlands, why do they have involvement in Qatar? Is because people are now being held responsible for these interactions, I think, as they go on, and a bit more scrutiny into, you know, looking into how Saudi Arabia is or isn't controlling Newcastle. Because when the government stepped in during the European Super League promotion and sort of got behind the fans and said, no, this can't happen, I don't think people had a problem with UK politics saying this is something for the people. So the interaction of politics is really where people think it's good or bad. Obviously, if you're Russia, and most people wouldn't think their politics is very good at the moment, those interactions aren't going to be seen well. But my point on sponsorship would see, sponsors are dropping out. It's having that commercial effect, and the whole of soft power and companies' influence, as we said,
at some point it's
is going to start connecting the different points.
Because it's a negative halo in that regard, right? Okay.
Can I just come in, John? I found the whole Super League thing and the British government response to the Super League really interesting, because there was a certain amount of populism. Actually,
Surely not.
Quite a lot. Apparently there was. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think there was quite a lot of populism involved. Because again, I like to think about not just about soft power, but in terms of countries and their industrial assets. And for me, the Premier League is an industrial asset. We have a global competitive advantage through the Premier League. And for a government to say, well, what we're actually going to do is that potentially undermines national competitive advantage globally of the Premier League is really, really significant. And that populist response to the Super League, I think, was ill-considered. You know, because the political and economic basis for these decisions, I think, is very often much more significant and deep and fundamental. And in that particular episode, I thought the government's response was weak.
Interesting. You know, and I want to come to your questions in 20 seconds here. You may have read about in the U.S. a few years ago, there was a professional quarterback by the name of Colin Kaepernick who protested police brutality in the U.S. by kneeling during the national anthem of a football game. And it raised a lot of societal concerns there, I think unfairly, because I think his point of view was legitimate, which is there's no other way to kind of get people to recognize systemic racism if we don't start to deal with it in some more visible way. And it led, if you know the story, it led to him, in effect, being ostracized from the league. And so, on the one hand, the politics side of it has been very important for raising an issue, and it's also created sort of a sacrificial story in his regard. And obviously, the Black Lives Movement matter that's across the United States has certainly gained momentum, not just because of that, but certainly as a factor in that. You two had questions, so who should we go with first?
Hi there.
Hi.
Thank you for the panel so far. My name's Henry. I work at Brand Finance. So I might already know Hugo's answer, so this is actually aimed kind of at the other guys.
All right, so Hugo, you're having this.
If we take the Premier League example, you've used it a lot. What is the best way to measure success for that? Because I don't think it's just money for the Premier League, and it might not just be influence. It might not be getting people playing football. What would you measure that? And Nick, I know you were playing devil's advocate, but if you don't think it plays a big role, what would make the Premier League a success?
No, I'm not saying it doesn't play a big role or that it wants to. I'm saying it has far more effect than any transient mega events. And they do very much have a broader view than just bottom line. So if you think of the work that they're doing in schools, internationally, Premier Stars, that sort of program, it is, but is that an altruistic reason, or is it because they're adding to the brand value of the Premier League? They're saying to their sponsors, you can have a warm, fuzzy feeling by sponsoring the Premier League. I think it's a virtuous circle, But generally, why should sport be interested in whether or not it's delivering soft power for a nation? I think that they are interested in whether it delivers power for them, economic power. And if they think it can, then of course they're going to be interested in the wider aspects of that event. That is a totally different calculation to a government who puts money, in the case when I was at UK Sport, they put money into a charity which we were running at the time called International Inspiration, and we used sport, I think, quite effectively in programs, in development programs around the world, in Malawi and Africa and loads of other places. But that's because the government wanted to try and do that. It's not because sport thought it was a good idea to sell the value of sport in Malawi. So yes, I think that it can have an amazing economic value to a sport to have those wider interests, whether it's getting more people to play sport, delivering to the value to a sponsor, or just the fuzzy good feeling that you have sometimes around some of these programs.
Okay, so there's the hard numbers of the revenues it creates, and there's the soft value of just the fuzzy good feeling.
Well, you know, one of the first deals I ever did as a chief executive of the London Marathon was getting Flora as a sponsor of the London Marathon. For those of you from abroad, Flora is a margarine brand. And why did they sponsor the London Marathon? It wasn't because they wanted brand recognition. They wanted brand value transference. They wanted people to think that Flora was good for you. Mm-hmm. And that's what they got. And all the research that we did showed they got that from sponsoring the London Marathon because of our brand values, which were healthy, fun, charity. Okay. And that's therefore, yes, of course, we're going to promote that because it's going to be important to whether it's Flora then or TCS today.
And I guess the question, just to follow up on what you were asking there too, and this is not a question to necessarily directly answer now, but the question of that brand value transference, the actual value that creates is much harder, right? Because how do you measure reputation, right? In some ways, I mean, you've got RepTrack and what brand finance does and whatnot, but we try to, in many ways, we turn those into accounting questions as opposed to larger questions of societal value, if you will.
That's what a marketing director wants. When I go to a sponsor, they want to know what's the ROI, how are you going to measure that? Yeah. And you know, in the case of Virgin Money, who were our sponsors for a long time, it wasn't just about eyeballs because they can go and buy an advertising campaign for that.
Simon, let's give you a minute on that, and then I'm going to go back to the next question.
So if you want to know what the purpose of the Premier League is, look at the Blueprint for the Future of Football, which was published in 1990. And it essentially said two things. Number one, to make money. Number two, to improve national team performance. So one of those two things may have been achieved. The other one may not have been. But that's essentially why the Premier League was established. But I think your question was a really good one, because what is the purpose of the Premier League? Or how do we assess the success of the Premier League? Question mark. The end. That's it. No further evidence, my lord. I think that's a really, really great question. And what we've seen over the last 2 weeks in particular is this soul searching that we've now begun to engage in about, you know, who's here and why are they here and what do they do and what do different stakeholders in the sport get out of it. I think this moment in the Premier League's history is a really important one. In fact, for British sport more generally, I guess for European sport, maybe for sport globally even, is to think about such issues and how that impacts upon governance, how competitions are designed, about how non-conformists or deviants, how they're penalised. Really, really important questions. And I think you talked, Nick, about Premier skills. Most football fans in this country probably know very little, if anything, about Premier skills. And yet this plays a really important role in terms of British soft power around the world. But the reason for me saying this is I think there needs to be a much more open, a much more balanced, and a much more intelligent conversation, certainly in Britain, about what is it football supposed to do and what purpose does the Premier League serve, period.
I think the point you raised there too, and the broadening of the stakeholder definition is really critical in this, right? Because that's where sport does have its ability to kind of spread its message in a way that's positive. The second question, please.
Ben here, also part of brand finance. So my point
is Oxford this afternoon is brand finance, right?
But UCT, Cape Town, so a little bit more exotic. My question was just on the shorter events, you know, your World Cups and so on. What do you think about sort of the opportunity from these events to build familiarity for perhaps, nations where people wouldn't have maybe considered going on holiday or visiting before? An example that springs to mind was the Rugby World Cup in Japan. Very successful for building familiarity for them. I think I remember reading 2 years ago that people from participating nations, I think they had tourism increase of 30% traveling to Japan. I know in South Africa after the 2010 Football World Cup as well. So yeah, I was just interested to sort of hear your take on that, using it to convey not just culture and heritage, but to grow overall familiarity.
Can I jump in on this for just a second very quickly and then turn it over to you? So a couple points on that. When you look at, to your point, on the episodic events like the Olympics and the World Cup, which occur every 4 years, when it goes well in whatever host city does it, it goes well because the post-activation planning is really deeply embedded. And there's only a handful of examples in the Olympics where that's been the case. Barcelona was one, arguably Sydney, and maybe even here in London back in 2012, where there was a reasonably clear plan about how to leverage the notoriety that came from a singular event that is otherwise a bit like a promotion in a retail store. It spikes interest for a period of time and then it disappears. But it's that lack of post-activation planning that's the problem for most of these places that allow it to enjoy the benefits post-event. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, what I do know is next week in Doha, you have the Doha Forum will take place at the end of the week. There are meetings at the Doha Forum about what happens next in Qatar, because at the moment, on the 18th of December, Qatar falls off a cliff. What happens after the World Cup is gone, because it's not coming back anytime soon. There's no Olympic Games immediately in the offing. So therefore, how do you take the accumulated wealth of assets and soft power and whatever other assets that have been accumulated since 2010 and do something with it? So I know that the Qataris are acutely aware of how you plan for post-event. And what they're doing is they are thinking about their nation brand. They're thinking about the values and the positioning of that brand. But they're linking that to soft power. They're linking it to small country diplomacy. They're thinking about development within the region, but also internationally and globally. So in my experience, countries don't tend to think about these things too seriously for too long. But in this particular case, I think in Qatar's case, there is this imperative because essentially this is a country that rolled the dice on sport and to a certain extent has won. But whatever it is that they have won is going to disappear very, very quickly, and they've got to do something about it.
We've only got a couple of minutes, and I know because we started a little bit late, but we have another session coming up here.
It's a red light flashing. 1:18, 1:19.
We're allowed to ignore it, apparently.
We can ignore it because you're over time.
I'm glad you pointed that out to me. But Nick, just a quick follow-up thought on that?
I think it's just like any marketing campaign. You think, what is the brand story I want to tell?
Right.
And I think a great example of that was Germany's hosting of the World Cup. They were trying to say Germany is different from how you may perceive it. And they were trying to say it's an openness in Germany. Everything they did fed into that narrative. And to some extent, I think it worked. But I see far too often that the hosting strategy is the strategy. I'm going to host it, the world's going to come, and therefore they'll think, what a lovely place, and they'll come back. That's not a brand strategy for me, and that's what we need to see if you're going to have a hosting strategy.
Right. Hope is not a strategy. Right. And let me just do one quick rapid fire, and then we'll wrap it up. Okay, so rapid fire, sport and soft power relative to influencing nation, good or bad?
I think good. I was thinking about this earlier when Zainab Badawi said, I think she described hard military power as iron and blood, and then you have economic power, and I was thinking that's what, like gold and oil, and then soft power can be pizza and football, and it's not too shocking to think that and throw in diplomas and things. So I think once you see that there's that impact is there, you need to make sure it's used for good. So when people, hasn't come up the word shockingly, but sport washing, when people say that Saudi Arabia or the UAE is sport washing, it's also shining a spotlight on those places. Sure. So it needs to be making sure it's used for that good, and that spotlight has a positive effect, and isn't just used to, it's sport, they're next to them, they get to be seen as fuzzy.
Okay, so sport shouldn't be a stepchild per se, forgive the language, but it could be a driver for this, right? Yes? Yeah. I'm just to summarize that point. Yeah. Okay, Nick.
If the product is good, then sport will highlight it. If the product's bad, then sport isn't going to do anything, really, to long-lastingly change that product.
Well, what's funny about, I agree, but what's funny about that is how many of us follow our favorite clubs even when they're just having a disastrous year? Still do, right? It's heartbreaking.
I'm a West Ham fan, so I've got 100 years of hurt.
There's no explanation for that. Simon.
I've been to countries that I never could have imagined going to. I've met incredible people from all over the world. I've eaten some really good food on the way, and I wouldn't have done that unless it was for sport. And I think wherever I go and whatever I do, whether it's personally or professionally, sport plays a really important part. So I still believe in. I know I'm naive in saying this, but I still believe in the power of sport and the purity of sport and the way in which sport can bring people together. So on that basis, yeah, I think power and soft power in sport, yes, absolutely. As for sport washing, you're out of time now. I can't say anymore. I can't say anymore.
Yep, absolutely. And so just to summarize what they've summarized, there is a role for sport in soft power conversations and influencing the world. I think it goes back to the things we've talked about earlier. Even when you look at the global sports bodies trying to influence what's going on right now in Ukraine and beyond that, I think there is absolutely a role for sport. It's part of that social conversation to the point of, sport in terms of actual economic contribution might be small relative to global GDP, but has a huge punch above its weight kind of capacity. And that's what makes it powerful and interesting because we all talk about it. I want to thank Simon Chadwick, thank you very much. Thank you. Nick Bytel, thank you very much. Hugo Helmsley, thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for being a part of this session today. On to the next session, right? Okay.
Well, thanks very much for making it this far to the sustainability section of the Soft Power Summit. I think you've all shown a certain amount of personal sustainability, making it quite this far through the day, so thanks very much for persevering and making it to this point. I'd also like to thank Florian Käfer from Place Brand Observer and Jeff Turner from DSM for joining us as well, so hopefully we'll have a really interesting discussion in a few moments. I'm going to kick off by giving my own presentation about the link between sustainability and soft power and the applications of sustainability in the exercise of soft power. And so once I've given my presentation, Florian and Jeff will give their own introductions, so I'll kind of leave my introductions of them at a low level. And then I'll be taking a few questions from the audience, and I've got a few questions of my own for them too. Okay, so I'll begin with just a quick reminder of the definition of soft power that Brand Finance uses. I'm sure you've had this drummed into you already, but it's a nation's ability to influence the preferences and behaviors of various actors in the international arena, states, corporations, communities, publics, through attraction or persuasion rather than coercion. And the reason I repeat this is because I think it's important to look at those later groups, because it's quite easy to see soft power as the language of nations rather than any other stakeholder groups, and particularly when sustainability is applied. I think those latter groups of corporations, communities, and publics are very important to consider too. So again, just a quick reminder of how Brand Finance looks at soft power, so we can then look at how sustainability is applied to that. So the key thing to look at here is the fact that we have these 7 pillars for interpreting how soft power is developed by nations. There's business and trade, governance, international relations, cultural heritage, media and communication, education and science, and people and values. And some of you who are more familiar with the topic will probably be seeing some of the connections already, but we'll come back to this slide in a moment once we've sort of established that link a bit more clearly. So again, just a further reminder, and this is the benefits of soft power. So this is less about how it's developed and more about how nations can employ it. So it's used for tourism, for FDI and borrowing, business and trade, political influence, and the attraction of talent. That's at the international level, and then at the domestic level, that has counterparts too. So exactly the same kind of thing. So staycations, domestic investment, local goods and services, and in terms of political influence, public-private partnerships can be very important. So whether that's with NGOs or with major corporates, and then also in retaining talent. So talent that you've already attracted or domestic talent that you want to avoid from moving abroad. So before moving on any further, I think it's quite important to kind of define sustainability too. So the most concise and one of the earliest definitions is from the Brundtland Report, or Our Common Future, released all the way back in 1987, which defines sustainability as meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So it's quite succinct, but as you have probably observed from the news or other sources of information about sustainability, it's become a lot more complex than that. Some of the earliest thinking around sustainability covered these three pillars of sustainability, so the environmental, the economic, and the social. Traditionally, governments in particular have concentrated on the economy as the key pillar of their vision of sustainability. And so for that reason, the environmental and social elements of sustainability have been sort of left by the wayside a bit. And for that reason, even the wealthiest countries in the world, even very wealthy and very progressive countries in the Nordic region, for example, whilst being leaders on sustainability, are not fully sustainable themselves. And for that reason, the UN launched the UN Sustainable Development Goals in 2015 to give goals and targets for countries to try and address the ways in which they fall short on sustainability. These followed on from the Millennium Development Goals, which were launched in the year 2000 and have much more of a clear sustainability focus as of 2015. As you can see, there are 17 different sustainable development goals. All of these largely fall into those three original pillars, but it's probably worth enunciating them just so that it's clear to you. So they're no poverty, no hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water, struggling to read my own slide here, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and institutions, and finally partnerships for the goals. And just an interesting point here, the fact that someone with a passion for sustainability, even I kind of find it hard to remember every single sustainable development goal, suggests maybe there's a bit of a branding issue with sustainability as a whole, but that's probably a topic for another day. And then finally, just before I move on, it's worth briefly touching on ESG, which is a closely linked concept. So this is environment, social and governance factors. This largely has a corporate application, which is why the economic has been replaced with governance, because companies tend to kind of inherently focus on economic profitability factors. It's not exactly the same thing as sustainability, but it is an important framework increasingly for corporations to address sustainability challenges. So now that we've sort of established what soft power is, what sustainability is, we can kind of see the intersections between the two. So looking at the 7 pillars that Brand Finance uses to assess soft power, we can see some of the specific questions that we address and how they might link to sustainability. So strong and stable economy, future growth potential, any of the factors within the governance pillar really, helpful to other countries in need, protection of the environment, potentially an obvious one, great place to visit, an appealing lifestyle, education, trustworthiness and tolerance are all ways in which sustainability can feed into the ways in which countries build their soft power. So I did a bit of an analysis to look at a potential link between sustainability and soft power. So here we have on the x-axis the Sustainable Development Goal Index score for countries around the world. And we can see here a fairly close correlation between that SDG index score and the soft power score from Brand Finance's index. Clearly, there are some other factors involved here, so the size of the economy, culture, etc., kind of not directly related to sustainability and explain some of the divergence there. But you can see that there's a correlation of over 0.5 and heavily caveated here, but an adjusted R-square of 0.314, suggesting that a very large proportion of soft power is potentially explicable by sustainability or sustainability-related factors. And then if we jump back to the slide on the benefits of sustainability when it comes to the applications of soft power, we can see that actually in any of these areas, sustainability potentially has a role to play. So tourism, investment, trade, political influence or public-private partnerships, and talent. And so I'll just show you a few examples before we go on. So one of the most obvious ones that you may be familiar with is in tourism. Normally, this tends to involve environmental sustainable factors, so life on land, life in sea. So if you look here, you can see Australia using its custodianship of the Great Barrier Reef, Slovenia and Peru, their forests, and South Africa leaning on its protection of wild spaces and wildlife as a way to draw international visitors. And I'm sure Florian will have far more detailed examples later on. Finance and investment is key as well. So if, as I mentioned earlier, some of the Nordic countries are seen as international leaders in sustainability, and they're using that to attract finance. So both Finland and Iceland are positioning themselves as leaders in the rollout of the green technologies that will help to reshape our world in the 21st century. So in Finland's case, as a sort of hub of innovative energy ecosystems, and then in Iceland, where they have very, very abundant, cheap sources of renewable energy, they're using that as the platform on which to base newer technologies such as data centers and algae culture. And then a very interesting one here is Costa Rica. So you're probably far more familiar with Costa Rica as an eco-tourism destination. But they've actually started to leverage that reputation in other areas, so specifically in finance and investment. So as a statement from their website reads, nature may be Costa Rica's best known asset, but sustainable productivity has made it a thriving destination for FDI. And Costa Rica has actually increased the value of its non-tourism trade exports by a factor of 5 in less than 2 decades off the back of this sustainability reputation. It's equally applicable to goods and services. So as I mentioned, the Nordics have a strong reputation for sustainability, and Denmark in particular is well known as a centre of wind power because of that early investment in both the ecosystem for these businesses to thrive and in the infrastructure of wind turbines themselves. Denmark has established a very strong national reputation as a centre of wind production in the same way that Germany for years has had a strong reputation as a centre of automobile manufacturing excellence. Denmark has established the same thing in the wind sector. We see here in the centre on the right some maybe more traditional applications. So for example, with Kerrygold butter, Ireland is drawing on the perception of Ireland as a kind of green and pleasant land with pure water and air. Aussie shampoos and hair products, drawing on perceptions of Australia as a wild and botanically diverse place. And then on the right here, Highland Spring and Fiji Water, drawing on the perceptions of Fiji and Scotland as sort of natural places with clean water to, well, potentially quite ironically ship plastic bottles using carbon emissions around the world. As I mentioned, talent is also an important factor. So looking at Estonia's talent attraction website, the key banner image shows its wild landscapes, and 3 of the 8 reasons that they list to visit Estonia and work there are SDG related. You may have seen during COVID that Barbados launched the 12-month welcome stamp, which is a visa for digital nomads. And they lean very heavily on Barbados's reputation as a sustainable location with access to nature as part of their promotion of that scheme. And then finally, the Economist Intelligence Global Livability Index assesses the world's most livable cities. And the 5 pillars that they use are almost all closely related to sustainability, so stability, healthcare, culture and environment, and education. And then the final application is a very interesting one, particularly because it can actually go in 2 directions. So when it comes to political influence, on the one hand, soft power is an incredibly important tool when it comes to reaching international agreements on environmental and other sustainability issues. So, for example, the Paris COP21 climate conference was a major international diplomatic event with buy-in from international leaders around the world, where a very important landmark agreement was reached. And because of that coming together of so many interested parties from around the world at such a high level, it also, to an extent, becomes a stage for international leaders to craft their own reputation and build their soft power in the long term. And that was what Boris Johnson almost certainly was attempting to do with the Glasgow Climate Summit. I think generally it's perceived that that was a lot less successful than Paris, and so Boris was a bit frustrated in that respect, I would say. We see a continuation of this. So, for example, we have the biodiversity COP15 in Kunming in China later this year. And then one final point is that it's actually a very important platform for soft power actors that very rarely get to build or exercise their soft power. So, for example, indigenous nations are often seen as custodians of wild places, and small island states are at the vanguard of climate action because they stand to lose the most. And so it's a rare opportunity for their voices to be heard when otherwise they might not be. And then just for my final slide, I'd just like to point out that it's quite important, potentially, that the rhetoric matches performance. So we had in some of the earlier sessions discussions about sport washing, discussions about the substance of what your values are needing to match the communication. If you look here in the top section, you can see the performance against specific sustainable development goals from a selection of OECD countries. Generally, there's a reasonable performance across most of the economic and social measures. But then if you look at the SDGs 12 to 15, which are mainly environmental, the performance is a lot less strong. So even if we look at some of the countries like Iceland, Ireland, Denmark, Estonia that we've been discussing already, their performance as perceived internationally and as communicated isn't necessarily what people might think. And then if you look at countries like Nigeria, Rwanda, Senegal, where you'd think their progress against the SDGs is far less significant. Actually, if you look at the environmental SDGs, they're really performing quite strongly. So there's a risk here for the countries that are perceived to be performing very well when it comes to sustainability, that there's kind of a credibility gap, there's a reputational risk there. But equally, for the countries that are performing well but aren't perceived to, there's an opportunity there to leverage their performance through communication for some of the applications that we've discussed already. And with that, thank you, and I'll hand over to Florian, who's going to give his speech over here.
Thank you. So it seems I'm the only person in the whole conference having a cold today, and the only one wearing a mask, which is quite impressive, because it's early March, or it's mid-March, and everybody used to have a cold at this time of the year. So, but I was tested, so you're all safe. Should be fine. So yeah, thank you, Robert, and thank you, David, and Brand Finance team for the invitation to share my thoughts on the topic of sustainability and how it impacts nation brands and soft power, and by extension, place branding. So just briefly about myself, I'm the founder of the Place Brand Observer and the Sustainability Leaders Project. Both are knowledge platforms, online knowledge platforms, and global networks of professionals dedicated to place brand development and management on the one hand, and sustainability leadership with a focus on tourism on the other hand. And so this is actually really good to see a conference focused on soft power and place brands linked to sustainability. I really like this link. And so what got me interested in sustainability in connection with place branding? Well, that was back in 2011 when I started my PhD studies in New Zealand. And I was part of a larger research group which looked into New Zealand's global environmental positioning. as clean, green, and 100% pure, which I am sure, how many of you have heard about these slogans? Hands up. Nobody? Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so not so many, but the research back then was about, okay, how credible, how vulnerable is this brand positioning? And my job was to look at international news media coverage on New Zealand in connection with carbon emissions as a proxy of environmental issues affecting the country and the whole world, and coverage on New Zealand linked to 100% pure and clean green. And just very briefly, I'm not going to talk about my PhD thesis here because this is going to take way too long. But what I found is that at the beginning of the analysis period, which was 2008, so I looked at coverage until 2012. And so coverage tended to be more positive about New Zealand's positioning and environmental performance. And then towards the end of the analysis period, it became a little bit more negative and also less coverage. And what happened was that during that time in New Zealand, there was a political change from the progressive, sustainability-focused government of Helen Clark to a more conservative, more farming, lobby-focused government of John Key. So he did not use the rhetoric of sustainability as much as Helen Clark did. And here you just see two examples of commentaries that were published in the Mail and the Guardian, which was, yeah, pretty important stuff back then. So the thing is, linking sustainability with nation branding can be tricky, definitely. But it can also be hugely rewarding and profitable. And in the case of New Zealand, this whole clean, green image is worth a lot. And just to give you two figures, the government back then, they did an analysis that if the clean, green image were tarnished, then the average New Zealand farmer would lose between 19 and 49,000 New Zealand dollars. And overall, the brand value was estimated to be around 102 billion US dollars. So you see that a lot is at stake, and a lot of produce from New Zealand depends on the clean, green image. If you think about wine, you think about meat, the whole dairy exports, milk powder, apples, kiwi fruits, of course. So it all, you have the country of origin effect, and they all benefit from this image. And so the thing is, place brand stewardship or place branding and sustainability are really two sides of the same coin. And this is the conclusion I got to after asking our panel of experts at the Place Brand Observer exactly this question just a couple of weeks ago. And I'm just going to give you a few quotes from the answers. You find the whole article on the placebrandobserver.com website. But place branding and sustainability are both strategic activities that build and maintain important community assets. So they are mutually supportive activities, as Jonathan Day, a professor at Purdue University in the US. And I couldn't agree more. So there is another quote here is about correlation. So how do you measure how sustainability performance impacts place brand value? And I just had a conversation with Robert Govers about this a couple of days ago. And this is what he said. If you look at the Nation Brand Index and the Good Country Index, you will find that the same countries tend to be in the top 10, and often it's just the Nordic countries. So I expect that you will see something similar if you look at the brand finance rankings. So if you want to be admired, if you want to have a strong brand, a strong reputation, then you need to do good to humanity and the planet as a whole. And this goes, of course, it goes beyond sustainability, which is more inward focused often. So this is very important. And Yeah, there's one viewpoint from a member of the panel, Oliver Söllner from Stuttgart Media University in Germany, where I am from originally. And he teaches public diplomacy, and this is what he said. So, of course, sustainability impacts a nation's brand and general perception. And his example is Germany, a country which benefited a lot from its eco-friendliness image. And so this had a positive influence on Germany's brand power for quite a while. And what he also told me is that the actual political actions that happened in Germany did not really match the reputation or the image the country had overseas. In terms of politics not happening, and the same you could say of New Zealand, which had a similar problem. So you had this really strong clean green branding, and policy decisions were not in line with that. And just the last quote from Jonathan Day, and I think this is a really important one, is that the best nation brands reinforce and celebrate the actions of people and companies. So it's not some kind of government agency based in an office in the capital city that can create something like a country brand or a nation brand. This is actually the actions of the people and the companies who live in the country. And Jeff will say more about this in a moment in the context of the Netherlands, I think. So they have to be really the stewards. They have to provide the basis, the substance for any claims that a country would later do. And so this is important. And all in all, still, there are risks by linking sustainability with nation branding or country branding, but it's a massive opportunity as well. And there are countries we can learn from, like Slovenia, Costa Rica, that Robert mentioned already. And here on the slide, you see the team of Brand Costa Rica taking home the City Nation Place Award in 2019. It was of Best Place Brand of the Year, and they just did a tremendous job in linking sustainability values and actually doing things on the ground with their brand positioning, and not just tourism, but also in terms of investment, innovation. So these are really good examples to look at. And just to finish, of course, I invite you to check out my book, which was published last year, on An Insider's Guide to Place Branding, which is an introduction to the topic, if you're interested in it. And the first part is about how to do place branding, so place brand development and management. And the second part is has around 60 interview portraits with leading place brand makers and shapers, so you can find out what others in this field are doing or thinking about the topic. And of course, please visit the website, placebrandobserver.com, and connect with me on LinkedIn. And if you're interested in our services or what we can offer to your location or organization, then please email me and I will send you our media kit. Thank you. Now over to...
Thanks, Florian. Good afternoon. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, David, for the invitation. I don't often get the chance to reflect on things from a brand and national point of view. As a corporate multinational, we tend to be focused very much on the global goals and on the existential crises that we're facing around the world. So to filter that down and look at it from a soft power point of view, and to give one or two examples, was quite a different approach, but there are some commonalities. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but it's very, very data-driven, and I come from the corporate sector these days, so I'm afraid there's quite a bit of data, but I think it's important to share where I come from and what the background is. These are the questions I'm going to try and get to, but who is DSM? Does anyone know who DSM is? Has anyone ever heard of DSM? Yeah, it used to be Dutch State Mines over 120 years ago. and has gone through massive transformation and still transforming, actually. We're constantly in a state of transformation. And these days, we're very much a health, nutrition, and bioscience company. And what does that mean in practicalities? In practicalities, most food and nutrition products include our nutritional ingredients, vitamins and micronutrients, if you like. As I said, we're a global company. We've got about 23,000 employees around the world, and we're about 10 billion euros turnover. We're small in multinational terms, but as we've been talking about today in terms of soft power, we punch above our weight, and that's because we look at soft power and the brand, I would say, in a sort of a symbiotic way, and understand that it's a sort of, there's a term, there's an expression in the ESG world of materiality. And here in Europe, we look at what we call dual materiality, which is the impact an issue like climate change can have on your company, but also the impact you as a company can have on a topic like climate change. That's dual materiality. And we look at very much soft power and our interactions in the same way. And these are the sort of challenges that we're taking on. And you really can map these to the SDGs. I take Robert's point that from a sort of a branding theory point of view, 17 SDGs is well beyond the rule of 3. We'll never remember them. Make it even worse, by the way, there's 166 sub-targets and 193 metrics behind that. But what that does mean, if you're a science-based company and you're tackling challenges, you can actually isolate what those are. And that's the approach that companies like DSM, and we're not alone in this, have been taking. And if you look at, if you want to go and look at our investor pack online, you'll see that this information is all there. But what it does say is that addressing those health challenges and those planetary challenges are absolutely at the heart of what the company is all about. And just taking those in a little bit more detail, for over a decade we've been working on our own emissions and reducing our demand for fossil fuels and acting on those social goals around creating better products for humanity. And one of those recently took us into contact actually in New Zealand and also in COP26 actually. I don't know, some of you might have picked up, but there was a major announcement during COP26 which was about methane mitigation. In climate terms, CO2 is the long-term pollutant. Methane is short-term, lasts very short, but has 80 times the impact of CO2. And we've invented a feed ingredient that will reduce methane in cattle by over 30%. Doesn't sound much, but if you scale that up in terms of total climate change, we're talking about 1 to 2% of total emissions that can be reduced. So New Zealand was one of the first countries to embrace that as a solution. So these are the topics that I wanted to come back to. And as I said, don't usually look at this through the lens of a country specifically because we are a multinational and we're very active around the world in Latin America, North America, Asia, and so on. But as we are a Dutch-based multinational, I sort of reflected a little bit on what that means and how we contribute to, let's say, the perception of the Netherlands on the world stage. And back in 2012, the 12 major Dutch multinationals formed something called the Dutch Sustainable Growth Coalition. That's ourselves, KLM, Shell, Heineken, etc., etc. It's CEO-led, CEO represented. It's actually chaired by a former prime minister, and came together to actually work on sustainable business models and to drive change in industry and to be the beacon within the Netherlands, but also to project on the world stage what the Netherlands is capable of doing. And if you think about companies such as ourselves and Unilever and others that are in that coalition and the things that we're capable of doing and are doing, then you can see how that reflects not only positively on the companies themselves, but on the Netherlands as a country. Costa Rica was also mentioned a little bit earlier, and I reflected a little bit on that from my experience of dealing with NGOs, non-government organizations, and international government organizations. And you'll see that those countries that are effective in addressing those existential challenges of the world, such as climate change, but also beyond that, if we look into circularity and reducing resource consumption, you'll see, for example, that it's countries like Costa Rica and the Netherlands that are overweight in terms of their influence on the world stage. So Cristina Figueres, who was the UNFCCC Secretary General from 2012 to 2016, she was the one that in the lead up to the Paris Agreement drove that process forward. She is now very active on the world stage in terms of climate change. And the former Environment Minister of Costa Rica now is the Executive Secretary of GEF, of the Global Environment Facility, which disperses billions of dollars of national contributions to developing nations in improving the sustainability of their development projects. So very influential roles, and again, in a very indirect way, projecting the power of Costa Rica. In both cases, and this is what I really want to emphasize, it's based on real content delivery, right? This is not about superficial presentation and promising delivery, but it's actually decades of delivery. In the case of Costa Rica, it's over 20 years since they transformed the border zone between Costa Rica and Nicaragua from a war zone into a joint biosphere, which they now manage together. And that has become the basis of their ecotourism and their reputation. So it's a long-term process of developing that, let's say, that national reputation, but it does have long-term impacts, therefore, in terms of the influence that you can have in those international organizations. Just a couple of words then on the future. Earlier we heard from Frans Timmermans, and I do think that the EU in the future is going to play a disproportionate role. As he quite rightly said, the EU has been leading on the climate agenda. It's also leading very much on the resources agenda. And we're facing a whole number of existential challenges in terms of exceeding the planetary boundaries on many, many things, land use, water use, chemicals, et cetera, but also under-delivering on societal needs. And I think the EU probably has grasped this better and earlier than most other parts of the world, and actually is putting in place the institutions to address that. And I think we'll see that come forward in the future. I think the other one to look out for, of course, is China, with its Belt and Road policy, is clearly hoovering up resources around the world and is positioning itself for the long term to have disproportionate influence in terms of projecting their soft power. So just some thoughts that I wanted to share with you from a corporate perspective. Thanks. I'll come and join the panel.
So thanks very much to Jeff and Florian. So I'll maybe kick off with a couple of sort of specialist subject questions for you both. So initially for Florian, taking on tourism, do you think there's still room for countries to differentiate themselves as sustainable tourist destinations?
Absolutely. It depends on how you define sustainability. So sustainability is not just about the environment, it's more and more about social sustainability. And I think that there's hardly any destination in the world right now which does not need social sustainability or more of a focus on it. Before COVID, we saw all the overcrowding, the over-tourism issue. This will be back in no time. So New Zealand, when I started my studies there, I think they had like 5 million visitors a year. Now they have 11 million visitors a year. The population is 5 million. So how is this going to work? What are the people who live there going to do when they're inundated by visitors from overseas? And so social sustainability will be a huge topic. And then, of course, you have climate change as the environmental issue. But this wave is comparatively small compared to the biodiversity wave, which will come afterwards, and the little COVID wave that we had now in comparison. And so the topic of environmental stewardship and performance and doing something about it will definitely, it will stay, yeah.
And just a follow-up question on that, you mentioned the risks of over-tourism. What can destinations do to try to avoid sort of destroying the very thing that they're using to differentiate themselves and attract people from around the world?
That's a good question because, for example, destination marketing boards don't like to tell people, please don't visit our destination. So this is not what they are there for. But what you're seeing is that destination marketing organizations are moving to destination management organizations all over the world. And so there's less focus on marketing and much more focus on managing tourism, and that includes visitor flows. Just using technology, using ample systems, you know, this time of the year is green, this time of the year is orange, and this time of the year is really overcrowded red. Or you could also, just limit the numbers like some countries are doing, and you just need to find some way to do this, because otherwise the environment will be destroyed. The people who live in the destination, they will be so fed up that there will be no welcoming experience. And I think we should not forget that tourism is one of the main channels through which soft power reputation travels, because people visit a country, they get to know the culture. The food, like we heard a lot of times, is Italian food. There's other great food as well, of course, but this is the personal experience that people have in a country. This is usually as visitors. And then they bring this perception back home, and they tell their friends and colleagues how it was to be in London, for example. And if they find a destination which is overcrowded, insecure, does not live up to what they have been promised, so then you have exactly this credibility issue that New Zealand had back then and probably still has. And then you have a problem. You have a brand or reputation problem.
And then moving on to Jeff, so if we sort of, I guess this is a sort of diplomacy question. I believe you have some sort of experience in how the corporate world can interact with governments. So do you could you sort of elaborate on the experience that you have of the COP process and how those different parties work together for sustainability ends?
Yeah, I mean, what we see, we all watched, I'm sure, attentively what happened with COP26 recently. There's a whole process behind that. COP26 was a bit of a special COP because it was meant to be the occasion at which the countries came back and said, here is what we're going to commit to doing. So it was a very particular COP. But there's a long process behind that. And before the country negotiators get together, of course, within their nations, they're engaging with all parts of society, and particularly with the corporate sector, to understand what's possible, what can be delivered. So there's quite, in my experience, there's quite an opportunity for a strong dialogue between the corporate sector and the government sector. And actually, the World Resource Institute a couple of years ago published a great paper on what they call ambition loops, which is the idea that the corporate sector can sort of make encouraging commitments in terms of what they're capable of doing as long as the regulatory environment is in place. And similarly, the government sector can say, well, if we put in place this sort of context, what would you be capable of doing? The idea of building ambition. And so there was actually quite a lot of that going on in the lead up to COP, and it goes on constantly, I would say. And so, you know, very clearly in that process, there's an opportunity for the corporate sector, for business leaders to engage, you know, with government organizations nationally, but also internationally. So there's a whole circus around the COP negotiation itself, which is, you know, possibly a little bit, you know, exaggerated and possibly not all with the best of intentions, let's say, because let's face it, you know, what I would describe in very positive terms as ambition loops, others might use the same sort of mechanism for what others might describe as lobbying, right? But I think that the actors understand and appreciate very much that those are different. They have different purposes in mind, let's say. So there's a very clear mechanism that goes on, and once again, it's an opportunity for, you know, those countries that are, you know, genuinely punching above their weight. We heard earlier today from the Nordics, from Denmark. I think I've mentioned Costa Rica. New Zealand is another example. They're very present in those international organizations, and therefore indirectly are, you know, promoting their own nations in that way.
Okay. Question for you both now, and Jeff actually alluded to it, but maybe if we could sort of drill down into it a little bit more, which is around some of the challenges and pitfalls that come from linking sustainability and soft power, or sustainability and place branding. So if you could both sort of share, maybe experience both of some of the difficulties that you have to overcome, whether that's sort of sustainability challenges or whether that's sort of the negotiation in major international conferences, and maybe some of the risks as well.
If I start, that's what I mentioned with New Zealand, the case of New Zealand. So credibility is a currency nowadays, credibility and reputation. And if you put that at risk by building or trying to create a brand proposition which does not, is not backed up by policy action, not just the government, but also the leading companies in the country, like Fonterra in New Zealand, for example. So they're so important. They have so much soft power as well, and visibility and value chains they can impact. So you need to bring those all on board. And this is absolutely essential. And if you don't manage to do that, you have a credibility issue, and then the legitimacy of your whole positioning or your whole nation brand idea, which is image and identity. It's not just it's not promotion or marketing. A place brand really means building the identity and communicating the identity of a place. So if the actions are not there for the words, then you have a problem.
Well, I think it comes down to trust and credibility at the end of the day. I think it's very easy to make bold commitments, and we saw a hell of a lot of those made in the run-up to COP. And I think we're going to see a crisis very soon of organizations realizing that they are incapable of delivering on the commitments that they've made. And it's there in the criteria for the soft power index, but it's buried there. But for me, it's the foundation of everything, which is trust. And as an engineer working in a science-based company, I like formula, and there's one for trust that always sticks with me, which is, trust equals delivery, consistency, and transparency divided by self-interest. And you can apply that in any context, with an individual leader, with a country, with a process, with a whole organization, and you'll quickly see, how credible and reliable things are. So I think that's the thing. We're facing climate. I'm wearing my pin with the 1.5 degrees on it. It's the most visible planetary boundary. We all understand what's happening there. But land use, water use, materials, all of these planetary boundaries we're exceeding, and yet we're under-delivering on many social thresholds. And the best countries in the future will be the ones that will understand that there is a sweet spot of development and growth, which is between those planetary boundaries and those social thresholds. For anyone who has read Kate Raworth's book on the donut economics, they'll understand that that is the threshold, and that is the sweet spot.
And just a quick follow-on from that, which is whether both of you think that the potential applications of sustainability to soft power will actually yield positive results for the planet, or whether it's more the other way around, that countries are just using their reputation for sustainability for their own ends.
I think you really need to understand what nation branding or place branding means, and not confuse it with promotion or tourism marketing or anything like that, or industry-specific marketing, because this is place marketing, and this is a different discipline in a way. So place branding is really strategy, long-term strategy, unlike place marketing, which is usually focused on seasons or years, specific campaigns usually addressing specific audiences and promoting specific industries. Maybe nation branding or place branding is much more. So this is a process which takes 10 years, 15 years maybe. New Zealand is a good example. Nobody knew, I mean, in the Commonwealth probably yes, but otherwise not so many people knew about New Zealand, and they really managed through the work of Helen Clark and her government to put sustainability on top of the agenda, and all of a sudden the world was like, oh, New Zealand, oh, okay, that's cool what they're doing. And there's a risk there that, of course, if you focus on sustainability or environmental values only, then what do the other industries do, which are about innovation and tech and finance? So you have to, yeah, it's a balancing act to find, to build a country brand proposition which works for all major industries within the country. In the case of New Zealand, the food exports and tourism, they're so big that it really makes sense for them. But Brand New Zealand, they actually tried in the last years to change it and to make it less about the environment and more about innovation and how tech-savvy they are and entrepreneurial. So yeah, it's a constant dialogue with all the stakeholders involved, and nation brands evolve, definitely, yeah.
Well, as I said before, it's about credibility, it's about delivery, and it really is, it's the private sector that, carries the burden of delivery, frankly, and it's nations and governments that need to create the context and the guardrails within which to operate. And again, that's a collaborative experience. I mean, one that I can share personally is the World Bank created a carbon pricing leadership coalition, which was co-chaired from the private sector, actually by DSM, with originally with, I think it was with, I don't remember which nation. I think it was at, no, I don't remember which nation. I better not say which nation it was. I might get it wrong. But my point is that, there was a shared understanding of the impact that a real carbon price could have in driving decision-making in business sector. And it was a collaborative action which is still going on, and you see it positively implemented within the EU and within certain provinces in Canada and other places around the world. But it's not consistent and it's not integrated, and remains, unfortunately, one of the loose ends of the COP process the trading of emissions around the world is not as consistent as it needs to be. But yes, I mean, there's a huge risk of over-promising and under-delivering, and I think that's the one to look out for in the future.
So I'm conscious that we're just slightly over time, so I'm just going to see if there are maybe one or two questions in the audience. Oh, okay. Oh, well, sorry if you had any questions, but hopefully we've answered them all already. So I'd just like to thank Florian and Jeff again for a really fantastic discussion.
So I'm just going to start with a couple of words. At the end of the morning, I was talking about the fact that the current Ukraine crisis has brought in sharp focus the way that commercial brands need to react. And I made the point that back in the day, a lot of brands considered themselves to be businesses, and business is business, and ethics and behavior and so on is slightly another thing. And I think one of the interesting things over the last 20 years with the growth of purpose-driven marketing and more conscious-driven brands is that they take their responsibilities much more seriously than they used to. And so it has been quite notable that already several hundred brands have agreed to close down, freeze, or disinvest from Russia to show their displeasure with what's going on in Ukraine. Just for the record, Brand Finance has actually stopped working with its clients in Russia, and we feel that that's the right thing to do. Perhaps one day they will come back into the sensible group of nations, but at the moment it's very hard to see how conscious-driven businesses can actually do business in Russia. The next panel is going to be Marcel leading a discussion about brand solidarity, which is created to show support for the Ukrainian nation. The really interesting question is how far can brands go in support, tangible support for the cause? And there are one or two brands, notably pharmaceutical brands, who have already said, Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson have said they are not going to stop operating in Russia because they feel that the consumers in Russia deserve to have their medicines. There are one or two media and advertising organizations that have said they are not going to, I believe, because they say they're protecting their staff. And I'm sure that we will have quite an interesting and lively debate when Marcel talks to his panel with those and other questions. So this is the last session of the day. When we finish, I will allow Marcel to finish it off, and we will then file out, and the army will come in and clear the room. So this is the last you'll see of me. I hope you've enjoyed the day, for those who've been here all day, and I hope you enjoy this last session, or should I say, enjoy, is that a word? It should be, feel that it's worthwhile. With that, I'll hand to Marcel. Thank you.
David, thank you for inviting Brand Solidarity to gatecrash your summit. Today is actually, believe it or not, the 1 week anniversary of us speaking on the phone and you really kindly inviting us to put on an event to close the Brand Summit. Thank you. 9 days ago, there was no brand solidarity, let alone a website and its logo being featured by numerous brands across the globe. I just wish there wasn't the need. But tragically, the war in Ukraine is still raging, resulting in a huge amount of civilian casualties and the displacement of millions more. If we can show the Brand Solidarity website, please. Brand Solidarity is mobilizing brands throughout the world to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine in a simple but highly effective manner. They're doing that by featuring the Brand Solidarity logo on as much of their marketing material as possible. By featuring this logo, whether it be on advertising, websites and packaging, to profile pictures, emails, and point of sale, the objective is to create a continuous and powerful stream of visual unity with Ukraine. This is resulting and will hopefully in the coming days result in a loud and relentless display of solidarity and contribute to the push for peace. Whether you're a Brit, Ukrainian, Russian citizen, oligarch or politician, or anywhere else in the world, you should see the message everywhere, loud and clear. The world is with Ukraine. The world wants peace. Members of a rapidly growing band of brand solidarity pioneering brands are present today. Thank you. And if you're not yet participating, please email your logo to marcel@brandguru.org and we'll email you back together with activation guidelines. And if any companies or organizations that are here have brand contacts, whether they be in the UK or beyond, please encourage them, even cajole them to participate. If we can revert to the main slide, please. Beyond displaying the brand solidarity logo, we recognize that many brands are keen to express their support in the most effective way possible, and to do so in responsible fashion. So we've leveraged brand solidarity's connectivity with the marketing industry and are today, thanks to an impressive panel, offering guidance on techniques to follow and pitfalls to avoid in displaying support for Ukraine. A number of brand guardians have said that whilst they want to act for their brand in displaying support, they will do so, but they are also constrained by their corporate standpoint. So how do they best display their support? As individuals, when you're back at home, we'll be addressing that too. Due to the fact that we have to cover so much in under 45 minutes, I hope the panel members will forgive me for not delivering their impressive biographies that they have earned. I'm forgive me, just going to introduce them by name and title, but you can be assured they have one hell of a meaty and substantial biography. We're very lucky to have the panel members here, and I really appreciate you guys dropping everything to participate. And I also would like to thank each and every one of you in the audience for taking time out of your day to support brand solidarity. Thank you. So, without further ado, I'd like to invite our panel members onto the stage. They are Sophie Devonshire, author and CEO of the Marketing Society; Neville Hobson, social strategist, writer and podcaster; Marina Pezenti, who's actually member of the Ukrainian Institute's Supervisory Board. Thanks for taking time out of a really hectic and tough time to be with us. And Felix Henderson, co-founder of the Look After Group. Please welcome them onto the stage. And while they're walking onto the stage, I also would just like to thank Sharon and Tyrell. They've been volunteering their time and have just been so phenomenally helpful. Truly remarkable. Thank you, guys.
You should alternate, really.
So Marina, Neville, Sophie, and Felix, thanks so much. I'm going to come across and join you. And my first question is going to be whether each of you can summarize your 3 key pieces of advice to brands who best want to support Ukraine, obviously from a communications perspective. We can start with Felix.
Hi everyone, I'm co-founder of Look After Group, as Marcel's just said. We are a specialist ethical marketing consultancy focusing on PR and brand. And so for the purposes of this answer and to keep it short, I'll focus more on my niche because there is a huge wealth of much larger corporate experience on this panel. But we tend to deal with brands that don't have so much a reputational problem in the sense that they're actively, operating within Russia or countries involved in this. We're actually working predominantly with brands who want to do something about it. There are so many things that I could say. This is such a broad topic, and to try and scratch the surface of what can a brand do to help in 30 minutes is a tough ask. But look, my 3 things in terms of, if I was advising a brand looking to do something here, to help in the effort, support the people of Ukraine, it would be number 1, the most obvious thing. Whatever you do, do it with authenticity. Brands, whatever their size, have taken a long time to build a reputation, and that is destroyed in a second if what they do doesn't tie into the values and day-to-day operation of their business. And I suppose it'll be uniform across many of the recommendations here. The second, and this is probably more into the remit of the work we do, make sure it engages young people as well as the broader community. We're fighting a war that many have described as the TikTok war because of the level of information that's shared on social media. And your young people are the key to helping achieve the virality that can push your campaign from something that is a great idea and can be successful into one that really catches on and engages a much broader community. And I think the third thing to say for me would be do something that opens it up to your market, your industry. One brand alone can only make such an impact. A community and group of those can make a massive one. So engage a mechanism that invites other brands and businesses to get involved, to jump on board, to share, because the power of community in something like this is obviously so much stronger than doing something as an individual business or one person.
Thanks a lot, Felix. Sophie.
Thanks, Marcel. Afternoon, everybody. I think we should start with a belief that actually brands can make a difference and what we do matters. We're only 2 weeks, just over 2 weeks into this hideous war, and we're already seeing that brands are standing up for something, making a difference and talking about it. So I head up the Marketing Society. We're a global community of marketing leaders, and they tend to be people who want to make a difference in what they're doing and understand the power of brands and businesses to make a difference. So I guess my 3 things would be relatively simple. First of all, I think anybody who has a leadership role in business right now needs to be always ready to act with velocity, to move fast. If you look at what the different brands and businesses have done across the last 19 days or whatever it is, it's incredible how nimble some organizations have been. And also how it looks when other organizations have taken a little bit too much time to respond, and the hashtags that have trended, boycotting them, the impact of what's happening. So velocity is speed in a given direction. So if you start with a purpose and you know what you want to do within your organization, it's easier to move fast and make things happen. So brands should always be able to do that, and we see those brands who've moved fast and made a difference already having an impact. Secondly, the golden rule of branding. Jeff Bezos always talks about brands are not what you say, but what you do. So deeds, not words, to channel the suffragettes from a long time ago. I think many of us were brought up in business to actually be a little bit sensitive about getting into politics or getting involved in it all. That's completely changed, of course, and we can see that now. And the number of organisations who are stepping up and making things happen and actually acting, as well as communicating what they're doing, that's what people are being judged on, that's what businesses are doing and getting the results. So there's some incredible examples of organisations doing things that are true to what kind of business they are. So 3 and BT and the networks who've actually stepped up and provided services, Elon Musk providing services, people who do things that are appropriate, as well as those who are giving money, who are giving support, who are doing things and making things happen, and doing it relatively fast as well. So acting with velocity, deeds not words. And then for me, the last thing is a reminder for all of us that together we can achieve so much more than alone. As Felix said, when we come together as a community, when competitors are coming together and helping each other and making a stand, the impact is so much bigger. When we as businesses, as marketeers, as people involved in brands come together with something like brand solidarity, we can make a difference and have a much greater impact so much faster. And we can help each other. So we can have conversations. So within the Marketing Society, we have marketing leaders who, across the last couple of weeks, have been having conversations where they've said, what do we do? How do we handle this? This is really difficult. And shared ideas and supported each other through, how they can help more. So those would be my 3 things. Let's move fast, make sure that we're not just saying things but delivering, and that together as a community, together as a world, we can really have an impact.
Magnificent, Neville.
Hi everyone, Neville Hobson. It's a topic I think that's quite complicated for most organizations. Exiting from a country like Russia, for instance, is not easy for some. And I suspect that's why a week or so back there was criticism of a number of organizations for being quiet, not saying anything. Probably lots going on behind the scenes to come to a decision as to what they're going to do. So not everyone can be like IKEA, for instance, who have shut down their operations, including the factories. I mean, the flat packs and so forth, a lot of that's made in Russia. 15,000 employees will lose their jobs, but they're going to continue paying salaries for at least 3 months. Not everyone can do that. But their rationale is crystal clear why they're doing it. And I guess I would summarize it by they say this is the right thing to do. So amongst the issues that organizations have to grapple with, to me, is one simple question is, do you want to be on the wrong side of history when this is all over by staying in a country like Russia? So I think sooner or later, everyone's going to have to stop doing business in Russia, no matter what, even the pharma companies with the drugs. And there is a humongous ethical dilemma for them in that they are providing something that is part of the fabric of that society. And people will suffer. And you contrast that with what's happened in Ukraine. So this is not easy for many. I'm also thinking that this focus has so far been on large organizations with thousands of employees. What if you're a small brand, handful of employees perhaps? You've got a logo, you have opinions, and you might not be doing business in Russia. You may not have much connection with Ukraine, but you have strong views about what's happening. So what can you do? Lots, actually. And that, I suppose, comes to the heart of the questioning. What should people do? So the large enterprises we're seeing, there are 400 or more, if I get the latest numbers, of companies who've announced either the pullback or complete closure across all industries. Many of them American, the big tech companies, for instance, but a lot of them are European, fashion, technology, all these large organizations. Then you come to small businesses, and I was impressed by the CEO of Etsy making a statement. Etsy is the marketplace for small businesses to sell craft works and many, many other things, talking about the support they want to give to people who use Etsy at the same time as supporting the standing by Ukraine. And so that sort of conversation is happening, and that's the key word here. People are talking a lot about this. As an individual, I have very strong views on this, and I stand with Ukraine. I mention that hashtag a lot. I talk about this a lot myself on social networks, notably LinkedIn and Twitter and Facebook to my friends. And I will continue doing that. And that's what each of us can do as individuals. But we can also do that for our organizations too, because not everything has to be on a huge scale. There are stories we need to tell that, in a sense, justify our belief in why we stand with Ukraine. And we need to continue talking about that without any compromise in that belief. So this situation is not getting any better. And to me, I worry that if we don't do something soon with all of this, it'll be too late, because you've seen the pictures of Syria. That's what Mariupol looks like when I saw it on the TV news this morning. So to me, the final point I want to make on this too is that in spite of these things that I think each of us have to do as individuals and as employees or owners of businesses to articulate this stand for Ukraine, for an organization with a brand and brand values are very, very important. Everything you do must align with your brand values. And you might say, that doesn't kind of gel with the authenticity element of this. Yes, it does, absolutely. You need to reinforce those values. But you've got to find a way of doing that that doesn't come across as some kind of lame PR effort for your brand. You've got to be authentic, as Felix mentioned. This is absolutely key. Social networks are perfect for this. This is what social media is like. The focus is social, not the media. Conversations, tell people what you believe. If you're an organization with huge networks of your own, with influencers out there, you engage them. You've got to do this. And finally, employees for large organizations. That is your army. That's your primary cohort, to mobilize your employees, to tell your story about why you stand by Ukraine.
Thank you, Neville. And small stories can make a big noise. I saw coming up on social media today a care organization. They've sent clowns who they normally have go around hospitals to entertain children. They've sent clowns to Moldova and other entry points to welcome children who are coming across the border, to make them feel much more relaxed, happy, and hopefully distract them from the atrocious scenario that's going on. And to see these clowns playing with the kids is one of the most moving visual narratives I've come across. Marina.
Thank you. I have to say, speaking last is a bit difficult because all major points have been covered, but I thought it would be useful for me as a Ukrainian and Ukrainian activist based in London just to share some personal experiences of the last 2.5 weeks. First of all, I'd like to say that there's a huge movement in the Ukrainian community. They are incredibly mobilized, and actually working with politicians and working with brands, with companies, is one of the things that we are trying to do. There's been lots of pickets and demos that take place, and some of them directly target brands and asking them to take a stance. Maybe we could bring up that slide that I prepared just to demonstrate. So these are the posters which were designed by some of the activists. As you can see, actually Unilever today, there was supposed to be a picket in front of their headquarters. I think it probably went ahead because it's one of the major brands which still hasn't left Russian market, and Turkish Airlines as well. So it's just to say that there's really a momentum in the community, and we are reaching well beyond Ukrainian community, trying to ask, to mobilize the brands and make this decision. And I fully agree with what's been said. It's not an easy business decision, some of the companies, but what we are trying to instill in the British public is a sentiment that actually we are already at war, and actually sacrificing some of the revenues of your business is probably a much smaller sacrifice to make rather than engaging in, kinetic warfare, as we can see in Ukraine. And also another word of support which goes for numerous Ukrainian brands and businesses, which are now completely in disarray. Some of them had to, the members of staff had to leave, their business collapsing. So if there is a possibility of some of the, British brands to support with providing services in kind, as it's been mentioned, or support these business people in some other ways to support the lines of business somehow, that would be really invaluable. It's been mentioned that it's important to provide this connection between the management and what the employees think about it, because seeing such widespread support among the British public, sometimes executives might not even be aware that their employees feel so strongly on this issue. So this connection is really important. I suppose, and last thing that I would like to say is probably about the importance of language. So when we talk, let's bring peace to Ukraine, I think it's important to say, to call spade and spade and talk about Russia's aggression against Ukraine, because we need to focus our efforts. Why are we doing this to Russia? It's not that we are trying to inflict pain on the Russian people. We are trying to deal with a regime which is undermining our way of life, our democracy, Ukraine's democracy as well. Russia's place in the global soft power ranking is now under question. Perhaps some things need to be, reviewed and seen in a different light. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Marina. I mentioned in my introduction that every one of us here are not only running a company, a marketing director or a marketing manager, we also return home. We take our corporate hats off and we become ourselves. And I've been asked by a number of brand guardians, yes, I have certain straitjackets at work, but what can I do as an individual? Please, 3 quick tips on what individuals can do from a communications perspective to support Ukraine. Felix.
Again, a big question, and individuals can do a lot. If I had to choose 3, they would probably be 3 that were sequential in the sense that one would have to happen before the other, and I think they're all fundamental to each one. The first one is about informing yourself. I think we all have a responsibility in a situation like this to ensure that we've gone out of our way to access the facts, insofar as those are not always easily accessible. And I'm not just talking about global media corporations who might report this with different perspectives. I'm also talking about the social media platforms you use where you've got an element of trust about the content that you're seeing. But if we've seen anything in the last fortnight and a half, it's that there has been content shared, not from this conflict, from many others, and access allowed to corporations and individuals with a different agenda that are kind of polluting what would be considered widely as the truth and the real story. So I think making that effort to separate fact from fiction is everyone's responsibility in what is an information war as much as it is happening on the ground in Eastern Europe. The second thing I would then go from there is to challenge. We've just spoken about a couple of brands now who have been pulled up in front of everyone as an example of not acting quick enough. But we can all challenge each other around our perspectives and our opinions, whether that's our friends, whether that's our family, colleagues, but also brands, and understanding that we all have a voice. So I think use your position to challenge. And then the third one from that is probably we're fortunate in this country and the majority around the world to have freedom of speech and to utilize that, because there are countries involved in this very conflict that don't have that privilege, whether that's utilizing your voice online or not. We've been here at the Soft Power Summit today, and a lot of it has been very political. It's been about countries and governments, age-old institutions, still being the purveyors of soft power. But actually, soft power every year is more decentralized than it was the year before. All of us have the ability on a social media platform to go viral just as much as a brand with an established market and following has to go viral. So use your voice and access to those platforms to challenge, to speak out for what's right, to bring people together, to grow communities. So yeah, in summary, I think inform, challenge, and then use that freedom that we're fortunate enough to have in this country to speak out for what's right.
Thank you, Sophie.
I would absolutely build on that. The 3 things that we can do as individuals: we can use our voices, we can use our wallets, we can use our skills. the power of voices coming together, whether it is to make a stand, whether it's to share a story, whether it's just to communicate. We operate in a world now where we can do that, and there's a democratization of sharing the stories and sharing our voices and our points of view. So absolutely building on that. I think using your wallet, it sounds really, really basic, but there's so many important ways in which we can support the brands that we want to. So talking about Ukrainian brands and businesses we can support, or choosing to support the brands that we think are making a difference. It's interesting to see the YouGov polling. 56% of Britons say that they are more likely to buy from a brand right now that refuses to do business in Russia. And although, yes, it's a TikTok war at the moment, and there are the youth that we're focusing on is important, interestingly, those YouGov figures go massively up the older you get. So 65% of 50 to 64-year-olds are taking a stand and saying we're really supporting businesses who don't do business in Russia, and those who are donating to it. So that we can support businesses, and of course we can spend our money supporting the humanitarian efforts. So many big businesses are actually supporting their employees and matching their funding, which is great. There's creative ways of doing it as well. I think you've probably all seen what Airbnb are doing. So individuals supporting individuals by basically signing up to rent Airbnb in the Ukraine and helping individual families. There are great ways of doing it. And then using our skills. So it's really interesting that the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been completely overwhelmed by offers of communications support to help combat Russian misinformation. What do you do and do well, and how can that help? Check out the website war.ukraine.ua. It's PR and communication specialists who've come together quickly to help and support. Or you see all kinds of people within the communications industry supporting it. Asher, a small design agency based in Cheltenham, has done a beautiful campaign to support the Sanctuary Foundation and helping with refugees. Again, moving quickly but doing great things. So what are our skills? What can we do to help? Each of us can do something to make a difference, especially when we come together to make it happen.
Well, basically what Sophie said, actually, and Felix, I would add to it on the sharing. That's a good point you started making, Felix. I think it's super critical that you need to take great care what you share. To verify as far as you're able to. You might think, well, how can I do this? How do I know whether that photo is genuine or not? There are places you can find. The BBC's got a terrific guide. Most of the media companies do, in fact. The American media companies, more of them do as well. But the main thing you can do when you're sharing is pause before you hit that retweet button or whatever it is. Don't just blindly do it. Twitter actually has tools that ask you, would you like to read this first before you retweet something? They do that for a reason, and you need to help yourself do that too. Check before you share something, because misinformation, disinformation is a serious issue. I think as well, I was reading that YouGov survey too, by the way. That's actually quite interesting. The younger you are, the less the less likely you're going to boycott brands still in Russia. The older you are, the more. There's a generation gap there. So we need to hit up the young folks to change their attitudes here. And that is something each of us can do with people we know perhaps, but it's better actually, it's a more organized effort. In large organizations that have influencer networks on social media, that needs to be a core focus to try and convince those people that why they should care about this. And this is not something that is going to make a difference immediately, I doubt, but we actually don't have a lot of time here. That is something quite important. And I think the other thing I would mention too, we've already touched on employees, and indeed Marina made a good point about that, the reinforcing of the mobilizing of employees. I would also add, encourage your professional association or your industry association to do something very, very crystal clear and proactive about all of this on behalf of your industry or profession. So your organization, you can do things, get the professional associations to do that. If you're in PR in the UK, CIPR, Marketing Society, you've got the Chartered Institute of Marketing, many others who can come to the fore on that.
Great point.
So that's probably four, I think.
Very good point.
Yeah.
So, Marina.
Again, because so much has been said already, I will just make 2 points. One of them, exercise direct instruments of democracy, which, thanks God, work in this country, unlike in Russia, for example. Write to your MP and ask them to do things about issues which matter to you, be it military supply to Ukraine, be it refugees issues, be it visa regime, things like that. And you would be surprised, the more letters you write, the more pressure MPs feel, do something about it, and you can chase them and ask them, what they have done about it. We can actually, our group of volunteers even produce templates of these letters. So if you feel like you don't have time to write a lengthy letter, we can provide some templates and you can just tweak it to make it more personal. Just a very practical advice. And the second one is, Ukraine is very grateful for all the support it receives, huge volumes of humanitarian supplies, military supplies, but I wouldn't do enough if I didn't mention how this military and paramilitary supplies matter. Not that volunteers can buy planes for Ukraine, but however, you can buy lots of things for what we call in Ukraine territorial defense. So these are basically civilians who go to they are like second line of defense. They are propping up Ukraine's armed forces. That's why they are doing such a good job. They are manning the checkpoints, they're helping to evacuate the civilians, they patrol the streets, they do lots of things which the army cannot do because they are engaged in warfare. So, and very often, and I know this from lots of my friends, these guys, they do not even have body armor. They need body armor, they need helmets, they need first aid kits, they need night vision goggles and things like this. And so you don't need to be, a military person to be able to buy this. And lots of Ukrainian volunteers, they do buy this stuff for them. I can only mention one charity, which is called Save Life UA, which works specifically on this kind of supplies. And if you can help Ukrainian territorial defense, you will help Ukraine a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. We have to finish at 5:05. So I'm going to want to give the audience the opportunity to throw a question or two. So it's going to be my final question, and I'm going to have a final request as well, which is your answer. The challenge is 15 seconds. And that is, but I'm being generous, it's 15 seconds each. We are aware that there might be brands that are concerned about the accusation of Ukraine washing, as in, brands just showing a logo and saying something without substance. My view is, for brands to even just display a logo, that is something, and it's far better than nothing, as long as they're not doing business with Russia at the same time or alike. But if they were also to make contributions in kind or finance, that really gives authenticity. What's your comment on that? And just also advise what brands and individuals mustn't do, what we shouldn't be doing.
My comment on that, I suppose, links into my answer to what brands shouldn't do, which is, well, I think first of all, you don't, especially if we're talking about a smaller business, it's all about playing to your strengths. Like, not everyone is best placed to pull together the global campaign that's going to bring every stakeholder into the room to raise masses of money. In fact, focusing our efforts on 10 unified campaigns, whether that's around fundraising, provision of aid, whatever that might be, it's going to be better than having to work between 300 different campaigns because everyone wants to do something. Sometimes supporting an existing effort and campaign is better in the position that you're in than trying to do too much for yourself. So if you're not the biggest brand in the world, do what you can as an individual, but choose a cause and a campaign that's authentic to your values as a business and what you stand for, and support that in any way that you can.
Thank you. Sophie?
do something, do it fast. I think it's so easy inside an organisation to spend a lot of time having committees and talking about what the right thing to do is. Small things, big things add up, and have those conversations. We do live in a transparent world now, though, so organisations can't put a sticking plaster over things, so things will be discovered, and you do need to think it all through, but something just so that we can come together and show the Ukraine that we're...
I think the large brands need to revert to the nimbleness that the smaller brands have. Neville.
Share stories. That's what I would say you can do as an individual. And everything you've heard us talking about, be careful when you do this, but share stories.
You've got 3 more seconds.
Yeah, okay, fine. What not to do is don't think of your brand support as a brand message, please. This is about galvanizing people in a belief of a tragedy that's happening in this continent, in Europe. And your belief of why you're taking a stand, that is your message, not reinforcing the brand. That's going to come because you're communicating in a different way as part of this, and people pay attention to that. They turn off if you've tucked away a brand message like a marketing campaign in there. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I second that, I think, for sure. It shouldn't be off the shelf.
Well, you're seeing examples already in America, quite a few examples of that. Yeah.
I think Helle Thorning-Schmidt, the former Prime Minister of Denmark, who was here earlier today, said in 3 words, them, not you.
Yeah.
Which is probably something up.
Marina.
I probably no longer have any specific advice. My only concern is that there could be a point when there will be the end of the news cycle and Ukraine will not be of interest. People will start forgetting. It will be dragging on and on and on, and everybody will get tired from seeing these pictures of, injured civilians, injured pregnant women, and so on. So, yes. It's a big challenge for Ukraine.
So we shouldn't stop. We've just got to continue.
Because as soon as you forget,
bang the drum of the message continually. Thank you. So whilst anyone here's thinking up a question, I saw Vanessa Feltz in the audience. Vanessa only arrived at the smartphone ownership fraternity a few months ago. And actually only arrived at social media, I think, a few weeks ago, and already has well over 100,000 followers. Any tips on what we've been discussing in terms of how we can use social media to influence? I know you obviously can influence as a TV presenter, a journalist and so forth, but from the social media perspective, your learnings in a 3-week crash course that you've had.
Here, Marcel, hello. First of all, I'd like to say I'm not doing any business with Russia on any front whatsoever. So that's the first thing. I'm here really as a human being and not a brand, and also as a friend of Marcel, and really just want to say how very privileged I am to be here, and also to say, I witnessed you conceive this idea and take it from a germ of a notion in your brain to something which has attracted all of these people, and I hope is going to make a colossal difference. And were I wearing a hat, I would most definitely take it off to you. And all I can say is an utter social media novice, which I am, 130,000 followers in 10 weeks. I'm doing something or other, I don't know what, is that I second everything everybody says about authenticity. If you do, and as you feel, if you show by your actions and by what you're communicating that it is genuine and it's not some kind of prefabricated kind of motto that you think you ought to be espousing, then that seems to me to be the key to communication. But what the hell do I know? I just work for the BBC. I know nothing. Nothing.
Thank you, Vanessa, and thank you, Ben Afedu, for being here as well. One last question I have for a member of the audience is, I see Leanne Benjamin is here. She's, until recently, the prima ballerina of the Royal Ballet, and I've just read her biography, which has just been launched. In it, I see that you've been to Russia, you've worked with so many Russians, you've danced with Nureyev. Any advice on communications with Russia, how we might be able to impact? You're there at the back, at the very, very back. Oh, I thought you were going to do it in movement, convey the message. Thanks so much. Out of the dark, it is uplifting to see the goodness. Phenomenal, the spirit and generosity of brands and people. And I love seeing competitor organizations, competitor brands coming together in times of need to transcend their petty differences and make a difference. Any question from the audience? Yep.
Hi, I was really interested in what Marina said about how UK-based businesses and brands can help support displaced Ukrainian brands and businesses in similar fields. And I was just wondering, are there any resources available to be able to do that? So is there a website, an organization, or even a hashtag that can be used to connect like-for-like businesses that want to help in that way?
I'm not aware, to be honest, of any. I'm aware of many other initiatives, but not of this one. And I don't know if it's something that should be done with the support of the government or not necessarily.
Anyone on the panel?
I know the tech industry have been bringing people together. I can't remember the website and the organisation, but they've done a great job in bringing together displaced Ukrainians and trying to support that. So it's worth checking that out. I think there's some quite interesting business support around that.
Do you have another question here?
Marina, you mentioned that people might get tired of seeing all those images and they might just start to flag. Do the members of the panel have any advice you could offer us to stop people flagging so we can keep the momentum going as this goes on?
Guys.
That's a good question. I think, thank you for the question. How to maintain people's momentum when the story is the same old stuff all the time?
I would definitely say creativity, as in,
right.
There's so many creatives in this room, so many creatives in the industry. I think as long as one can even deliver messages that we've already been delivering, but in different fashion, different imagery, different voice, people tune in.
Just to add to that, I think as individuals, we can continue repeating some of the stories we have highlighted. And this is where an understanding of your social networks come into play a little bit, where you can see which messages get more attraction and interest from people. So that's something you can do, even if it's the same story, but the positive stories are the ones to amplify as opposed to the awful stories. So that's one way of doing it.
And just to piggyback off the back of that, I mean, you said it just now with the story element, but just because we stop talking about it here doesn't mean it's not still going on.
Right.
So new stories are emerging every day, and they don't become any less real in the fact that it is happening at the time to real people. And if we do that as individuals on social media platforms, keep sharing those, keep talking about them, no one can ultimately ignore what is actually going on. Amplify them, because they're still real, even if our mainstream media aren't reporting them.
One last question.
Actually, not really a question. I just wanted to mention about the tech industry. So I do a lot of work in the tech industry, and basically a lot of the developers from Kiev and Ukraine, they have set up something which is on LinkedIn. If I could maybe share, it's something called Evolve, We Stand with Ukraine. Basically,
Evolve, We Stand with Ukraine.
if I could send it to you, Marcel, maybe you could
Fine.
platform. Basically, they've set something up which is a bit like a right move for Ukrainian families.
Terrific.
Coming over here, and what we're doing is looking. I'm assisting to try and get it through to government.
Okay,
what we're doing is trying to put facilities and
we'll try and act as a platform for that. Thank you. I'd really like to close by thanking Brand Finance, by thanking you, the audience, every one of you, those that have already participated in Brand Solidarity, thank you so much. But please, all act as ambassadors for us and get involved. Thank you. And lastly, what an incredible panel. They literally, got calls days ago, and the authority and enlightenment that they've delivered us in this short time has been precious and valuable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel.
And just lastly, let's all rally and let's all be showing brand solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We really, and this is a message, Marina, please, to take to the Institute and to all of those you're communicating with. Our hearts are with you, and we are going to work our asses off to fight the war with you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say it really means a lot to me and to the people of my country. I really mean it. It just makes it much, much easier for them to endure what they have to go through.
Thank you very much, and thank you. Yeah.